In the shattered stone desert of Blacktown, say in the world of immortals, a pack of ghost wolves. Desert ghost wolves of level 3 are madly giving chase. The three young people at the top, they were running for their lives while continuously shouting for help. What an unlucky break. Originally, they only intended to hunt for level 1 sand scorpions. Unexpectedly, they ran into this group of tough monsters. Their group of 3 consisted of a pastor, mage, and a warrior, all level 3. Confronting the pack of ghost wolves, Desert Ghost Wolves was indeed a bit beyond their means. The level 3 warrior was the team leader, but in this situation, he couldn't come up with any other solution, other than telling his team to just keep running. Other than telling his 2 teammates to just keep running, just then they saw a few desert hwai trees ahead of them. The ghost wolves couldn't climb trees. If they quickly climbed up there first, they would still have a shimmer of hope. Even though she said that, in reality she was extremely nervous, because more than anyone else, this person knew clearly, desert ghost wolves are a type of vicious monster. Once they lock onto a target, it's very difficult for them to give up. Meanwhile, they were already injured from the previous battle. Their last 2 pieces of equipment, made of black iron, had also just been damaged. Even more unlucky was that when they got very close to the hwai tree grove, the female mage behind them suddenly stumbled and fell. The desert ghost wolves caught up very quickly. In the blink of an eye, they leaped up ready to pounce on her. This person seemed to have fallen into despair, because she couldn't run fast enough and couldn't fight back either. However, just then a flash of light appeared. No one could see anything clearly. They only knew that after they regained their senses, one ghost wolf had been taken down. It was knocked out by a single blow. A sharp blade had pierced the throat of the vicious monster, and then a mysterious person, wearing a hooded coat covering them from head to toe, also appeared. The female mage believed that this was the person who had saved her. She gave a silent sigh. However, the system showed that this person was only level 1. She fell into despair once more. A total newbie like this, even if he was lucky enough to take down one desert ghost wolf, how could he possibly react quickly enough? When facing the whole pack, the young man then pulled down his hood, revealing a handsome face and cold eyes full of killing intent. He muttered, "The strength of a level 3 monster is merely this much." The desert ghost wolves only paused for a moment after sensing the threat, but quickly resumed their ferociousness and charged forward. The young man didn't hesitate either, and immediately drew his sword and rushed up. The 2 sides collided like speeding arrows, and then in just a split second, the young man had dealt with all of them. The group of 3 level 3 people was utterly dumbfounded. They had almost lost their lives to this pack of ghost wolves, desert ghost wolves, yet a level 1 person like the young man was able to take them down. He even took on 4 at once, with incredible ease. This speed and style is nothing like a newbie at all. That's not good. Look, everyone. The female mage suddenly shrieked. Everyone looked in the direction she was pointing, and their blood ran cold as they realized that somehow there were now tens of additional ghost wolves, desert ghost wolves, gathered there. This was truly a bad sign. For so many wolves to suddenly appear, perhaps the ghost wolves nearby casually sensed the blood of their packmates and aggressively showed up. All 3 immediately took off running. The female team leader didn't forget to warn the young man, "Run now. This is a pack of desert ghost wolves. They're strong enough to wipe out a whole beginner village. This is serious. You'll be torn into 100 pieces." However, the young man merely turned his head slightly, gave a smirk, full of pride and confidence, and replied, "Is that so?" Having said that, he reached out his hand. A few cards appeared in his hand, along with a notification from the system. Player Lin Yuan, are you sure you want to summon the skeleton warrior? Lin Yuan, expressionless, said a simple yes to confirm his request. The cards in his hand immediately shot away. When they landed, they formed a massive magic circle, emitting a bizarre blue light, and then the ground began to crack open. From underneath, white skeletons began to writhe and emerge. They were level 3 skeleton warriors, with 100 health points, 35 attack power, 5 defense power, along with an active skill called Slayer's Strike. The army of white skeletons just summoned by Lin Yuan was even more ferocious than the pack of desert ghost wolves, and he was extremely confident about that. Now let's see who will be torn to shreds first, and with that, the 2 sides immediately charged at each other like monsters who hadn't tasted blood in a long time. 15 minutes later, the entire pack of desert ghost wolves, consisting of 16 wolves, had been completely annihilated by Lin Yuan's skeleton army. He received 160 experience points, along with 16 wolf fangs and 16 of their fur pelts. The other group of people hiding on the side couldn't help but gape at this sight. Incredible. They couldn't have imagined that Lin Yuan could achieve this unbelievable feat alone, despite being only a level 1 player. Once the danger was resolved, the female mage in this group timidly approached to strike up a conversation. "Excuse me, are you a mage? The spell you just used seemed to be a summoning spell. Is that right? I'm a mage too. But I've never seen a skill quite like yours." "Who says I'm a mage? Lin Yuan replied with an extremely indifferent expression. The person wanted to ask what his true profession was, but Lin Yuan only gave a mysterious smile and didn't intend to explain because his true profession was Death Hunter 01, a forbidden profession with an SSS rank talent called shadow summoning. The identity of Lin Yuan was also extremely special. He was originally a space traveler from Earth. 3 years ago, a scientist observed a mysterious giant celestial body called the Demon Star suddenly appearing near Earth. 3 months later, a mysterious company suddenly released a virtual reality game called Eternal World, which surpassed the technological level of the era, leaving the entire world astonished. To participate in this game, users would have to put on the VR helmet provided by the publisher, and then they would step into another world with almost absolute realistic sensations. Here, people were divided into different professions, and by constantly leveling up, they would possess enough power to confront the monsters in the game. At first, people didn't pay much attention. After all, it was just a game. However, until one day, some people in the real world also acquired the abilities from the game, and people began to call this group of people the Chosen. Since then, a group calling themselves the Starry Sky Evil God Cultists stepped out of the game into the real world, carrying out countless cruel massacres against humanity. Lin Yuan's parents also died, right at the beginning of that calamity. To resolve the human crisis, all the Chosen on Earth gathered their strength and launched a counterattack. However, unfortunately, they were defeated by the Starry Sky Evil God Cultists and had to retreat step by step. Lin Yuan also died in that final battle, but unexpectedly, just 1 hour ago, he was reborn, right at the moment he first entered the Eternal World. Moreover, this time, the system even assigned him a unique forbidden profession with an SSS rank talent. This made Lin Yuan believe that his reincarnation also carried the mission of protecting his family and Earth. This urged him to quickly raise his level and strength. Returning to the present, standing before the corpses of the wolf pack, Lin Yuan wasn't going to waste such a large resource. He immediately used his shadow summoning spell on the corpses of these desert ghost wolves. Immediately, the wolf pack seemed to come back to life. They could stand up and even looked more ferocious than before. The biggest feature of this forbidden profession was that it allowed Lin Yuan to possess the physique of a warrior, while also being able to use the shadow summoning spell to turn monster corpses into undead to fight for him. Furthermore, these undead monsters not only inherited the level and skills they had while alive, but they also gained a new skill called Undead Body, which granted immunity to some negative effects during combat. Lin Yuan also had another talent called Gate of the Underworld. This talent allowed him to store the monsters revived by the shadow summoning spell in the underworld space, and the number of stored units would gradually increase based on the user's level. In other words, as long as Lin Yuan's level was high enough, he would possess a mighty undead legion that had no match. Watching Lin Yuan revive the corpses of the desert ghost wolves and store them away, the 3 girls couldn't help but grimace. Their captain immediately asked, "Is that reviving the dead into undead?" The 3 girls couldn't help but grimace. Their captain immediately asked, "Is that reviving the dead into undead? Who the heck are you?" "Time is running out," Lin Yuan replied seemingly irrelevantly, because he knew that the boss, Death Giant Wolf, was about to appear in this shattered stone desert. However, instead of being tense, Lin Yuan was full of anticipation. It was time for him to solo the boss. Immediately after the originally clear desert sky suddenly saw a lot of thunder and lightning. Then the sky cracked open. That rift kept growing, signaling the arrival of the Death Giant Wolf. Some people remembered that. The official game website mentioned the attack range of this boss was up to 50 millir. Therefore, other players began fleeing in a panic. However, not everyone was lucky enough to escape. The Death Giant Wolf was truly terrifying. Just like its name, it was huge, powerful, and ferocious. As soon as it appeared, it had already sent many players to their graves. Despite its ferocity, no one dared to stand up and fight back, because this level 6 Lord tier boss had very high health, attack, and defense values. A single player definitely couldn't defeat it. If the players didn't team up to attack and have a clear strategy, they would simply bite the dust. In the Eternal World, all sensations were incredibly real. Therefore, standing before the Death Giant Wolf, every player felt suffocated. They even thought that such a terrifying monster couldn't be defeated. But that viewpoint did not include Lin Yuan, because while all the other players were busy finding a place to hide, he appeared alone. Other players followed Lin Yuan's solitary steps and didn't understand what he was trying to do. Even though his eyes were full of determination, Lin Yuan was only a newcomer after all. They didn't believe he could succeed. Even if that gaze was full of determination, Lin Yuan was still just a newbie after all. They didn't believe he could do it. Damage that monster Kia. In the world of immortals, monsters are categorized from weakest to strongest. Common, elite leader warlord. King Overlord and God tier. Among them, the Warlord tier monster, even though it's one of the lower tiers among the world bosses. To new players, it's still a deadly threat. Yet at this moment, Lin Yuan stopped right in front of the giant death wolf. The other players who saw this sight were freaking out. Someone couldn't help but yell, "Hey, are you crazy? Turn back now, you're just a noob." Going up there is just a suicide mission. Lin Yuan heard them but didn't care, because in his eyes, this once terrifying level 6 world boss now looked like nothing special. And Lin Yuan firmly believed that he could take care of it. The giant death wolf saw him standing alone in front of it and became extremely enraged. The corners of its mouth were still stained with the bloody remnants of other players. It suddenly opened its mouth. This boss activated its active skill evil, Wolf Howl, at its roar. The ground violently shook, seeming about to crack open. Lin Yuan was busy steadying himself amidst the storm. It didn't stop there. The giant death wolf quickly lunged toward him, wanting to finish off its opponent in one blow with another active skill, called Death's Claw. Everyone's heart was clenching. Everyone assumed that this time Lin Yuan would die a very ugly death. But he remained exceptionally calm. Lin Yuan remembered that in his previous life, this level 6 giant death wolf had a base health point value of 3,400 due to the boss's power boost, and an attack power of 510 for the adventurers in the crushed stone desert. At that time, the highest level only reached level 3. Therefore, only by relying on team combat was there a chance to face it. In his previous life, Lin Yuan also almost lost his life in this team battle, but the Lin Yuan of this life, after countless bloody battles before, was no longer the Lin Yuan of the past. When the sharp claw of that monster was about to strike down, Lin Yuan quickly dodged to the side, and then many players simultaneously showed astonished expressions when witnessing this scene. Because Lin Yuan's speed was truly lightning fast, missing the strike made the giant death wolf even angrier. It officially entered the berserk state and became much more aggressive. But Lin Yuan didn't look threatened at all. He put his hand on the ground, unleashing a formation, summoning his netherworld gate. When that gate opened, it was also the moment when Lin Yuan's powerful undead legion appeared. This sight astonished the crowd even more. This was the first time they had seen something so bizarre, and when the hordes of undead monsters poured out, they became even more curious. Why could Lin Yuan single-handedly turn so many level 3 desert ghost wolves into undead? On his way here, Lin Yuan had continuously been farming small mobs and successfully reached level 3. The storage limit of the netherworld gate had also reached 30, although this caused him to arrive at the giant death wolf's spawn location a little late. Compared to other players, it didn't matter. According to the hatred mechanism in the world of immortals, if the summoner is stronger than the summoned monster, then when both appear together, the monster's primary attack target will be the summoner. Unless it is actively attacked by the summoned monster, it would change its target. At this moment, Lin Yuan's giant wolf undead were surrounding the giant death wolf and continuously attacking it. This kept that warlord tier boss extremely busy retaliating. This was the opportunity Lin Yuan was waiting for to rush in and attack. He utilized the hatred mechanism when the boss was about to attack his summoned creatures to attract its attention, thus preventing too many casualties for the horde of undead. Lin Yuan's sharp sword stroke sliced across the monster, making it throw its head back and let out a pained howl. Immediately after the giant death wolf's attention shifted back to Lin Yuan. He began to ignore the undead and chased after him. But right at this moment, Lin Yuan commanded his undead legion to attack it again to reactivate the hatred mechanism. As time dragged on like this, even many ants can kill an elephant, even though each ghost wolf undead only dealt 15 damage per bite. With 3,400 health points, the giant death wolf wouldn't be able to hold out for much longer. The flow of the battle was guided by Lin Yuan from the start, and it was not hard for everyone to realize that the giant death wolf's HP was dropping steadily, while he looked very chill. They praised Lin Yuan, saying he was truly a beast, but at the same time, there were a few shady guys staring intently at him, and wearing a cryptic smile, scheming who knows what. A few minutes later, Lin Yuan had grazed away almost all of the giant death wolf's HP. At this moment, the boss's health points were only 500 left. He immediately seized the opportunity to unleash a near-fatal attack with his sword. When struck by this move, the giant death wolf instantly collapsed to the ground, falling into a dying state with 10 HP left. Just then, those shady guys rushed forward from behind. Because Lin Yuan's zombie army has been destroyed by the boss on Tag 1 completely, they are waiting for this very moment, Tag 1, to rush in and steal the kill or third-party the loot, Tag 1, thereby snatching the objective from Lin Yuan's hand, Tag 1. A few players behind couldn't stand this sight, Tag 1, and loudly warned him to be careful, Tag 1. But unfortunately for those rogues, Tag 1, Lin Yuan was not someone so easily bullied, Tag 1. He turned around with the coldest possible expression, Tag 1, and unleashed a sharp sword strike, Tag 1. The three rogues were immediately struck down and sent flying, Tag 1. Overestimating yourselves, so, Lin Yuan muttered, spitting out a few icy words, Tag 1. Although, Tag 1. The fate of the three was completely deserved, Tag 1. The onlookers, Tag 1. Couldn't help but feel shocked, Tag 1. Partly because they couldn't believe that Lin Yuan could actually, Tag 1, finish off all three level 3 thieves, Tag 1, with just a single move, Chuan. At this moment, the death giant wolf, with its last bit of health, Tag 1, limped up behind Lin Yuan, Tag 1. But its fate was already sealed, 1. He swung his sword for one more strike, or 1. This time it was truly a critical attack, Tag 1. The death giant wolf was defeated, Tag 1. Lin Yuan initially received 480 experience points, Tag 1, and 1 spirit soul gem, Tag 1. He was truly curious, Tag 1, about what rewards the first world boss in the entire game, Tag 1, would drop, Tag 1. A moment later, from the monster's carcass, Tag 1, dropped a spirit soul gem and a silver chest plate, Tag 1. The spirit soul gem is a gem, Tag 1, containing soul power, Tag 1. When 10 are collected, Tag 1, one can go to the Eternal Council, Tag 1, to exchange for legendary tier equipment, Tag 1. However, only players who reach level 60, Tag 1, can go to the Eternal Council, Tag 1. The residents of the elf race, Tag 1, to continue leveling up to 1. It is still too early for Lin Yuan at the moment, Tag 1. Nevertheless, the Spirit Soul Gem, Tag 1, is the simplest path, Tag 1, to obtain legendary tier, Tag 1, equipment, Tag 1. In the world of immortality, Tag 1, equipment grades are categorized from low to high as Tag 1, follows white, normal, black, iron, or Tag 1. Bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, Tag 1. Epic, legendary, and mythical, Tag 1. Two players usually only have white and normal equipment, Tag 1, and rarely receive black iron equipment, Tag 1. 2 hours ago, Tag 1. Based on his experience from his previous life, Tag 1, Lin Yuan controlled 2 warriors, Tag 1. To lure the elite tier, Tag 1, Black Salamander, Tag 1. Away by Tag 1. After that, Tag 1. He was lucky enough to pick up the bronze treasure chest that they, Tag 1, were guarding, Tag 1. Inside was a blackstone magic robe, Tag 1, a bronze tier piece of equipment, Tag 1, with the effect of increasing 30 defense points, Tag 1, 10 spirit points and 10 agility points, Tag 1, and now Tag 1. Thanks to being the first person to defeat the world boss, Tag 1, Lin Yuan received a hunter title, Tag 1. Its effect is that when equipped, Tag 1, it increases attack power by 10%, Tag 1. Critical hit rate by 10%, and magic damage by 10%, Tag 1. In the world of immortality, Tag 1, different titles, Tag 1, can grant players various different attributes, Tag 1, or statuses, Tag 1. This hunter title indeed has a decent effect, Tag 1, and Lin Yuan was quite satisfied, Tag 1. It was finally time to open that silver treasure chest, Tag 1. Inside were a series of items, Tag 1. First is the silver moon blade, Tag 1, a silver-grade weapon, Tag 1. This treasured sword contains the energy of Tag 1, the moonlight, which increases 100 attack, Tag 1, power and 10 agility attributes, Tag 1. Next is a ring called the Death Ring, Tag 1, also silver grade, Tag 1. When equipped, it increases the spirit attribute by 40 points, Tag 1. Furthermore, it comes with the corrosion ray skill, Tag 1, which can be upgraded, Tag. At level 1, this skill, Tag 1, deals magic damage, Tag 1, equal to 200% of the corrosion damage to the enemy target, Tag 1. Next are consumable items, Tag 1. First is a recovery potion which restores, Tag 1, 20% of HP and MP at Tag 1, a level 1 skill scroll, Tag 1, which after use increases 100 skill proficiency points, Tag 1, and monster essence, Tag 1. Can be used to brew potions or consumed directly, Tag 1. After consumption, it increases 10 points of strength, Tag 1, constitution, agility, or spirit attribute, Tag 1. Lin Yuan didn't show much change in his expression, Tag 1. But he was secretly ecstatic inside, Tag 1. The hall this time was huge, Tag 1. The first world boss in the game, Tag 1, indeed yielded very generous rewards, Tag 1. At this point, the experience points had also been calculated, Tag 1, and Lin Yuan's data was updated by the system, Tag 1. He had advanced from level 3 to level 4, Tag 1. Each time a player levels up, they receive 5 Tag 1 attribute points to freely allocate on Tag 1. This time, Tag 1, Lin Yuan allocated 3 points to the spirit attribute, Tag 1, and 2 points to the strength attribute, Tag 1. After this level up, Tag 1, Lin Yuan's attributes were the highest, Tag 1. Among all players in the Tag 1, Shattered Rock Desert, Tag 1. In addition, the storage limit of the Gate of the Underworld, Tag 1, has also increased to 40 slots, Tag. Although in this battle, Tag 1, All of Lin Yuan's Tag 1. Ghost Wolf zombies were sacrificed Tag 1. He gained the corpse of the Death Giant Wolf Tag 1, so he didn't suffer any loss at all Tag 1. Under Lin Yuan's power Tag 1, that giant wolf stood up once again Tag 1. In addition to its previous skills Tag 1, it also learned a new skill Tag 1, called Immortal's Fury Tag 1, which increases the attack power by 10% and the critical Tag 1 hit rate by 20% for its allies Tag 1. Tag 1. The Death Giant Wolf truly lives up to its name as a world boss. Tag 1. It has both area of effect damage skills Tag 1 and crowd control abilities Tag 1 that are not mediocre at all Tag 1. Having turned into a zombie Tag 1, in addition to the undead body effect Tag 1, it also has another whole skill Tag 1. With the assistance of this zombie giant wolf Tag 1, Lin Yuan is confident that very soon Tag 1, he will be able to replenish Tag 1 all the slots in the Gate of the Underworld Tag 1. Watching Lin Yuan turn the world boss into his own Tag 1, zombie Tag 1, and then chase it into the gate like chasing a chicken Tag 1, the curious players around Tag 1 kept swallowing nervously Tag 1. They felt that Lin Yuan was much more terrifying Tag 1 than the world boss Tag 1, and when faced with his icy stare Tag 1, everyone automatically stepped aside Tag 1, trying to act as if they didn't exist Tag 1. The three thieves who had died Tag 1 dropped a black iron tier sword Tag 1. This is a pretty good weapon for new low-level players Tag 1, but Lin Yuan already had the Silver Moon Blade Tag 1. Therefore he drew this sword Tag 1 and headed towards the group of players Tag 1 who were lucky enough to survive Tag 1 and were hiding behind some rocks Tag 1. The atmosphere was extremely tense Tag 1, enveloping this group of people Tag 1. They all thought Lin Yuan was coming to deal with them with the sword Tag 1, but they were too scared to run. Lin Yuan walked straight up to one player Tag 1, who was also the one who Tag 1 shouted to warn him when he was attacked by the three thieves Tag 1. He asked, "You were the one who warned me just now, right, Tag 1? That?" The person stammered in reply Tag 1, but couldn't finish his sentence Tag 1. Impatient Tag 1. Lin Yuan didn't wait for the other person to finish speaking Tag 1 and directly thrust the sword into his hand Tag 1. The young man was stunned, not understanding what Lin Yuan meant Tag 1. "Thanks. This gift might be useful to you, Tag 1. After saying that, he quickly left Tag 1. The young man tightly held the sword in his hand Tag 1 and stared blankly after Lin Yuan's retreating figure Tag 1. Meanwhile, the remaining players quickly Tag 1 crowded around him Tag 1, exclaiming in admiration, "No way, Tag 1. He came here just to give you a sword, Tag 1. Looking closely, they saw Tag 1 that this sword was indeed black iron grade Tag 1. Its current value is up to tens of thousands of RMB Tag 1. 10 minutes later, while walking through the desert Tag 1, Lin Yuan suddenly felt that something was off Tag 1. If he wasn't mistaken, this feeling was Tag 1, that his virtual reality headset's battery was dead Tag 1. Having no other choice Tag 1, Lin Yuan had to log out of the world of immortality Tag 1 and temporarily return to his real world Tag 1. On the computer screen in front of him Tag 1 was still the interface of this game Tag 1. The world of immortality is a hyper-realistic panoramic game Tag 1, divided into many regions Tag 1. Login by country Tag 1. Furthermore, Tag 1, each login region also includes different countries Tag 1 within the game to offer players diverse for Tag 1 choices Tag 1. Taking the Elpis region where Lin Yuan is currently located as an example Tag 1, it is divided into 4 nations Tag 1. The Western Desert Ancient Kingdom Tag 1. The Southern Turtle Empire Tag 1. The Northern Nether Empire and the Tidal Archipelago Tag 1. After rebirth Tag 1, Lin Yuan made the exact same choice as in his previous life Tag 1, which was to be born in the Western Desert Ancient Kingdom Tag 1, because in his previous life Tag 1, before he died he discovered a secret Tag 1. Lin Yuan Tag 1 suddenly recalled the gem on the chest that he had seen Tag 1, the Magu Yellow Gem Tag 1. That was the emblem of the Western Desert Ancient Kingdoms Guild Tag 1. Why was the first follower of the evil god of the Starlight Tag 1, a human player Tag 1? Lin Yuan sat on the chair, his fingers lightly stroking his chin Tag 1. His eyes quietly lost in thought Tag. I remember the first follower was the key figure Tag 1 in summoning the evil god to Azure Star Tag 1. As that thought flashed through his mind Tag 1, his eyes immediately darkened Tag 1. A cold glint flashed in the depths of his eyes Tag 1. Now there are still 3 years until the evil god descends Tag 1. If I can eliminate him during that time Tag 1, perhaps I can prevent Tag 1, the tragedy from recurring Tag 1. Lin Yuan sighed internally Tag 1. Is the only clue really just Tag 1? That emblem, Tag 1, under the dim light, Tag 1. He gently rested his chin in his hand, deep in thought. Tag 1. Only the guild in the western Tag 1. Desert Main City has the yellow gemstone embedded. Tag 1. The requirement to reach the main city is to be level 10. Tag 1. To clarify the identity of this old rat. Tag 1. I must level up quickly. Tag 1. Suddenly, Lin Yuan paused, as if he had just remembered something. Tag 1. That's right, he said, opening the system panel in front of him. Tag 1. The blue light flickered. Tag 1. A blue aura flashed. Tag 1, enveloping the space before his eyes. Tag 1. Lin Yuan had truly summoned the pile of dry bones. Tag 1. In his palm. Tag 1. The object was crushed by him. Tag 1. Some players in the world of immortality. Tag 1, immediately upon entering the game. Tag 1, were able to bring their in-game power back to the real world. Tag 1, to use. Tag 1. Such people are called Heaven's Chosen Tian Xuanja. Tag 1. Heaven's Chosen are also called Children of Destiny. Tian Ming Jizi. Tag 1. Every Heaven's Chosen possesses a powerful hidden class. Tag 1, and an extremely high luck stat. Tag 1. They were the main fighting force. Tag 1. To confront the evil god. Tag 1. In the late stage. Tag 1. Lin Yuan quietly recalled his previous life. Tag 1. He only received his in-game character's abilities. Tag 1. When the disaster on Azure Star. Tag 1. Broke out in the real world. Tag 1. But this time it came much earlier. Tag 1. He pressed his lips together, his facial muscles tense. Tag 1. Hiding the surging emotions. Tag 1. It seems this forbidden class, the Undead Hunter. Tag 1. Is indeed not simple. Tag 1. I just don't know how this compares. Tag 1. To the Heaven's Chosen. Tag 1. Who possess hidden classes. Tag 1. Suddenly a knock on the door rang out. Tag 1. Interrupting Lin Yuan's train of thought. Tag 1. He walked over and stopped in front of the door. Tag 1. That's right, it's this time. Tag 1. In front of Lin's parents was a table of hot food. Tag 1. Father Lin's face was full of confusion. Tag 1. Yuan, this is. Tag 1. Lin Yuan placed a plate of chicken in the center. Tag 1. It's all done, let's eat. Tag 1. His mother picked up her chopsticks and patted his shoulder with a hint of joy. Tag 1. Old Lin, don't you recognize it? Tag. It's a rare sight. It's Yuan's effort. Tag 1. Why don't you hurry up and eat? Father Lin nodded. Okay. Tag 1. He stood there watching the joyful smiles of his parents. Tag 1. A common characteristic of humans is that. Tag 1. Only after losing something do they truly realize its meaning. Tag 1. And try to make amends. Tag 1. Lin Yuan remembered before. Tag 1. He just holed up in his room playing games. In his previous life, he was. Tag 1. Listless, obsessed, and ignored. Tag 1. The peaceful days. Tag 1. A quarrel broke out. Tag 1. If this kid keeps being addicted to games like this. Tag 1. He will completely ruin himself. Tag. Can't you say less? Tag 1. Yuan will be unhappy later. Tag 1. Lin Yuan witnessed his parents die in front of him. Tag 1. And when the disaster took everything away, I was heartbroken to realize my ignorance from before. He stood there, pupils constricted, tears welling up. Back to reality. Lin Yuan sat down and served them food. Today is Sunday. Xiao Dan, why didn't you come home for dinner? Mrs. Lin took a piece of meat to her mouth, looking happy. Dan said she has to prepare for the mock exam recently. She took her meal to school to study. That's right. When you have free time, can you bring her food? Packed lunch is never as delicious as freshly cooked food. With just one bite, she showered him with praise. I can't believe Yuan knows how to cook now. These chicken wings are fire, old Lin. Don't you dare fight with me for them. He doted on her. All right. They are all yours. Mr. Lin looked at his actions with a bit of confusion. Lin Yuan served him food and smiled. I will learn other dishes later. Both of them froze mid-meal, simultaneously bewildered. Mrs. Lin was moved to tears. Mr. Lin smiled gently and nodded. In the following days, he started rigorous physical training. He wanted to better control the power from the game in the real world in the future. A sufficiently strong physique must be the foundation. Lin Yuan furiously punched the sandbag. To increase his physical condition, in the following days he ran again. Lin Yuan raised his watch to check 50 minutes and 5.5 seconds, not bad. But there is still much potential for improvement. Sweat dripped profusely from his face, yet he seemed tireless. It's time to go home. The system panel immediately lit up, unveiling a strange new space, vibrant and full of mystery. The current of energy enveloped him, slowly guiding Lin Yuan through the new space. You have entered the shattered stone desert. Under the dim light, the low-flying birds lightly skimmed the ground. They swiftly swept over his head, accompanied by a screaming cry. Lin Yuan slightly raised his eyes. His sharp gaze swept upwards. The crying hawkbird dive-bombed from above. Its speed was wind-tearing, heading straight for him. It opened its mouth full of sharp teeth, and at the same time, the system announced, Crying Hawkbird. Common Class Level 2. HP 40, Attack 20. Defense 2. Skill. Peck Attack. Lin Yuan calmly raised his sword, a clean movement. It didn't even have time to cry out before it was chopped in two. Eliminated Crying Hawkbird X3. Received 15 EXP. He turned his head, his eyes cold and full of disdain. Only 15 EXP, but something flashed in the corner of Lin Yuan's eye. A stream of vibrant green light spread across its body. Suddenly, a gigantic clawed foot emerged from the shadows. A pack of desert wolf fiends slowly approached. Their bloodshot eyes flashed in the yellow sandstorm. He silently stood behind the rock face, observing every movement ahead. It is indeed one of the desert wolf fiend's most favorite prey. It immediately attracted such a large pack of wolves. From his jacket, Lin Yuan took out a potion, then swiftly twisted the cap open. He stood in front of them and without hesitation drank it all. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yuan lunged forward, his speed like a vortex sweeping everything in front of him. Monster Essence used attributes +10. Just then, a desert wolf fiend swung its claws, lunging straight towards him with terrifying force. Let's keep the warm-up going. Lin Yuan ran straight ahead. The sword in his hand flashed like lightning, sweeping and cutting off their heads instantly. You have successfully eliminated 4 desert wolf fiends. Before he could catch his breath, 2 desert wolf fiends suddenly lunged forward with their claws. He rushed forward, swung his sword decisively, and finished them off quickly. You have successfully eliminated 10 desert wolf fiends. Lin Yuan's foot touched the ground. The force was focused downwards, providing a firm base to stand. Unending growls and snarls echoed from their direction. The desert wolf fiends changed their strategy, surrounding him from all directions. Lin Yuan's breathing became ragged. His arm muscles tightened around the sword hilt. His eyes radiated a cold, commanding presence. Perfect timing. Lin Yuan charged forward, his sword flashed and swept through them. Blood splattered with every strike. You have successfully eliminated 20 desert wolf fiends. You have successfully eliminated 30 desert wolf fiends. You have successfully eliminated 40 desert wolf fiends. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 5. They turned and stepped into the open gate of the underworld. After 2 battles, the number of demon slayers in the gate of the underworld has also been fully replenished. Back to the system. A notification suddenly popped up. Player Lin Yuan level 5 class. Forbidden Undead Hunter. Talent skill. Shadow Summon. Gate of the Underworld. 50-50 power. 22. Constitution. 20. Agility. 45 spirit. 48 experience. 38 12 52. His eyes briefly glanced down. In addition to drinking the monster essence, which increased 4 main attributes, now his combat power can solo elite monsters of the same level. The dust settled. Lin Yuan stared straight at that city. Well, next it's time to go find that person. In a town named Heisha Town, people were bustling back and forth. Lin Yuan walked through the crowd with a cold expression. He stopped in front of a small house. The door was slowly pushed open. The outside light shone into the interior space. Inside the house, a man with a flushed face holding a jar of wine asked, "Who is it? Is that QC?" The mentor mage in Black Sand Town. Lin Yuan stepped fully inside and spoke, "Teacher QC. I'm here to learn skills." In Immortality, skills are usually obtained through skill books, skills dropped by monsters and reward chests. But besides that, each class also has a corresponding novice mentor, responsible for teaching skills. He secretly recalled the past. This was his novice mentor, in his past life when he was a mage. "QC," he spoke in a drunken voice. "I've got wine money for the next half-month now." Lin Yuan recalled his past life. In his previous life, he was a mage and undead hunter, a forbidden class. It's a shame I know very little information related to this class. However, in terms of combat style, it can still be considered a magic-based class. Lin Yuan calculated for a moment. Before obtaining the undead hunter's exclusive skills, it should still be possible to learn the common skills of a mage. Then he took out a small money pouch. "I want to learn soul fire magic, healing spell, and stealth spell." The money pouch disappeared from Lin Yuan's hand and appeared immediately in QC's hand. With money, talking is easy. Looking at the pouch full of coins, his heart couldn't help but be overjoyed. QC reached out his hand. A green energy ball appeared in his hand. "Young man, keep up the good work. The glory of the mage will shine brilliantly on your path." As soon as QC used the skill on him, the system sounds continuously rang out. "Congratulations, player. You have obtained 3 skills. Mage class. Soul Fire Magic. Black Iron rank level 1. Effect deals magic damage equal to 100% of damage to the target. Mana cost 10. Cooldown 10 seconds. Proficiency 0-100 healing spell. Black Iron rank level 1. Effect applies. Healing power to the target. Restores 10% of the target's HP. Mana cost 10. Cooldown 3 minutes. Proficiency 100. Stealth spell. Black Iron rank level 1. Effect. Enter stealth state for 5 seconds. Mana cost 10 mana. Cooldown 3 minutes. Proficiency 0-100. Looking at the information on the system panel, Lin Yuan rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Soul Fire magic ensures long-range attack power. Healing spell. Can heal himself and his teammates. But these are just the most basic moves. If I want to learn more advanced skills, I'll have to figure out a way to get more resources. Time to set off and level up again. At a certain mountain, Black Sand Mountain, east of Heisha Town, as soon as he stepped inside the system, announced, "Congratulations, player has discovered the Gnome Miner Cave." Lin Yuan recalled the relevant information. Gnomes are level 5 monsters, living in nearby caves and underground tunnels. They have a very sensitive sense of smell, and can find enemies in the dark. They like to ambush and are very cunning. Their gathering population is usually around 100 individuals. He frowned slightly and squinted. Whether in terms of numbers or level, the gnomes are the most suitable monsters right now. For me to level up my undead legion, then Lin Yuan took out a potion, bought from an NPC merchant half an hour ago. The system sound appeared again. Night Vision Potion. Effect provides 3 radius of vision. In dark environments for the player, duration 30 minutes. He stood next to the gate. The corpse. Zombie desert wolf fiends. The size of a human appeared one after another. Besides leveling up, it's also convenient to use these gnomes to maximize the proficiency of stealth spell and soul fire magic, and open a few blood chests. Lin Yuan pointed the torch forward, ordering them to go first and clear the paths. The system displayed the message Ordinary Torch. Effect 5 radius of vision. He and the corpse. Zombie desert wolf. Fiends slowly proceeded deeper into the mountain. 15 minutes later, Lin Yuan and they were still walking in a long, dark tunnel. Suddenly he froze. His eyes became alert. There's toxicity. Immediately after, Lin Yuan threw the torch straight inside. The torch immediately illuminated the space inside. The system called out again, Gnome. Miner normal rank level 5, health 120. Attack 30. Defense 6, skills mining, smashing. He quietly mused to himself. They've appeared, gnome miners. The flame inside suddenly flared up. A blazing red light spread out. A pack of corpse zombie desert wolf fiends roared. They charged like a sandstorm. Lin Yuan bolted forward, killing them, leaving none alive. The gnome miners tightly gripped their weapons. Their fangs bared fiercely, roaring and rushing to attack. He charged into the middle. The blade swung continuously. Each strike tore through the air, cutting them down. Gnome Miner defeated X2. They roared and charged simultaneously their weapons, striking directly at the pack of corpse zombie desert wolf fiends. Smash skill activated. On the other side, Lin Yuan acted decisively, taking down several Gnome Miners in just a few moves. Gnome Miner defeated 8. Their combat strength itself isn't strong. The important thing is to avoid their axes. No matter how many of them he struck down, they kept appearing. The pack of gnome miners simultaneously raised their weapons, screaming and charging forward. A smile flashed across his lips, which moved silently. Stealth skill activated. Their axes chopped down into empty air, embedding deeply into the ground, cracking a large section. From behind, Lin Yuan suddenly appeared. His entire body radiated a chilling cold. Fools! I'm here before they could turn around. Blade flashed. Their 4 limbs were instantly severed. Blood sprayed. Gnome Miner defeated 20. He leaped up and landed firmly on a large rock. His cold gaze looked down below. Hearing the sound from the system panel, Lin Yuan just gave a faint smile. Stealth spell. Black Iron rank level 1 effect. Enters stealth state. Lasts 5 seconds, consumes 10 mana. Cooldown 3 minutes. Proficiency 5-100. He thought to himself. The proficiency of the stealth spell has indeed been refreshed. In that moment, Lin Yuan's blood-red eyes flashed. However, the attributes of these normal rank gnomes are still too weak. Leveling up with them is too slow. In front of him, their entire bodies radiated dark aura, staring intently at him as if awaiting orders. The system immediately began the inspection process. Corpse zombie. Gnome miner. Normal rank. Level 15. Health 120. Attack 30. Defense. Not recorded. Skills. Mining, smashing, undead body. Smashing when hitting. Deals damage not exceeding 5% of the target's HP. The sword in Lin Yuan's hand slowly rose, pointing straight ahead. Then let you replace the corpse zombie desert wolves. Go, we must quickly find the boss here. He and they slowly stepped over the layer of exposed bone, gradually advancing deep into the mountain. While walking, Lin Yuan's steps suddenly halted in the quiet mountain path. In front of him were paths opening up, overlapping, like a labyrinth deep inside the mountain. A fork in the road. The corner of Lin Yuan's eye twitched, glancing quickly to one side. Something was subtly shifting on the rock surface, emitting an unpleasant scraping sound. His lips moved slightly. A blazing blue-green flame instantly appeared in his hand, burning brightly. Found you. Lin Yuan shot the flame like lightning. leaving a blue streak of light in the air. Mud Slime defeated X2 Experience +4. Behind him, blood-red eyes flashed in the darkness, staring intently at him. A few dark figures suddenly dashed out from the shadows. It was the Gnome Overseer. With blood-red eyes, his hand brandished a whip. Gnome Overseer, Elite Rank Level 6. Health 350 Attack, 100 Defense, 10 Skills Mining Whip Strike. The wolf growled and pounced, biting down hard on the struggling bird. Since ancient times, the strong preying on the weak has been the unchanging law of survival. In nature, a link in the food chain. The predator is also the prey. However, from behind, a snake silently slithered out, its cold eyes watching. The snake opened its mouth wide, its shiny fangs lunging straight ahead. Danger is always lurking in every hidden corner. The sound of the whip slicing through the air echoed. The Gnome Overseer cracked the whip fiercely. Dust immediately billowed up thickly. Thick dust billowed up, completely obscuring the figure within. In an instant, the wolf lunged backward, its fangs sinking deep into the snake's neck. However, predators sometimes appear silently, in the guise of prey. Lin Yuan's blood-red eyes suddenly flashed, radiating a chilling aura, just like in this moment. Within the thick smoke, he reached out and grabbed the lashing rope, holding it tight, preventing it from moving. Lin Yuan's 5 fingers clenched, emitting a bone-chilling crackling sound. Gotcha. He suddenly yanked the chain, pulling it hard, causing the Gnome Overseer to fly forward. Immediately after, it was flung far away, crashing hard onto the ground. The Gnome Overseer scrambled up, roaring a piercing sound, its eyes bloodshot with rage, but immediately after, a cold, dark figure flashed past. The sword in Lin Yuan's hand swung down, slashing hard at its body. The steel flashed brightly amidst the dust. Gnome Overseer defeated Ek1. It took a series of slashes head-on. Its body ripped open, collapsing to the ground. Its large body fell heavily to the ground, lying motionless, emitting a heavy rumble that echoed throughout the mountain cave. He tilted his head slightly, his eyes quickly glancing behind him. From the darkness, they suddenly poured out, the number reaching nearly 100 individuals. A deafening roar echoed. They all raised their heads simultaneously, letting out ferocious screams. The Overseer activated the skill Whip to the worksite, entering the Bloodlust state. Bloodlust state increases attack speed by 40% and movement speed by 25%. Lasts 60 seconds. Amidst the fierce roars, Lin Yuan still stood still, his eyes calm. 40, no more than 50 creatures. That's a very decent number. But my side's lineup isn't bad either. He raised his hand and muttered a spell. In the blue smoke, the corpse zombie legion slowly walked out. Show yourselves. Lin Yuan smirked slightly, looking coldly at the horde of monsters. The hunt. He raised his hand, ordering them to charge. Officially begins. Both sides simultaneously charged, and the battle exploded fiercely. Every strike, every roar echoed, making this place like a crazed battlefield. Zombie. Death Wolf raised its head and roared loudly. The evil wolf howled. The Gnome Overseer suddenly felt dizzy. Hit. The gnome is in a dazed state. Low health. Lin Yuan's eyes suddenly flashed with red light. Now is the time. The sword was raised high, the steel flashing brightly. He ordered, kill. The system notification sounded, along with the scattered corpses of them. You have successfully killed Gnome Overseer X5. You have successfully killed Gnome Overseer X20. You have successfully killed Gnome Overseer X10. You have successfully killed Gnome Overseer 40. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 6. They snarled threateningly, moving forward. Corpse Zombie. Gnome Overseer. Elite rank. Level 6. Health points. 350 attack, 100 defense. 10. Skills, excavation. Whip strike. Undead body. The horde of Gnome Overseers became chaotic and jostled each other, hastily running away. From a distance, Lin Yuan shot forward like lightning, trying to run. The sword in his hand swung, slicing through the body. They'll have to ask my sword first. Suddenly, an object shot down from above, striking Lin Yuan. The next blow aimed straight at him. Lin Yuan quickly dodged backward. The boss activated the skill Heavy Strike. The gnome leader roared. The sound was full of fury. Gnome leader. Leader rank level 7. Health points. 1000, attack 150, defense 80. Skills excavation. Heavy Strike. He snorted softly. I've been waiting for you for a long time. The weapon flew towards him, and the collision produced blinding sparks. The bright red light illuminated the entire space. The hammer slammed into the rock wall with tremendous force, causing the rock to crack open. The gnome leader was stunned. His eyes fixed on the hammer jammed in the rock wall. Taking advantage of the moment, Lin Yuan rushed forward with his sword like lightning. Now is the time. The cold, sharp blade slashed straight at its body, but it was unharmed. The sword in his hand was knocked back by a powerful blow. Lin Yuan leaped back, his eyes observing, ready to defend against the next attack. As expected of leader-level defense, I couldn't even pierce it. In anger, the gnome leader fiercely pulled out the hammer and roared. He suddenly froze, his eyes wide looking forward. Lin Yuan's eyes were fixed on the gigantic hammer, about to smash into him. Just as the hammer was about to hit, he suddenly leaped backward. Dust billowed up from under his feet. Lin Yuan braced his feet to avoid being thrown far back. He slightly lowered his head, his eyes carefully assessing. Indeed, the boss monster's attack pattern is not as simple. As an elite monster's, its overall strength is at least 2 to 3 times stronger than an elite monster. A blue flame flared up at the tip of Lin Yuan's finger. First, create distance and ensure continuous attacks. The corpse zombies slowly approached, forming a circle. Whip strikes, smashing fierce wolf roars. The whole group simultaneously launched their moves. It also quickly counterattacked. The boss launched the skill Heavy Blow. Heavy Blow activates double critical damage. He raised his hand forward, giving a decisive order. Go! They immediately lunged and tore at the gnome leader. The corpse zombie death wolf roared, activating a group skill, Undying Fury. Attack plus 10%, critical rate plus 20%, despite being thrown back. The corpse zombies still resolutely lunged and bit hard at the gnome leader. Undying Fury. Attack 10%, critical rate plus 20%. Its eyes were bloodshot as lightning erupted and struck down. Bolts of lightning ripped through the air, striking down. The corpse zombies still clung on, refusing to let go of the gnome leader. A fireball ignited in Lin Yuan's palm, activating the skill Soul Fire Magic. The fireball in his hand shot out, dividing into a dozen smaller flames to attack it. If I remember correctly, the gnome leader has very low magic resistance, 20-30-30. The gnome leader took the hit and roared in pain. It opened its mouth wide, saliva flying everywhere. Its bloodshot eyes were filled with fury. The gnome leader darted forward, swinging its arm with great force, aiming straight for Lin Yuan. He smirked, his eyes sharp and confident. Activating the skill Stealth, Lin Yuan's body slightly moved and suddenly appeared behind its back. If you're so intent on walking right into my trap, then I won't hold back, he observed with sharp eyes, immediately spotting the weak point on the gnome leader's nape. This is it, the part of the skin not covered by armor. Lin Yuan immediately thrust his sword, aiming precisely at the vulnerable spot. A wet plunging sound was heard and blood gushed from its nape. The gnome leader cried out in pain, its eyes rolling back. 100. It swung the hammer powerfully backward. The strike lunged straight for him with terrifying force. Lin Yuan swiftly leaped backward and snapped his fingers. A foot shot up into the air. He jumped up and tightly grasped its thick fur. The corpse zombie death wolf shot up, then came down. A dry roar echoed as if tearing through space. The corpse zombies lunged forward to attack the gnome leader, but it swung its hammer to counter. The armor is pierced. Lin Yuan concentrated his power, creating a series of blue circular flames. The next blow, they flew towards the gnome leader. Sparks and smoke flew. Descend 40-40. It raised its head in pain and let out a sky-shattering roar. Suddenly, the gnome leader's subordinates dashed out from the darkness. Lin Yuan scoffed coldly. His sharp eyes watched the death throes. The two sides clashed with the sounds of impacts and growls. The system notification sounded continuously. You have successfully killed the gnome miner X-15. You have successfully killed the gnome supervisor X-10. You have successfully killed the gnome miner X-20. You have successfully killed the gnome miner X-35. The gnome leader realized the danger of the situation and attempted to turn and run, but he immediately appeared, blocking its path. Lin Yuan's body suddenly flashed with a few blue lightning bolts. His hand gripped the hilt of his sword. Trying to run, Lin Yuan slowly drew his sword and scoffed coldly. Leave your life first. He leaped into the air. The blade swung powerfully, slashing straight into the gnome leader's body. With just one slash, its head was severed from its body. Bright red blood spurted everywhere. The massive body of the gnome leader fell to the ground, along with the sound of the system echoing. You have successfully killed the gnome headman. Experience plus 50. Lin Yuan smiled and opened the system panel to check. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 7. He frowned in thought, his eyes showing a hint of satisfaction. Level 7. Very good. Player Lin Yuan, level 7 class. Forbidden Necromancer. Talent Dark Summoning Gate of the Underworld. 2070. Strength 27. Physique 23. Speed 45. Spirit 50. Experience 168, 27, 451. He couldn't help but ponder. One step closer to level 10 and the West Desert main city. Lin Yuan looked towards the two screens in front of him. As for Stealth and Soulfire Magic, their proficiency has also been raised to level 2. Double the effectiveness. Soulfire Magic. Black Iron rank level 2. Effect. Deals magic damage to the target x 200%. Mana consumption 10. Cooldown 10 seconds. Proficiency 2200. Stealth Black Iron rank level 2. Effect enters. Stealth status for 10 seconds. Mana consumption 10. Cooldown 3 minutes. Proficiency 10, 200. His gaze suddenly shifted to one side. As if seeing something, Lin Yuan approached. A strange box appeared on its body. It's a bronze chest. He stepped forward, paused for a moment, then reached out and slowly opened the chest. The moment the chest opened, a dazzling light flashed. Immediately after, countless gold coins flew out. The system notification immediately sounded. Received dogskin pouch, undying candle. Phantom knuckle dusters. Opened item dogskin pouch. Received 20 gold coins. I remember that not long from now, major global banks will open up a currency exchange channel between the game world and reality. 20 gold pieces exchanged for real-world currency is exactly 200,000 RMB. The system immediately appraised each item that appeared. Undying candle effect can provide visibility in a 3M radius for the player in a dark environment. No time limit. Bronze skull mask weapon type effect. When worn, reduces physical damage by 5%. Physique plus 10. Strength plus 10. Lin Yuan reached out and grabbed the glowing phantom knuckle dusters. The system immediately displayed its information. Phantom knuckle dusters, silver rank weapon type, effect. Knuckle dusters comparable to the physical intensity of the gnome headman, dog-headed person. Defense plus 30, attack plus 30. He immediately put them on. Fortunately, the bronze chest opened up a silver-grade weapon, the knuckle dusters, that matched the gnome headman's physical intensity. Seriously, it makes me eager to try it out. Outside, near the gnome lair, their corpses were scattered all over the ground. The president of the Blood Crow Guild, Huang Fei Long, class warrior level 8. He stood on a high rock, tossing his weapon into the air. It looks like the recent training really paid off. In just 1 minute, we've killed 30 desert wolf demons. He chuckled coldly. As long as our brothers work together, there's nothing we can't do. The vice president of the Blood Crow Guild, Huang Feihu, class rogue level 5. The crowd standing nearby incessantly flattered them. Worthy of the president and vice president, killing so many wolf demons in one go. Their strength is truly extraordinary. That's right. If we meet those nobodies from the Thunder Alliance Guild again, we can definitely slaughter them with nothing left. That's right. Feihu coldly snorted. If it weren't for that Lin Yuan, who popped out of nowhere a while ago, we would have gotten the first kill on the world boss long ago. How dare he jump in front of us? On the large screen set up in the middle of the desert, the system sound echoed. World boss death. Wolf demon has been killed by player Lin Yuan. Upon hearing this, they were all astonished. What? He curled his lip, his eyes showing disdain. I don't know what kind of luck that guy has. If I meet him, I'll teach him a lesson he won't forget. Feilong glanced back, reminding Feihu. How many times have I told you? Don't act rashly. He frowned, evaluating him. That Lin Yuan's strength is not ordinary. Instead of being enemies, why not try to recruit him to work for us? Feilong finished speaking and slowly stepped forward. I remember the gnome instance dungeon is available soon. I'll go confirm the location first. You all stay put. Wait for orders and recover your stamina. The person next to him nodded. Yes. In contrast, he frowned, seething with resentment, staring intently at his back. Big brother, you've already scolded me 3 times because of that stray dog. Damn, this is lit. Feihu couldn't stand it and pointed straight, shouting loudly. Lin Yuan, just you wait, I'm gonna get you. There will be a day, I will pull out all your dog teeth in front of Big Brother and chop up your dog's head for Big Brother to see who the real strong one is. Huthan's cheeks flushed red, looking embarrassed. Vice President, don't get angry over that worthless trash. Look, what is that? He looked suspiciously in the direction the boy pointed. What? Feihu saw a figure in the distance, approaching. It was a girl with blonde hair, dressed like a sorceress. His eyes and the eyes of his subordinates behind him immediately became greedy, with perverse smiles. On the other side, Lin Yuan walked aimlessly, his gaze distant. He had only walked a few steps when the system sound echoed. Gnome leader, zombie level 7, HP 1000, attack 150, defense 80, skills dig. Zombie heavy strike. Heavy strike upon hitting. Deals 200% of the attack stat as damage to the target's HP with a 10% chance of critical strike. He was satisfied. Another leader-level zombie has been added, with considerable fighting strength. The number of beast zombies in the underworld has also been replenished to 70. Keep up this pace. Lin Yuan coldly glanced up and heard someone shout, "Don't come over here." On this side, her body was covered in injuries and shaking. "Don't come over, otherwise I won't be polite." He smirked menacingly, stepping forward 1 step at a time. This is awesome. I didn't expect to meet such a cute girl today. Feihu stood nearby, laughing along. Don't worry. We're just gonna have some fun with you. Instead of suffering, you might as well enjoy yourself. Huthan nodded. That's right. Just satisfy our vice president, and you'll get a lot of benefits. Mai swung her weapon into the air and yelled, "If you come any closer, I won't be polite." He didn't hesitate, and lunged like the wind, kicking her, making a Mai cry out in pain. Let's see who's not being polite. Fei Hu grabbed her hair and laughed contemptuously. A useless mage. Did you think you could hurt us? He pressed Amai tightly against the ground, with hungry eyes. Don't be naive anymore. If you're still not willing to give up, then keep trying to fight. Fei Hu opened his mouth wide and gripped her head, forcing Amai to look straight at him. Come on, keep going. The more you resist, the more excited I get. Fei Hu ripped Amai's clothes, making her scream. Her body recoiled. Suddenly, a powerful punch slammed directly into his face. The phantom knuckle dusters were tightly clenched into a fist. Immediately after it delivered another extremely powerful punch, sending Fei Hu flying backward. His body was sent uncontrollably soaring. Dust and smoke billowed everywhere. The subordinates who witnessed the punch were horrified. Their faces turned pale with fear. Vice President! Fei Hu was knocked to the ground, creating deep gouges on the surface. His face was so severely impacted that it was deeply concave. His body slammed into the rock. The one who delivered the blow was Lin Yuan. His eyes were sharp. Not a bad effect. It feels easier to use than I thought. One of the subordinates, regardless of his life, turned and fled in panic. This is bad. We must find a way to inform the president. We must find a way to let the guild leader know. The other two slowly regained their composure, full of tension, pointing straight at Lin Yuan's face. Who are you? How dare you offend the Blood Crow Guild? You're dead meat. He pulled back his hood, looking coldly straight at them. Lin Yuan, looking at the badges pinned on their chests. The notorious Blood Crow Guild was once the top guild in the Black Family Town newcomer village. He stood still, his eyes thoughtful. Guild members were mostly players with red names, who specialized in dangerous evil deeds. The so-called red-named players referred to those who, due to criminal acts such as malicious attacks, theft, or robbery, were identified by the system as dangerous players, with a crime score of 10 or more. Lin Yuan pursed his lips. Although the demon god had not yet invaded, the defeat of a player would not cause a real death in real life, but losing equipment and being downgraded would also cause great harm to the players. He slowly opened his mouth, his voice cold. Are you members of the Blood Crow Guild? In his previous life, these rats had already caused him a lot of trouble. Huang Shen, who was behind him, raised his eyebrows in confusion. Hu Shen confidently stood up and pointed to himself. That's right. It's the #1 guild famous throughout Black Family Town. You've offended our vice president. Now you know fear, right? He paused for a moment, rolling up his sleeves, intending to rush in and attack. It's too late. But if you don't want to die a miserable death. The two of them smiled mockingly, seeming certain that they could defeat Lin Yuan. Then break both your arms yourself and kneel down like a dog. And call us Grandpa a few times. In an instant, he dashed forward decisively, his sword blade, swooping straight toward the two arrogant men. The arms of both of them were severed just like that. They collapsed onto the ground in pain, groaning. What? I've helped you take care of your arms. As for your dogs, Barks, you can keep them for your trip to the underworld. To Bark, then. Amai finally stood up, her eyes bewildered. So strong. On the other side, Fei Hu was still lying on the ground, unable to move. His hand trembled slightly and a potion bottle fell out. You have used a life recovery potion, recovering 20% of life and mana. Fei Hu gritted his teeth. His face was contorted as he suppressed the pain. Kid. After drinking the potion, his body flared with energy as he stood up. You must die. Filong slowly walked towards them. I want to see which motherfucker has the guts to not want to live anymore. The subordinate immediately tattled to the president in front. The two of them were startled by the voice and turned their heads. He pointed towards Lin Yuan, still yelling. It's this punk, who almost killed the vice president. He loudly asked who. Fei Long, who was about to show off his strength, suddenly froze. Wait. He noticed the look in his eyes. A cold and indifferent gaze, yet possessing the intimidating presence mentioned in rumors, like moonlight condensed into a sparkle. The cold light was like a sharp sword that could cut through anything. In Filong's eyes at that moment, he was nothing short of a monster, and the imposing aura around him, just him standing there, was already making people feel incredibly suffocated. While he was still stunned, the subordinate, as if clueless about death, yelled again. President, quickly show this punk what's up. The dog who has no eyes dares to mess with us. Are you tired of living? You just wait to die. Filong gritted his teeth, somewhat hesitant. Damn it! This aura plus that sword, it's very likely dropped by a boss-level monster. This guy is 8 out of 10 Lin Yuan. He was now weighing his options, not daring to act rashly. These idiots, they could mess with anyone else, but they had to mess with him. They're good at failing, but not at succeeding. Meanwhile, the subordinates behind him were still loudly stirring up trouble. You're definitely dead. You just wait to die. He only slowly spoke. You are the leader of the Blood Crow Guild. Filong's inner struggle revolved around a choice, so he didn't reply. I can't lose face. After a moment of thought, he made up his mind. It seems the battle today cannot be avoided. Suddenly, another person rushed toward Lin Yuan from behind. Mai was terrified. and immediately stepped forward to shield him. "Careful!" Behind him, Fei Hu roared, gripping his twin swords tightly. "Die, you little shit!" He charged forward, frantically seeking revenge. "Die!" Fei Long on this side also felt a surge of triumph, spinning the double-headed axe in his hand. "Kid going against the Blood Crow Guild is the dumbest decision you've ever made." He thought to himself, the opportunity is here. Immediately, Fei Long and Fei Hu rushed from two directions, aiming straight for the two people. Just as they were about to successfully close in, he paused for a moment. What? He only saw that in the position where Mai stood had been replaced by the dog-head leader zombie. As soon as it saw the enemy, it bared its fangs and roared, quickly swinging its weapon. It used that giant hammer to strike forcefully at his abdomen. Fei Hu was caught off guard and was immediately sent flying several meters away. Lin Yuan did not miss the opportunity and immediately rushed to close in on Fei Long. To his astonishment, he spoke the cold judgment. "You're next." Fei Long was so stunned that he simply froze on the spot. Before he could utter a word, Lin Yuan had already swung his sword, cutting a long arc. Fei Long immediately died a tragic death on the ground. He looked emotionless, glancing at the corpse. "The number 1 guild didn't even have the right for me to take them seriously." The system suddenly displayed a warning. "Check complete. You have killed a human player. Crime score increased by 2 points." Lin Yuan felt annoyed after reading 2 points. He wasn't worried at all and quietly calculated, "As long as I don't accumulate more within 1 week, it will probably disappear automatically." Amai in the distance suddenly gasped loudly, "Oh no!" "They ran away. Should we chase them?" Lin Yuan only said blandly to reassure her, "They're just small fry." "No need." After speaking, he turned and walked toward Fei Hu's corpse. The weapons dropped after the battle earlier included Fei Long's double-headed axe, ferocious war charm, silver-grade effective weapon type. Upon hitting a target, releases a powerful explosion, causing area of effect damage to the target and surrounding enemies. Attack plus 40, strength plus 30. Next were his twin swords, dragon tooth cross swords, silver-grade effective weapon type. Upon hitting a target, unleashes fire. The fire will cling to the target, causing continuous burn damage. Speed plus 30, attack plus 40. Finally, there was a small compact dagger, thorn dagger bronze. Effective weapon type, attack plus 15, speed plus 20. Lin Yuan rested his chin on his hand, examining the items. All attributes were decent, even if he didn't use them. They could be sold for a good price. When everything was settled, Mai felt relieved and approached him. She spoke with gratitude. "God-tier player, thank you for saving me today." Amai's voice was quite sincere. "I still don't know your name." Her sudden closeness made Lin Yuan freeze. He turned away, muttering, "Name, huh?" Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. "One day, you will see my name at the top of the leaderboard. Top 10 global combat power." Upon hearing that, Amai was astonished and froze. "Top 10. She quickly composed herself and anxiously ran after him. "Who cares about that leaderboard? God-tier player, please take me with you." Lin Yuan's journey quickly brought him to the Scarab Desert. In the Scarab Desert at this moment, behind him, a tough set of monster scales suddenly appeared. They were scarabs, common grade level 6, life 400, attack 110, defense 20, skill thunderstrike paralysis. At that moment, there wasn't just one in front of Lin Yuan, but 3 of them simultaneously. He quickly reacted, lowering his stance into position. Lin Yuan only needed a few sword strokes to effortlessly send them to their maker. His eyebrows were tightly furrowed. His gaze was sharp, as if intent on killing every last one. Lin Yuan continued to spin 360 degrees, sweeping through the scarabs. The system displayed the notification. Total of 60 scarabs eliminated in this area. Level increased to level 8. He finished reading the system panel and was satisfied, and smirked. Straight to level 8. Although gathering 10 paralyzing grass is a bit annoying, it can be considered an unexpected gain. The scene shifts to 2 days ago. Lin Yuan had a meeting with an old man. The old man spoke sternly, holding out his hand. "Brave one, I've finally been waiting for you." The system immediately displayed a notification. A commission quest from Alchemist Emo has been found. Do you want to accept quest? Emo's request, quest content. Go to the Scarab Desert. Collect 10 paralyzing grass and deliver them to Emo. Quest duration. 1 day, quest rank Black Iron. Paralyzing grass is a thunder attribute herb that grows in the desert. Lin Yuan finished reading and pondered for a few minutes. After a period of time, a special dungeon will be opened in this main city area. The dungeon is full of thunder attribute monsters. To clear the dungeon, one must have extremely high thunder resistance. Therefore, the potion, strong electric resistance potion, which provides lightning resistance, will become scarce. The price could reach over 10,000 gold. In his previous life, someone also made a huge fortune from this. By completing this quest to collect 10 paralyzing grass, he will receive the recipe for the electric resistance potion. Highly effective. He continued to glance at the old man. Today is the first day Emo arrived at Black Scarab Town. After handing out this quest, he will retreat into permanent seclusion. In other words, this is the only chance for a player to get this recipe. The only chance. Thinking this, Lin Yuan chose the yes option without hesitation, returning to the present. After taking care of the scarabs, he proudly kicked their corpses. The level 6. Thunder Beast scarabs guarding the paralyzing grass posed no threat to his current strength for now. Lin Yuan successfully approached them without difficulty. He successfully snatched the herbs and the quest. He took the opportunity to practice his gathering skill and master it as well. He used his hands to gather them. The system also simultaneously displayed Gathering Technique. Black Iron Grade Level 2. Effect increases gathering speed. 5% chance to gather rare quality herbs. Consumes 1 mental point. Cooldown 3 seconds. Mastery 120. 200. Finished. Lin Yuan stood up observing, let's go inside and see. Suddenly, the ground where he stood shook incessantly. Lin Yuan was surprised, slightly confused. This was a monster that immediately surfaced from beneath the ground. It used its sharp head to attack him. Lin Yuan was quick on his feet and escaped a near-death experience. Silver grade scythe slash. He retreated a few meters, keeping his distance from the monster. Lin Yuan's eyes suddenly widened with panic. He was stunned by the mutant monster in front of him. The fierce scorpion appeared. Its appearance was accompanied by a series of danger warnings. Lin Yuan exclaimed in shock. I didn't expect a mutant-grade magic beast to appear here. Above its head was a mass of information. Fierce scorpion. Level 10. Life 2800 attack. 400 defense. 55 skills. Paralyzing thunder strike. Piercing venom. Earth. / metal blast. Thunderburst crystal. After a moment he regained his composure and chuckled slightly. Although it's a bit tough to deal with right now. At this, Lin Yuan enthusiastically rushed forward. But today, I will use you to officially sharpen my silver slash. He used his lightning-fast speed and successfully approached the fierce scorpion. Lin Yuan's sword continuously struck its shell, but it had no effect. Seeing this, he fell silent in thought. The shell is tightly sealed without any gaps. There's absolutely no spot I can penetrate. At this moment, the entire body of the fierce scorpion suddenly emitted a blue light. The system quickly warned, Boss is casting skill paralyzing thunder strike. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth and put all his strength into plunging his sword through the shell. It's a thunder strike. However, it didn't wait for him to carry out his intention and thrust its tail forward. Boss is casting skill piercing venom. Lin Yuan reacted quickly and successfully dodged the attack. He retreated backward. A distance swinging his sword, Lin Yuan grimaced. Its power assessment far exceeds my expectation. I must definitely distract its combat power first. The fierce scorpion was also coincidentally rushing over. He immediately unleashed his ability and shouted an invocation. Doghead Man, come out! As soon as he finished speaking, a group of Doghead men rushed out. The Doghead Man swung the axe in its hand and landed a blow that deducted 200 health from the fierce scorpion. Lin Yuan pursed his lips silently, observing. Didn't activate dual critical hit yet, huh? It suddenly struggled wildly, sending the Doghead men flying. Boss is casting skill electric roar bite. Before the fierce scorpion could cause chaos, he summoned several fireballs. The fireballs rushed to attack, causing it pain and preventing it from dodging. Lin Yuan was excited and continuously launched strikes. Taste the power of my upgraded fire magic. The fierce scorpion was now slowly losing health. Damage 40-50. He smirked coldly. His hand continued to channel magic power. A rope quickly appeared and wrapped around its claw. The fierce scorpion struggled and roared as it was pulled taut and restrained by the group of Doghead men. One Doghead man took the opportunity and held its axe, rushing straight towards it, and delivered a powerful strike down on the fierce scorpion's head. Immediately, the stats appeared. 200 heavy strike dual critical hit activated. Lin Yuan was also unexpectedly impressed. The dual critical hit appeared. The fierce scorpion felt the pain and roared, breaking free from the restraint. It intelligently realized it had to attack him first. However, before it could, Lin Yuan had already run away. He hovered right in midair. To the astonishment of the fierce scorpion, Lin Yuan clenched his fist tightly. A stream of magic power quickly surged out. Since there is no gap to break the armor, the system simultaneously displayed, Player has equipped the title Slayer. Increases attack by 10%. Increases critical hit chance by 10%. Increases magic damage by 10%. He clenched his hand and flew forward without hesitation. Then I will shatter your entire body and turn you into a pile of waste. Get ready. The fierce scorpion was unaware that death was imminent and continued to roar in an attempt to intimidate. Right after it was slammed into the ground by Lin Yuan, go break all your bones. The fierce scorpion was pressed tightly into the ground. It immediately opened its mouth and wailed tragically in pain. He didn't hesitate, took out his sword and completed the elimination. You have successfully eliminated the mutant magic beast. Fierce scorpion. The system quickly displayed the information. Received 560 experience points. Fierce Scorpion Corpse. Level 10. Life 2800. Attack 400, defense 55, skills paralyzing thunderstrike. Piercing venom ground, grinding claw, thunderburst crystal. Necrotic body. Paralyzing thunderstrike. Lightning attack with a 1-second paralyzing effect. Piercing venom. Tail attack with 10 poison damage. Ground grinding claw. Upon a successful hit, deals 250% of the attack power to the target's life. Target. Thunderburst crystal. Shoots crystal fragments around in a 360-degree radius, dealing 100% of attack power as damage to targets. Suddenly, a swarm of scarabs rushed from a distance. The noise startled Lin Yuan. He looked back and only saw from afar a group of scarabs running towards him. They rushed straight towards where he was standing. Lin Yuan slowly glanced at the swarm of scarabs. You arrived just in time. He activated his skill and controlled the fierce scorpion from before. Let me use my newly acquired pet to play with you guys a little bit. The system appeared. Using skill Thunderburst Crystal, series of attacks significantly reduced the health bars of the scarabs. Damage 50-60. Lin Yuan took the opportunity and quickly moved behind them. He swung his sword a few times, which caused the swarm of scarabs to break into many pieces. Hit weak point very quickly. It was the last one's turn to die by Lin Yuan's hand. On the ground now was a pile of scarab corpses. The system constantly announced level up. Congratulations, you have reached level 10. Simultaneously, the stat panel displayed, Player Lin Yuan, level 10, class, Forbidden Necromancer. Talent Dark Summoning. Gate of the Underworld, 2000. Strength 32. Constitution 28. Agility 47. Mind 53. Experience 152, 159. He finished reading and felt satisfied. Leveling up 2 times feels really great. The system began granting rewards to Lin Yuan. Received silver-grade weapons. Lightning Spear Guardian's Foot Stun Ring. Phantom Crossbow. He calculated inwardly. The loot in the dungeon are all silver-grade weapons. Selling a few of them should be enough to significantly improve my parents' lives. Lin Yuan turned back to look at the scattered scarab corpses on the ground. The system displayed a notification. All magic creatures in this area have been eliminated. Congratulations, you have received a gold-grade skill book, exclusive to your class. Around his body, a stream of light began to appear. Lin Yuan looked at the book gradually appearing in his hand. This is just as he thought that the system introduced Golden Dark Source. Learning condition exclusive to necromancers. He placed his hand on the book to feel it, and lightly lamented, not bad luck? As soon as Lin Yuan channeled his magic power to use the book, the system simultaneously appeared. Skill book, automatically memorized into the player's memory. Congratulations, player. You have acquired the necromancer exclusive skill Dark Curse. Around him, a blinding pillar of light now appeared. Inside the system displayed Dark Curse. Golden Dark Curse level 1 effect, deals 20% damage to the target's life, or recovers 20% life for a corpse. Mana consumption 100. Cooldown 10 seconds, proficiency 100. Lin Yuan looked at the glowing flame in his hand with curiosity. Recovers 20% of life value for a living corpse, huh? A new idea seemed to flash in his mind as he turned back. In front of Lin Yuan was the fierce scorpion. With a life value of 60%, he decided to try it without hesitation. The flame quickly rushed towards the fierce scorpion. Immediately it seemed to be healed, and roared excitedly. Above the fierce scorpion's head appeared. The life value had recovered to 80%. Lin Yuan was now satisfied and nodded. The activation is over. It's time to head to the main city and find that first believer. Behind him, an unknown object unexpectedly appeared and silently touched his shoulder. Lin Yuan was slightly surprised. He turned his head. Wait, could it be? The scene then shifted outside. The unknown object was actually Mrs. Lin. She frantically patted his shoulder. It's bad. Yen Yuan dad just threw out his back. Quickly come and lend a hand. Lin Yuan immediately rushed downstairs. He helped old man Lin sit down on a chair. Slow down, Dad. Mrs. Lin helplessly complained. He's already old. What are you still trying to do? You weren't even careful fixing the air conditioner. Wouldn't it have been better to call someone to do it? Now it's great you really threw out your back, didn't you? Meanwhile, old man Lin was shaking with pain. Although his face was pale from the pain, he still spoke tough to reassure her. If you can save money, then save it. And last week when the washing machine broke, didn't I just do a little simple fix and it was all done? Old man Lin continued, this minor sprain is nothing. I'll be fine after a nap. I still have to go to the school to pick up Xiaodan tomorrow. He didn't say a word, just quietly stepped outside the door. Lin Yuan pursed his lips and remained silent. Time passed until the next day. While he was still in a deep sleep on the bed, Mrs. Lin was woken up. She helped old man Lin sit up and went towards the door. Yuan Wen, is that you? Why are you making such a noise so early? In front of them were two workers, installing a TV on the wall. One of them suddenly came close and started a conversation, which gave Mr. and Mrs. Lin a fright. "May I ask if you are Mr. Lin and Mrs. Lin? We quickly brought the new product that young man Lin Yuan ordered for installation. Please kindly confirm and inspect the delivery." She was stunned and pinched her cheek. "Hello, old Lin. I must be dreaming what is happening." Over here he was working hard at the gym. Lin Yuan was absorbed in his run when a voice suddenly spoke up and interrupted him. Then a gym employee approached and offered, "Excuse me, would you like to register for the VIP package? We need to pre-authorize the amount for 1 year." Hearing this, he took out his bank card. "This is my bank card." Lin Yuan thought to himself that after selling the unused equipment and renovating the house, he might as well get a family gym membership too. As soon as he thought of this, his face turned grim again. "Anyway, Dad, Mom and Xiao Dan should start training early, so that when they achieve immortality later, it will be easier to adapt." The girl next to him was still daydreaming about Lin Yuan. Wow, this customer has been working out for so long, but his face isn't flushed, and he's not breathing heavily. Plus, he has a very nice physique. Is having an older brother something to admire? The gym employee suddenly froze. This is... She looked at the card in her hand in shock. A Supreme VIP card is only issued when there is more than RMB 5,000 deposited in the bank. He seemed not to notice her gaze and turned to answer the phone. "Hello, yes. That's a bonus from the previous gaming competition." "Yes. Before, well, you two just rest at home today. I'll take care of Xiaodan's matter." The gym employee's eyes widened even more captivated. This customer is so young, so talented. The scene once again shifts to Shushui High School number 1. As soon as school was dismissed, a crowd of students rushed out. "School's out. Let's go. Let's go to the internet cafe next door and play around." "Hey, what about me?" A figure slowly emerged from inside. Lin Dan's eyes were constantly darting around. Behind her were two other classmates, who were chatting. "Wait a minute. Let's go to my house today. I'm throwing my brother a birthday party. He bought me my favorite strawberry cake. Wow, having an older brother is so great. I'm so jealous I want an older brother too." Hearing that, Lin Dan's eyes immediately darkened. Is having an older brother something to admire? Memories of Lin Yuan in his messy appearance gradually appeared in her mind. Thinking of this, Lin Dan unhappily quickened her pace. "I don't need an older brother." Before she could walk many steps, she was stopped by a guy. "Lian, school bell, why are you so stuck up?" 4 suspicious-looking guys appeared. "Buddies, we've invited you so many times but still couldn't get you to come. What else? This time I'm personally inviting you. Are you really not going to show any respect?" Lin Dan frowned unhappily and questioned them. "What do you guys want?" Her two classmates also hesitated and moved closer. "Class monitor, who are they?" And Dung took advantage of the situation and came closer to tease her. "Lin Dan, your skin looks so soft and smooth. Let me see if I can squeeze water out of it." She immediately got angry and slapped his hand away. "Damn it, don't touch me. Get lost." Lin Dan pointed at them and threatened, "If you keep bothering me, I'll call the police." Seeing this, Dung immediately lunged forward and hit her hard on the back. "Damn it, you ungrateful wretch." Lin Dan was hit so suddenly that she couldn't react, and she fell to the ground. Her two classmates immediately panicked. "Class monitor." He still wasn't satisfied and wanted to hit her again, mouthing dirty words. "Touching you is giving you face. What are you pretending to be so pure for?" She couldn't fight back, so she could only raise her hands to shield herself. At the critical moment, a hand suddenly appeared and tightly grabbed Dung's hand. Lin Dan was astonished, her eyes wide with surprise. Lin Yuan looked at him with a murderous gaze. He said menacingly, "Who gave you permission to bully my sister?" She called out his name in shock, "Lin Yuan." When he saw the injury on Lin Dan's face, his expression became even darker. And Dung, being held back, was furious and tried to attack. "Damn it, where did this stray dog come from?" The other guys also ran up to back him up. "If I don't knock out all your teeth today, then I'll change my name." "Are you asking for death?" "Don't talk so much, let's break his arm first." But immediately after, Lin Yuan shifted his body and punched the first guy straight in the face. It was very quickly the second guy's turn to get taken down. Then he quickly swung his hip and kicked the third guy in the head. And finally, Lin Yuan, without any mercy, kicked Dung straight in the face. He was so angry that he even had to repeatedly stomp hard on his face until he felt satisfied. The 4 guys could only lie there crying from the pain. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Lin Yuan turned his head and signaled for her to go. "Let's go." Meanwhile, Lin Dan and her friend were still slack-jawed in amazement. The two of them slowly walked outside. On the way home, she hesitated and spoke first. "Why are you here?" "Today." Lin Dan felt confused inside. This guy spends all day with his head buried in games. Why is he picking me up from school today? Lin Yuan explained with no expression on his face. "Dad hurt his back. Mom is staying home to take care of him." Hearing that, she was startled. Lin Dan turned around in panic. "He hurt his back. Is it serious?" He calmly reassured her it's not very serious. As soon as Lin Yuan finished answering, the atmosphere returned to silence. Her eyes began to show some fluctuation. It felt like it had been a very long time since she had talked to him like this. How awkward. He still didn't show any expression on his side. Suddenly, two girls behind them waved and called out to them. Class monitor. The two girls approached Lin Dan and kept whispering. Class monitor, your brother is so nice. He even came to pick you up to go home, unlike my brother. That lazy bum. Exactly so. You have an older brother, who is both handsome and capable. Why have I never heard you mention him before? It was only now that she was stunned and observed Lin Yuan more closely. Handsome, this guy. Meanwhile, someone else walked by and quietly sighed. Ah, who is that guy? So handsome. That's right, it looks like. An alumnus returning to the school. Look at him. He's much cooler than the boys in our school. Lin Dan mused, looking at the expressions of the people around her. His popularity is so high. Suddenly, a girl ran over and struck up a conversation. Hello, sir. Lin Yuan politely replied, hello. The girl pouted. His height is impressive too, isn't it? I didn't notice before. Perhaps it's because I wasn't standing close that I couldn't see clearly. Lin Dan was lost in thought. He must have started working out a long time ago. You can clearly see the muscles. I didn't expect him to be so strong after just fighting. What a surprise. She recalled his former appearance. It was clearly the same person. But the Lin Yuan from back then looked messy and sloppy, only focusing on games. Thinking of this, Lin Dan fell silent again. Why does it feel like he has changed so much all of a sudden? Lin Dan's two friends waved goodbye. See you tomorrow, she smiled. See you tomorrow. But immediately after she turned around, Lin Dan stood there dumbfounded. Her eyes widened as she saw Lin Yuan kneeling down, intending to piggyback her, which made the friends behind them cheer. Go on. Lin Dan blushed awkwardly and quickly waved her hand, signaling refusal. No need, I can walk by myself. What the heck is going on? I don't want to be carried on his back in front of so many people. But before she could walk, she was suddenly pulled back by a strong force, causing Lin Dan's body to sway. Lin Yuan decisively leaned down, reached out and pulled at her close, then lifted her onto his back. Despite Lin Dan's struggles, Lin Yuan stood up, his face calm and composed. Your classmates have left. If you can't walk, don't force it. His gaze briefly rested on her ankle. The wound is still bleeding. You sprained it when you were pushed down just now, right? Lin Dan was silent and stopped struggling. She just lowered her head slightly. When did he find out? Lin Yuan silently carried her into the house. We're home, Dad and Mom. The parents exchanged confused looks. Mr. Lin glanced at his wife, then slowly turned to observe. It's good that you two are back. He walked into the kitchen and started washing the pile of dishes stacked in the sink. Mrs. Lin sat behind, cupping her cheek proudly. Dan, look at your brother. Doesn't he seem like a completely different person now? He stroked his chin and assessed. That's right. He knows how to cook and wash dishes, and he even knows how to replace new electrical appliances at home. Lin Dan twitched the corner of her mouth upon hearing that. His mother sat closer to her and whispered, Also, your sibling relationship is like when you two were little again, even better than before. Lin Dan, holding an untouched glass of water, almost choked. What's wrong? She gently blew on the water to cool it down. Her eyes unconsciously deepened in thought. This guy is truly weird. Did he really change? Lin Yuan stood in the kitchen, neatly wearing an apron. I'm done cleaning up. With that said, he coldly took off his apron. I'm going back to my room first. Lin Yuan gently closed the door. Lin Dan's gaze unconsciously glanced over. She felt a little sad. What was I expecting? Sure enough, he's still a lazy gamer, addicted to games and shirking his duties. Lost in thought, Lin Dan suddenly saw a bottle of medicine placed in front of her. He placed it down and turned to leave, not forgetting to instruct. Use this after you shower. This stuff is very effective for treating injuries. After saying that, Lin Yuan went into his room, about to close the door. I'm going to play games. Don't come into my room if there's nothing wrong. She didn't answer Lin Yuan, just gently gripped the bottle of medicine. Lin Dan's cheeks were slightly flushed and she smiled faintly. I know. No one wants to go into your room anyway. Her gaze lingered on the bottle of medicine. A slight smile passed over her lips. Inside the room, he sighed when he heard Mrs. Lin talking to Lin Dan. See, I told you, your relationship is good now. What happened at school today? Nothing, Mom. I'm going to take a shower first. Lin Yuan sighed and leaned back in his chair. The recent family matters can probably come to an end. He rubbed his head and turned to look at the cap next to him. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan put it on his head. Then I'll get back to the game. He entered the game and landed, raising a cloud of smoke. The city lord's territory, Fengsuyuan. Lin Yuan curled his lips into a smile. Let's go catch that rat. A system notification box suddenly lit up before his eyes. You have entered Fengsuyuan. In another place, a man was violently kicked to the ground. Esteemed chief, I swear to God, this is just a misunderstanding. He let out a hoarse cry. Shut up. Take your dirty lies to the dungeon and repent. Lin Yuan's figure gradually emerged through the spreading smoke. The chief glanced back doubtfully, but saw no one. He narrowed his eyes. A hint of strange doubt flashed across his face. An illusion. Is it an illusion? He calmly hid behind the wall, not rushing to act. Lin Yuan's face was expressionless, but his deep-set eyes held a trace of contemplation. The street patrols are very sensitive to crime, calculating the time needed. For the crime value to reset to 0, he needs to hide for at least 3 days. He silently turned and walked away. It's time to go and get it. Long time no see, old friend. The scene shifted to a magnificent cathedral. From the highest step of the grand cathedral, Bishop Laurent spread his arms in blessing. In the name of our Lord, may the mist of your past be cleansed. From now on, your soul will be as pure as new snow, and your path will be guided by the holy light. I shall now baptize you. Just as the baptism was about to be performed, Lin Yuan's figure slowly appeared. I am from the hospice. His eyes slowly swept over, containing doubt mixed with caution. Seeing that Laurent still didn't speak, he spoke in a low voice. I heard that a severely ill person was taken in here, so I came to treat him. At the wooden door that was closed in the corner, my dear Victor, regarding your illness, I apologize for the trouble, he responded. On the bed, the man lay motionless. His face was unusually gaunt. A green liquid was still oozing from his chest. Darkwave was a former member of the Scorpion Tail Lion Knight Order and one of the strongest knights in the West Desert, Ancient Kingdom. Lin Yuan recalled his memories of Dak, a member of the Scorpion Tail Lion Knight Order in his previous life, when he had just reached level 15, and thanks to him, he obtained a gold-grade weapon. He frowned, looking at the pale face. Dak, I have specifically come to treat the toxins in your body. Under the pale skin, blue veins clearly protruded on Dak's forehead. He intently looked at Lin Yuan, assessing his strength. Level 10. He struggled to sit up. The corner of his mouth curled into a self-mocking smile. Relying on you, a level 10 mage, the street patrols have higher levels than you. As soon as he finished speaking, a violent cough seized him. He hunched over, spitting out thick black blood. Amidst the thick black blood, a strange object was also expelled. The toxins in your body have already begun to corrode your internal organs. Unless you accept my method of treatment, he said, his voice low and sweeping. Otherwise, you won't live past a month. After a moment of contemplation, Dak looked up and whispered, to excrete the toxins in my body, 1,000 of rotten gill fish oil is required. If you're not scared of death, try going to the Gobi swamp. As soon as he finished, the sound of the system rang out. System, you have activated Dak's quest request. Do you accept quest name? Dak's request. Quest grade. Gold. Quest content. Collect 1,000 grams of rotten gill fish oil to treat the toxins in Dak's body. Upon seeing this, Lin Yuan showed no fear, just smirked and agreed. Of course, the scene shifted to the Gobi swamp. Rotten gill fish, slowly, surfaced in the murky water floating. A few white skulls, its bloodshot eyes moved slowly, staring like daggers. Immediately after, the rotten gillfish opened its mouth wide, revealing sharp teeth, and attacked the group. Rotten gillfish, Elite Level 15, HP 3500, ATK 500, Def 45. Skill, Resonating Wave Tail. Two men tightly gripped his weapon and charged forward. Heads up, hold your ground. These beasts have sharp teeth. Don't let them bite you. Charge! His subordinates lay on the ground, groaning. My waist! The spiky tail whipped fiercely toward him, creating a violent gust of wind. Two men's group couldn't dodge in time and took the full hit. Only he quickly sidestepped to avoid it. Two people fell into the water and were surrounded by them. Help! It raised its tail, preparing to attack with its move. Skill activated Resonating Wave Tail. On this side, the rotten gillfish opened its mouth and roared, lunging toward two men. He could only clench his teeth, staring at the approaching attack. The rotten gillfish flicked out its long tongue, letting out a horrifying shriek. Two men's eyes widened, his whole body stiffened. I'm definitely dead this time. A flash of killing intent suddenly rushed from behind. A figure darted forward. It was Lin Yuan, who quickly grabbed his collar and pulled him. He forcefully shoved Tu Ming back, and his hand formed a blue sphere. Don't block the way. Lin Yuan's power quickly struck directly at the rotten gillfish. The blow directly hit its head, causing a huge explosion. He grabbed the man and quickly dashed to the ground. Tu Ming was puzzled, not knowing what was happening. Tu Ming clutched his neck and coughed dryly. He sank down, doubtful. Was I saved? All right, are we saved? A black cloak flew past. Tu Ming quickly stood up and stopped him. Wait. On the road, Lin Yuan walked past, green energy emanating from him. Tu Ming was stunned. It's that high-level divine being from earlier. Lin Yuan jumped up. Power gathered in his hand, forming a magic sphere. Lin Yuan cast the spell on the rotten gill fish, causing them to continuously lose HP 320. They screamed in pain, then thrashed their tails violently to escape the swamp. The rotten gill fish roared and lunged to attack. Lin Yuan, who Tuming was watching, was terrified. He screamed a warning, "Great God, watch out!" They used their jaws to snap at him. But Lin Yuan simply bounced back and gently avoided all of them. "Is that all you got?" He knelt on one knee on the ground, one hand braced on the ground, and the other clenched into a fist. Lin Yuan retrieved a sword from his space. His eyes were as sharp as knives. He looked directly at them and said coldly, "Trash fish gathering in schools are still just trash fish." He moved at the speed of light, continuously striking down rotten gill fish. Tu Ming and his group, witnessing this scene, exclaimed in astonishment, "Holy shit, where did this master come from?" Just now all 8 of us were almost defeated, but he chopped down 5 fish alone. He's got some real strength. It's a shame that a solo fight can't kill the rotten gill fish. Hearing his friend Yuan Hien add this, he became even more panicked. After all, the deadliest move of these monsters is still their area of effect skill. Below the swamp, the rotten gill fish growled, and collectively generated a linked lightning bolt. A blue smoke suddenly billowed up. Lin Yuan's vision was completely obscured. He hadn't assessed the situation below yet. His face darkened. A look of interest appeared in his eyes. "Oh!" The blue smoke enveloped his body. A system warning rang out in his mind. Rotten gill fish activated its collective skill, resonating gill. Enemies within range will be hit by bone poison, triggering negative status effects such as confusion, hallucinations, and deafness. Lin Yuan scoffed. A magic circle had already appeared in his hand. "This trick. I won't fall for a trap in this world." He summoned the undead body of the death giant wolf, then commanded the zombie, "Giant wolf, go." Use skill-hungry wolf's howl. It stood on the cliff and howled. The ring of wind hit the rotten gill fish. The system quickly reported. Hit rotten gill fish fell into a state of coma. Lin Yuan covered his face with his hand. "Well now." On the screen, lines of code ran continuously. The system screen showed the words, "Sober mask. Effect disposable gas mask item." A mask appeared on his face, covering the lower half of his face. Lin Yuan quickly moved with his sword in hand. The death giant wolf undead stood behind guarding him. He moved down into the swamp. "Go lie down and die." Every time Lin Yuan passed a rotten gill fish, the system popped up, struck a weak spot on each fish. One by one, they were taken down by him. Accompanied by the system's voice, struck a weak spot. Lin Yuan jumped onto the head of a fish, using his sword to stab fiercely into its head. "Die." The system screen showed the words, along with the screeching of the rotten gill fish, struck a weak spot. Tu Min pointed at Lin Yuan, mouth agape, and exclaimed, "He's amazing," Yuan Hien warned. "It's too early to get complacent now." From beneath the swamp, many more rotten gillfish emerged. "Look, the fish are coming." He commanded the scorpion assassin undead, "Go." "Loy had undead go," it growled. Sources of purple energy began to converge, activating skill. Crystal Thunder Blast. From the head of the scorpion assassin undead, purple magic spheres shot out. The magic spheres shot directly onto the rotten gillfish, forcing them to violently thrash their tails and dive into the swamp. Earth bombardment. The sharp meteors still pierced through the mud and dirt. The rotten gillfish were directly stabbed into their bodies. They opened their mouths wide and whimpered. Trunwanto couldn't believe his eyes. It's no good as expected. The difference in rank and sheer number was too great. It was absolutely impossible to catch the entire school of fish in one net. Lin Yuan jumped up from the head of the rotten gillfish. He landed on the opposite cliff. The group spoke coldly. "Who said we couldn't kill all of them?" He pulled his hood over his head to make himself mysterious. Tu Min's eyes widened as he looked down at the swamp. "Wait, this is—" Li He was terrified. He pointed. "This scorpion seems to be aiming for the abdomens of the female fish in the swamp." Bright eyes watched the rotten gillfish being taken down. "Everyone look, it seems the school of fish is starting to—" His eyes widened in shock as he witnessed their actions, attacking each other. The rotten gillfish were eating the rotten gillfish that had been defeated. Terrifying sounds rang out. Lin Yuan calculated in his mind. When a female rotten gillfish dies or reproduces, it will release a large amount of a sex pheromone, attracting the male fish into a frenzy to protect the eggs. At the same time, it immediately activates charge mode, disregarding targets. He looked down at the swamp from the high cliff. He used the characteristics of this fish to make them kill each other. A rotten gillfish dove under the mud and dirt. It jumped up and opened its mouth wide to attack. Lin Yuan. Tu Min panicked. He shouted a warning, "Great God, watch out!" He stood there calmly, watching the fish flying closer. Yuan Hien stepped back defensively. "What is this? Is this also a female fish? How can it be nearly the size of a male fish?" Lin Yuan lowered his head. His voice became dark. Perfect timing. He summoned many desert ghost wolf undeads. Then he commanded Ghost Wolf Undead Go. They competed to jump in and tear apart the unfortunate rotten gillfish. Lin Yuan was slightly surprised. He said, as expected of a level 15 elite monster, he stood before the sharp teeth of the rotten gillfish without any fear. Even deploying 6 ghost wolves couldn't inflict a fatal injury. Lin Yuan took out his sword. But if I can just make you unable to move, it'll be much easier to deal with. He only needed 1 strike to take it down. The system immediately announced, Elite Rotten Gillfish 6 eliminated. Lin Yuan ordered the dog-headed man undead to move forward. It used its axe to chop fiercely into the rotten gillfish's head. Nut Trung looked on with suspicion. This blue poisonous sac is inside the male fish's body. He didn't let him wonder for long and spoke up in reply. That's right, the blue poisonous sac grows inside the male fish's body. It's similar to the alarm pheromone. The poisonous gas and scent released will force the living fish to sense a danger signal. The rotten gill fish that could still swim quickly dove into the water to escape. The others were still struggling in the blue water. They opened their mouths to gasp for air and weakly thrashed their tails to get at least 5 meters away, not daring to stop. Moreover, they cannot be completely immune to their own toxins. Once they are poisoned, they can only be slaughtered by others. 2 men jumped up happily. They're gone. The school of fish is really all gone. Lin Yuan jumped down from the cliff into the swamp. Next, it's time to collect the loot. Li Ha froze, seemingly unable to believe his ears. 1 person can clear the area? That's unbelievable. 2 men's eyes were filled with admiration as he retorted, It really is unbelievable. I wish I could be a piece of gear hanging on his leg. Down in the swamp, with just a few slashes, Lin Yuan had finished clearing the rotten gillfish. The job was done in under 30 seconds. Done. He reappeared on the cliff in front of 2 men's group. A notification popped up on the system. Gained 12,000 experience points. Level increased to level 11. Lin Yuan stood still, thinking to himself, thanks to accumulating hundreds of runs of experience in this dungeon in my previous life, I was able to clear it so quickly this time. He closed his eyes and took off the mask on his face. He praised silently in his heart. This mask also contributed greatly to this battle. The bottle in Lin Yuan's hand collected all the vitality of the rotten gillfish. He felt regretful, thinking, it's a pity that it cost 5 gold coins to buy it, but it can only be used once. A bit of a loss, but it was worth the money. The system screen showed text containing detailed information. Rotten gillfish oil 1,000, produced from the fat glands of rotten gillfish in the muddy area. A high-grade ingredient for a potent healing potion, it has a miraculous effect on injuries caused by the rotten gill toxin. It treats necrosis and causes dead tissue to regenerate and turn into healthy flesh and blood. Wait, that's wrong. Lin Yuan remembered something. He suddenly said, I almost forgot about this. A red ball appeared in his hand. The system displayed more information about it. Nose of the Wave Rider. A protective gear made from rotten gill fish skin. It is a spherical nose cover. It's elastic and squeezing it makes a clucking sound. It can also vibrate and glow. Effect emits rotten gill fish pheromones. Causes a fear effect on small and medium-sized aquatic creatures. Lin Yuan was a bit disgusted. Looking at the floating nose of the Wave Rider, he imagined himself wearing it and looking like a clown. His face darkened as he thought. I wondered initially if the quest reward was naturally high tier or if the game designer just had a weird fetish to drop this cursed thing. Tu Ming, who appeared next to Lin Yuan out of nowhere, covered his mouth and praised, That's so dope. It can even glow. He looked at the nose of the Wave Rider with excitement. Oh my gosh, it moves too, Lin Yuan asked in doubt. You like this nose? Tu Min's eyes narrowed with a joyful smile. It's so extra. Great God, can you sell it to me? The price is up to you. He broke out in a cold sweat at his enthusiasm. Yet Trung helplessly placed a hand on Tu Min's shoulder. Embarrassed for his teammate thinking he might just go live on the mountain, he said awkwardly, I'm sorry he's always like this. Lin Yuan was generous and tossed the item to Tu Min. It's a gift for you. He quickly tried to stop him. Wait, at least let me pay for it, big brother Chen. The reply was no need. In Tu Min's mind, he had already given Lin Yuan a pair of angel wings. He was so moved that his eyes were glistening. Great God is truly an angel. The 2 people behind him were speechless. What is he thinking? Does anyone actually want to spend money on that thing? Later, at the chapel, there were 2 guards outside the room. Inside the room, Lin Yuan poured the green liquid from inside onto Kei's chest. The old man's eyes widened in surprise and he exclaimed, What? Kwai sat up abruptly, looking at him in astonishment. I didn't expect you could really collect 1,000 gravet. The system announced, You have successfully completed the gold quest. Kwai's request. Received quest reward. Gold grade weapon. Soul cleansing blade. Lin Yuan looked at the sword with satisfaction and thought, Finally, soul cleansing blade. The first gold grade weapon I received in my previous life. The detailed information panel appeared. Gold Soul Cleansing Blade. Weapon type. Attack effectiveness plus 150. Magic damage pluffed. Spirit plus 100. Comes with skill. Soul Cleansing Imprint. Soul Cleansing Imprint. 100 to 150 in radius. Deals 150% spirit damage to the enemy. No cooldown, consumes mana. The sword was coated with a layer of thunder magic. The effectiveness of the sword itself was quite ordinary, but the accompanying skill Soul Cleansing Imprint had extremely effective combat properties, especially the hidden effect. Lin Yuan's eyes sharpened as he thought about attacking monsters with the sword. Each time they would accumulate soul cleansing, key within the enemy's body. After 3 times, it will cause an additional 250% spirit damage. He imagined himself standing on a cliff, with the sword, with many defeated people below. At that time, it was the soul cleansing blade that helped me sweep through the West Desert, until I reached the peak and became the #1 mage of the West Desert. Lin Yuan lightly touched the blade. The system's voice echoed in his head. You have received this reputation reward. Central City District reputation plus 1,000. Scorpion Lion Knights Guild reputation plus 500. Lin Yuan calculated in his mind. The reputation received was the same as in his previous life, only at a neutral level, but it was enough to operate in the Central City District. Then he glanced at the system panel. There was actually more. The system then said, due to your character, having completed the quest, you have received the reward of NPC favorability. Kuai's favorability plus 10. Kuai joyfully looked at his hand. Lin Yuan thought suspiciously. Something seems different this time. The old man looked at him sincerely and said, Thank you so much, my little brother. If it weren't for you, I might have died in bed next month. Lin Yuan replied politely. No need to be so polite. Kuai added, as a token of my gratitude, there's something I must warn you about. He wondered inwardly, did receiving an extra 10 favorability points trigger a hidden plot point? The old man gave a cautious warning. If you meet a man named Quincy, you must stay far away from him. Lin Yuan asked in confusion. Quincy is my instructor. Why would you say that? Kuai exclaimed in surprise, he's your instructor? The old man turned and stepped out of the bedsheets. Although you have concealed your profession, the truth is... Kuai stood up and asked, You are a death hunter, aren't you? Lin Yuan's face darkened. How do you know I'm a death hunter? He wondered suspiciously. After hiding my information, even Quincy shouldn't be able to know my identity. Should he? Kuai seriously explained to him. I was once a member of the Scorpion Knights, subordinate to the king, responsible for carrying out secret missions, including hunting down death hunters. Therefore, I learned a special skill called Dark Sense. Lin Yuan was doubtful, but sense. Without letting him wonder long, Kuai replied. Dark Sense is a unique skill of the Scorpion Knights. Once a death hunter appears, one will automatically sense them. The closer the distance, the clearer the perception. Lin Yuan looked at him and asked, So you already discovered my identity a long time ago? He was incredibly surprised. He hadn't expected there would be a special skill, specifically for dealing with death hunters. Kuai looked at his palm in disbelief. No, initially I was severely poisoned, so my perception was reduced and I didn't notice. Now that the poison is gone, you carry a special aura of the Dark Lord on you. Of course you can't deceive me. Lin Yuan vaguely asked, The Dark Lord? The old man said seriously. Well, that has to start a very, very long time ago. Kuai began to tell the most common legendary story in the immortal world. This world once has a total of 5 gods, the god of light, the moon shadow monarch, the goddess of nature, the tide lord, and the king of souls. But actually, right from the start, there was a 6th god. A man in a black cloak with a crow mask appeared, the Dark Lord. The Dark Lord is also known as the king of the immortals. He was the strongest existence among those 6 gods. It was precisely because of his immense power that the Dark Lord relied on his strength to act as he pleased, without any restraint. Many subordinates knelt before the Dark Lord. He even granted his most loyal followers immensely powerful dark magic, causing them to switch professions to death hunters to execute his divine will. Execute his divine will. Kuai's voice was filled with resentment. Under the brutal rule of the Dark Lord, death hunters not only spread plagues and killed tens of millions of people. The more he spoke, the deeper his voice became. They also turned the spirits of the deceased into zombies, causing countless disasters everywhere. Thus, the major nations began to rebel against the Dark Lord. The temples once used to worship him were also destroyed one after another. All records related to him were also burned to ashes. As for death hunters once discovered, they would be immediately executed on the spot. From then on, this profession was classified as a forbidden profession, hated and hunted by everyone. Kuai tightly gripped the shirt on his chest and said, Years ago, it was because in one battle, I was poisoned by a death hunter, which led me to be tormented by illness for 15 years. I initially thought I could only wait to die, until you appeared. After hearing the story, Lin Yuan furrowed his brow. His eyes flashed with killing intent. He thought in my previous life I was only a mage. I didn't expect such a secret to be hidden behind those legends. He recalled his information panel. Player Lin Yuan. Level 6. Profession Forbidden Death Hunter. Talent Shadow Summoning. Gate of the Underworld 35-100. Strength 32. Constitution 28. Agility 49. Spirit 156. Experience 527-8-726. No wonder. Death Hunter became a forbidden profession. Fortunately, I've always been in a hidden state. Lin Yuan remained silent, stroking his chin in thought. Things are starting to get complicated. I thought that, after resolving the crime, points I could secretly investigate the clue about the metal in the holy city. His eyes sharpened. But now it looks like, if I don't quickly, need to find a way to conceal the Dark Lord's aura. Otherwise, my identity will likely be exposed instantly. Lin Yuan spoke up and asked, "Is there any way to avoid the dark sense of the Scorpion?" Knight's Guild. K had a tense expression. He clenched his hand. "Unless Quincy is willing to help you, but once he knows your true identity, Quincy will definitely kill you." The old man added a shocking piece of information. Because years ago, it was a death hunter who killed the wife he loved the most. Lin Yuan's expression turned grim. Kwai sincerely reminded him, "That's why I advised you to stay far away from him." A moment later, he walked alone in the Broken Stone Desert. Lin Yuan heard the system's voice in his ear. "You have returned to the Broken Stone Desert," returning to 10 minutes ago. Seeing Lin Yuan leave with a determined attitude, Kwai quickly tried to stop him. "Are you crazy? Do you really want to go find Quincy? He hates all death hunters and wishes he could mince them into 1,000 pieces." He stopped, glanced at the old man, and replied, "I have no other choice. Back to the present time." Lin Yuan clenched his fist, thinking, if I carry this dark aura, forget the central city. Even if I go to other maps, I'm afraid I'll run into big trouble. I must resolve this at the root. From somewhere, ice magic arrows flew in. He glanced around cautiously. What is that? That ice magic fell onto the desert. Lin Yuan quickly dodged. What kind of move is that? He landed safely, one knee bent. In Lin Yuan's eyes, figures from afar were rushing towards him, like a swarm of beasts. Fei Long, leading the group, spoke up, dragging people around in this wretched place for days. "We finally caught you, kid." He stood among the crowd, smiling maliciously. "Last time you pulled the fast one on me, but this time I've brought over 30 of my bros." Fei Hu, carrying a saber, stood behind him. "Fei Long, let's see how you die." His mouth curved up with contempt. "Later, when your head falls to the ground, remember to scream really loud, okay? I love hearing little bugs scream as the birds flap high above." Kwai captured the whole scene in the desert, which was full of people. In his eyes, it was a high-definition streaming camera. A notification sound ding rang out from a phone. "The guild you follow is now live streaming." Many people were sitting on the subway train. Fei Hu's voice came from a phone. "How lucky you viewers are to be able to catch this broadcast." He rubbed his chin with a wicked smile. "We're about to demonstrate how to slowly dismantle a person piece by piece." The stream currently had 88 people online, then 123 and then 212 viewers. 4 people in an office were curiously watching in front of a computer. The person in the middle was surprised and exclaimed, "What?" The Blood Crow Guild is live streaming, torturing a weaker person again. Outside on the street, everyone was focused on their phones. A man in a black hat sighed and exclaimed, "Over 30 against one unlucky guy. Who did this guy tick off to cross these thugs?" In another office, the person in the middle was moving their mouse and wondering, "He looks familiar, huh?" The girl next to him sighed. "This guy's pretty handsome, too bad he's about to be toast." At the same time in the desert, Lin Yuan coldly rotated his wrist. "Just 2 stray dogs? You guys aren't even enough to warm me up. Since you're offering yourselves up to die, I'll collect you one more time." After that scene, the comment section went wild. "That's epic. This guy really has the guts to talk back. Blood Crow Guild. Say that again, I think he's kinda cool too." Front row seats selling sunflower seeds and drinks, waiting for the massacre to begin. Fei Long shouted furiously, "Attack, go all out!" The 30-person troop followed the command and charged simultaneously. One person, a mage, cast Sky Thunder magic. An archer stood high up, aiming and shooting. Some people carried axes. Some wielded swords, and there were even dual swordsmen. They all flew forward to attack Lin Yuan. A system notification appeared, alerting him. Malicious siege attack detected. Counterattack duration confirmed. 15 minutes. During this time, killing the attackers will not be counted towards crime points. He was just waiting for this. He chuckled and drew his sword from his spatial ring. 15 minutes is enough time to kill about 3 of them. Lin Yuan summoned a swarm of undead. They snarled and rushed to attack Fei Long's group. Time for the zombie army to come out and play. He looked disdainfully at the flying purple orb. Just a little spark. Like this, and you dare call it lightning. On the other side, a scorpion. Spirit zombie used its tail to take down a zombie. The lightning scorpion is poisoned. Seeing the situation was unfavorable for his side, Fei Long loudly gave orders. Attention, everyone. Warriors retreat and form a shield formation for defense. Mages focus your attack on the target. Rogues and archers proceed with harassing attacks. The group retreated and followed his strategy. The shield-bearers stood in the front to absorb the damage, forming a line. The mages slammed their staffs hard into the sand. The three of them combined their formations to reinforce the magic. The person in front tightly gripped his staff, creating a supersized ball of thunder and lightning. He yelled loudly and swung the staff towards Lin Yuan. Lightning bolts shot out, heading for the scorpion spirit zombies. On the other side, two sharpshooters also combined their efforts, simultaneously firing their arrows. The arrows pierced through the bodies of the dog-headed zombies. They continuously lost hundreds of HP. The current online viewer count dropped from 212 to 168 people. The viewers commented in boredom. These summoned beasts are nothing more than free expa for level 7 and 8 elites. Disband, disband. As expected, he's just another blowhard. Let's open a new round and take bets. How many minutes can that kid hold out? Fei Long scoffed. So what if he summoned zombies? Even if he summoned that guy from last time, under our continuous attack, he would just turn into a pile of minced meat. Fei Hu said smugly, "You're dead meat today." Lin Yuan showed no fear and sneered, "Oh really?" He was confused and asked, "That guy is smiling." The chat flew by quickly. Before anyone could read a comment, one stood out from the rest. "Holy crap, what's going on?" The sand suddenly shook beneath Fei Long's group. Yellow sand flew up and attacked. The mages with weak defense standing in the back were sucked into a black hole. They screamed for help under the panicked gaze of their comrades. "Help! We were just attacked by the sand, and now we're surrounded by the dog-headed zombies." The mage opened his mouth in terror. "It's moving strangely." It continuously took down the well-protected mages. They screamed in fear. With just one move, retreat quickly. The front line was also struggling against the immense attack power of the dog-headed zombies. The air was constantly filled with cries for help, help, help. Fei Long and Fei Hu's faces turned pale. What? Seeing this scene, the number of online viewers jumped from 168 to 302. The viewers commented in shock, "WTF is going on? An ambush from underground. Zombies can fight cooperatively too. Told those noobs to come out and get beat down. Who said he was going to be taken apart piece by piece? Now the ground is covered in spare parts." The surviving mages warned each other, "Be careful, watch out. The wounds are poisoned. Purify first, then treat." Before they could finish speaking, they were hit by a skill with immense destructive power. They were attacked. And the person who struck was none other than Lin Yuan. There was a slight movement behind Lin Yuan. He coldly swung his sword towards that spot, not even needing to turn his head. The assassin was run through the stomach by the blade and asked in disbelief, How did you know?" Lin Yuan glanced at him and replied with disdain, At least I wouldn't be stupid enough to hide in a sand pit." The undead he summoned were still enthusiastically taking down the people from the Blood Crow Guild. Cries of lament arose. "So strong, boss, we're dead." "Everyone run?" Fei Hu gripped his sword tightly, breathing angrily. He gnashed his teeth in fury, his veins bulging, his eyes bloodshot. "Damn it! A bunch of useless trash." Fei Hu held his sword and jumped high up. "I'll personally slice you up." Lin Yuan frowned, his lips slightly pursed. He secretly smiled. Magic gathered around his sword. A surge of energy carrying flying skeletons shot out. "Then give it a shot." The skull opened its mouth wide, looking as if it could swallow Fei Hu whole. Soul anchor. He stopped in midair and continuously retreated. In fear, Fei Hu gasped, his eyes wide as he stared at the skulls. This was it. Lin Yuan moved like the wind and pierced through. Fei Hu, his feet momentarily hovering, landed hard on the ground. He had also finished his skill cast. He successfully landed on the ground. His hair covered, Lin Yuan's expression revealing only a slight smile. Back to back with Fei Hu, he meaningfully opened his mouth and began counting 3. Fei Hu's face trembled. Beads of sweat broke out. Lin Yuan's voice still echoed in his ear, too. As he counted the final number, his entire body exploded. Fragments of rock flew with the dust. 1. Lin Yuan leaned on his sword and said with satisfaction, "Turns out the old reliable is still the best to use." On the live stream, the number of online viewers increased from 302 to 58. Astonished comments flooded in like a torrent. "Damn, is that special effect a paid one?" Fei Hu was talking trash and the big boss set off fireworks. The whole thing was about some guy saying he wanted to slice someone up, and the result is he got sliced into a heavenly maiden scattering flowers. "Big boss, you need any jewelry?" I'm screaming 66 amazing. System message player. Huang Fei Hu has logged out of the physical live stream. At the scene, Fei Long stood rooted in the middle. Cries and moans, mingled with screams for help. Help. He was stubborn, standing there as if stunned by Daoken's second skill. Am I having hallucinations? In Fai Long's eyes was the image of Lin Yuan, like a demon slaying his men one by one. It had only been a few days since they last met. The kid just stood there. A feeling of fear rose from the bottom of his heart. It felt like he was facing a demon from hell. After dealing with the remaining minions, Lin Yuan cast a sharp glance behind him. Fai Long's entire body trembled. He couldn't stand straight. His voice became urgent. Don't kill me. Save me. Save me. Coldly pulling the sword out of a soldier's back, Lin Yuan slowly walked towards him and said, "Now, it's your turn to enjoy the taste of despair." He directed the sword to stab Fai Long's head. "It's your turn to enjoy the taste of despair." He fell backward. Strawberry syrup splattered everywhere. Watching Fai Long fall, his body glowing with the blue light, Lin Yuan said blandly, "It's over." His blood-red eyes narrowed when he heard a buzzing sound by his ear. A live-streaming bug flew quickly towards him. Lin Yuan casually held out his hand, almost forgot. He cast a spell blowing up the live-streaming bug into pieces. Lin Yuan stood there serenely. Fragments of the device fell onto his head. It's quiet now. The dark sky was filled with sparkling stars. In a skyscraper villa somewhere on Blue Star, a netizen exclaimed in shock, "Why did the big boss blow up? The live-streaming bug too." Another person left a comment. "Does anyone know who the big boss is?" Someone immediately replied, I know. It's the big boss. Who killed the death giant wolf before? I was there." All of this was seen by a young man who had 2 servants attending to him as he watched on his computer screen. Everyone continued to leave comments. "Where is the big boss now? I want to meet him." "It looks like a rubble desert, right? The Mercenary Guild has issued an S-Class invitation." The mysterious young man gripped his wine glass, articulating each word. "Lin Yuan." At the same time, in the immortal Black Sand City, Quincy was sound asleep hugging a wooden barrel. Lin Yuan naturally opened the door. He noticed the sound and immediately opened his eyes. "It's you again." Quincy held up his wine jar. His voice slurred as he refused. "No more teaching, no more teaching. I have enough money for wine today. I'm too lazy to move." Lin Yuan didn't seem to care and said indifferently, "I want to talk to you." The system screen displayed the message, "Hiding of occupation canceled." His information panel appeared. Player details Lin Yuan. Level 11. Occupation. Forbidden Necromancer. Talent Dark. Summoning. Gate of the Underworld, 35-100. Strength, 32. Constitution, 35. Agility, 28. Spirit, 49. Experience, 527-8-726. Experience, 527-8-726. The wine jar dropped to the ground and shattered. With a clunk, blood vessels appeared all over his eyes. "You are a necromancer." The space fell into an unusual silence. The 2 pairs of eyes stared intently at each other. Quincy broke the silence, hissing each word. "It's been how many years?" He activated his ability Necromancer. Quincy's eyes turned blue. Lightning elemental power surrounded him. "And you dare show up in front of me, all the pent-up frustration." Over the years, Quincy transformed into power and released it. The wine barrels also broke apart from the impact. The lightning seemed to turn into meteorites, falling from above, causing the ground to crack. None of the attacks landed on Lin Yuan, not even one strike. His eyes widened in shock. "So fast!" Quincy gnashed his teeth, powerlessly watching his dark shadow move with the speed of wind. Lin Yuan suddenly appeared in front of him, the sword pointing straight at his neck. Looking at the sword tip only a small distance from himself, Quincy froze. His eyes were sharp, his voice carrying an order. "Can we talk properly now?" He secretly clenched his fist and surrendered, speaking up. "What exactly do you want to do?" Turning to Lin Yuan's flashback, Quincy sighed. Yielding, "Fine, all right. If you are determined to go, consider this clue as repayment." In the past, under the shadow of the Dark Lord, the world of immortals was plunged into endless despair. To uphold justice, Quincy led his wife to launch a war against the Necromancer, the Dark Lord's close subordinate. After a bloody battle, the Necromancer was eliminated. However, his wife, who saved Quincy, was severely wounded and was struck by the undead's death curse. Her soul was infected by the dark force, turning her into a creature that lost all memory and could never be saved. He watched with his own eyes as the wife he loved turned into a monster, screaming in agony. The only way to break the death curse and save his wife was to personally destroy her infected soul. But since that battle, Quincy was so injured that he couldn't even hold a sword steadily anymore. Everyone thought Quincy would end his life by drinking his sorrows away, drunk and wasting his days, until one day he announced a mysterious quest. This quest could save his wife, and those on the side of justice would receive his life's treasure. As for the necromancer, they would receive the method to break that dark sense. It was a secret treasure he obtained from the corpse of a dead necromancer. Quincy planned to use the spoils of war as bait, both to save his wife by breaking the curse, and to make the remaining necromancers pay the price in blood. But among the 158 people who accepted the quest until today, none have survived. Returning to the present moment, Lin Yuan pointed his sword at Quincy, threatening him. "Tell me what your mission is." He bowed his head slightly and let out a sigh. "Well done, you came right to my door. I was worried that no one has played games with my beloved wife for a long time." At that moment, the system screen displayed a message. "A quest entrusted by Quincy has been detected. Do you accept quest name, wife's soul? Quest details. Help Quincy's wife find peace so she can rest in peace. Quest duration 10 days. Quest level silver." He glanced at it and replied briefly with one word, "accept." Lin Yuan turned his back and left coldly. Quincy stumbled to his feet and said, "Then I wish you good luck. Perhaps you can truly complete my quest." Behind him, he flashed a sinister grin, thinking, "Of course, on the condition that your body is still intact when you return." A little later, at this memorial sanctuary for the deceased, in the north of Black Sand Town, Lin Yuan's footsteps echoed along the corridor. His crimson eyes glowed, having used night vision potion. Lin Yuan was escorted by 2 alpha wolves and a scorpion at the back. He walked with extreme caution. The memorial sanctuary for the deceased has 5 levels. The deceased NPCs in Black Sand Town are all buried here. Suddenly, a mutant jumped out of a coffin. It lunged towards Lin Yuan, snarling. Before it could reach him, the mutant was pierced through its body by the necro-scorpion's tail. He stared intently at it, thinking to himself. In addition to this, undead monsters also occasionally appear here, such as zombies, skeletons, and spirits. The level of these undead monsters will gradually increase with each floor of the sanctuary. The first floor contains zombies from level 1 to 3, considered low level. The second floor has skeleton monsters from level 4 to 6. The third floor monsters are spirits from level 7 to 9. The monsters on the 4th floor are level 10 ghouls. The necro-wolf, holding a torch, stopped before a spatial double door. Lin Yuan's eyes showed barely concealed interest. The corner of his lips curled up. "In that case, let's rush through these 4 floors first." Lin Yuan easily reached the 4th floor. The space was dark and quiet. He cautiously observed the surrounding scene. Finally, Lin Yuan stopped before the funeral home on the 4th floor. He stood at the door, observing vigilantly. He saw rows of red eyes in the darkness. Lin Yuan suspected that he heard a sound. A ghoul appeared from somewhere, activating its wall climbing skill. On the other side, 3 more appeared, activating their hanging slash skill. Lin Yuan quickly counted. There were more than 10 of them. The system panel displayed the ghoul's profile. Elite level 10. HP 2000, attack 400, defense 40. Skills venomous bite. Wall climbing. Hanging slash. It activated its venomous bite skill. His eyes turned sharp, his powerful voice commanding, "Go for it, bring it on." Immediately, the elite necro-scorpion activated its crush earth splitting skill, shattering the ghoul. It roared again, the circular part of its tail beginning to accumulate lightning. The elite necro-scorpion slammed its tail into the ghouls, sending them flying back. Lin Yuan grabbed his sword and flew in to join the fun cut. He moved in a zigzag pattern. Before the ghouls could do anything, Lin Yuan had already slashed off their heads. He stopped, leaving chaos behind him. Some were severed, others impaled into the ground. One ghoul was still struggling to crawl forward. Lin Yuan coldly stomped on its head. "Almost missed you, huh?" The monsters he had defeated lay scattered on the ground. The system displayed a notification. "Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 12. He thought to himself, "That's faster than I expected." Looking at the undead, the dog-headed man's eyes lit up when he saw the ghouls' corpses. Lin Yuan sighed regretfully, thinking, "It's a pity that the dark corpse taming art can control zombies, but is completely ineffective against necro-monsters." A sudden blast of dark purple energy appeared behind him. Lin Yuan's eyes widened in alarm, cautiously glancing behind him. A purple magic column shot out from somewhere and flew straight toward him. Lin Yuan jumped up and luckily split the attack in 2 with his sword. "What is this?" He sensed that something was wrong. He clenched his teeth and said in fear, "Oh, shitty." Lin Yuan was enveloped by the substance and couldn't fight back. In an area lit by blue flames, on a flight of stairs, was a stone statue of a demon with its mouth wide open. The dark purple energy column was fired from the void. Lin Yuan, following the dark energy, stabbed his sword into the ground to steady himself. He quickly scanned the surroundings. Above Lin Yuan was a coffin, bound by black iron chains and tightly restrained by a high ring. He looked clearly incredulous. "I've been transported to another area." Inside the coffin was a woman with brown hair. Her long, twisted claws were fiery red. She licked her lips and smiled seductively. "Finally, I've waited for you." A loud explosion sounded. The female demon escaped the coffin. The chains were shattered and flew apart. She said smugly, "The smell of fresh flesh and blood." The system panel displayed detailed information. Lord of Vengeful Souls boss. Level 18. HP 6000. Attack 800, defense 200. Skill Dead Man's Blossom. The Zombie Enchantress's Wrath. Lin Yuan used his hand to shield against the debris. Is this the 5th floor? The vengeful soul flew towards him, laughing maniacally. I will tear you apart. Lin Yuan quickly used his blade to counter her attack. Vines shot out from behind the vengeful soul. The system reminded him, Boss activated the Dead Man's Blossom skill. All the vines aimed at Lin Yuan. He leaped up to evade. Then Lin Yuan landed far away. The sharp, thorny vines stabbed into the ground. That spot immediately turned toxic. The vengeful soul controlled the vines to attack him again. Lin Yuan thought, this toxic liquid is corrosive too. Pieces of objects flew everywhere. This level of attack. He gripped the sword hilt with immense determination. Lin Yuan directly chopped all the incoming vines. It's useless against me. Lin Yuan continuously cut through the vengeful soul's vines. Black resentment clung to his blade. Her body began to crack and shatter into pieces. She fearfully used her arm to cover her face. The vengeful soul clenched her fists, veins popping on her forehead. Her eyes were bloodshot and she growled. She screamed loudly and circles of resentment radiated from her body. The system reminded him. Boss activated the Banshee Scream skill. Lin Yuan was nearly blown away. This is an area of effect skill? No, this is a summoning. The vengeful soul's roar echoed throughout the space. Pale purple resentment flew out, seeping through every crack in the door. He narrowed his eyes, his gaze becoming sharp. White skeletal hands reached out from the wooden door. Lin Yuan gripped his sword hilt even tighter. Could this be? He looked in shock at the skeletons shattering the door. The NPCs from Black Sand Town are buried here. Looking at the vitality rising from the shattered objects on the ground, Lin Yuan mused. Not only that, besides the original town residents, there are also the challengers who failed the mission in Kunt Western. He irritably furrowed his brow, dropping his stance into a fighting position. Damn it! She wants to resurrect them. Skeletons crawled out of the cave, screaming non-stop. Part of Lin Yuan's face was covered by his hair, but his anger was still visible. The number behind the door is definitely not just one person. I didn't expect this boss could actually resurrect those skeletons. He summoned and ordered the dog-headed undead. All of you get out there. Lin Yuan pointed his sword and said coldly, block the door against those guys. Immediately, a dog-headed undead rushed forward and blocked the door with its scythe. He calculated, first let the zombie army tank and hold back those guys. Lin Yuan pointed and commanded, add the bloodlust state. In another direction, the elite necro-scorpion also received the order to block the door. The elite dog-headed leader used its hand to pull the vines taut. It and the elite necro-scorpion had blazing eyes, fearlessly attacking the vines. They eagerly entered the bloodlust state. The elite dog-headed leader gripped its weapon, growling non-stop. Lin Yuan's face darkened, his voice icy. He called the elite dog-headed leader Lei Shi. He ordered attack. As soon as he finished speaking, the undead charged forward bravely. They rushed to attack the vengeful soul, activating their Crush Earth splitting skill together. They activated the Heavy Strike skill. She was violently whipped by the giant tail of the elite necro-scorpion. The vengeful soul was smashed against the wall. The surrounding wall shattered. She frowned, looking up in surprise. Huge chunks of stone fell down thunderously onto the vengeful soul. She still escaped the rubble using the vines, smiling smugly. Lin Yuan was surprised, due to the terrifying power of the vengeful soul. Seeing her smugly hovering above, he silently recalled the information he knew. Vengeful souls belong to the ghost race monsters. Their bodies can phase through objects, granting immunity to half of all physical attacks. Lin Yuan grasped the vengeful soul's weakness. He concentrated his strength into the sword. However, at the same time, they also take double damage from magic attacks. Lin Yuan continuously slashed and moved, attacking rapidly, but she easily dodged. Then I'll just use the Soul Curse Talisman to deal damage. The vengeful soul was completely fearless, easily dodging the attack. He looked at her bewildered and wondered to himself, why is her speed suddenly so fast? He also noticed the area where the dog-headed undead was blocking. Lin Yuan's face was covered in a cold sweat. The NPCs in the tomb could break through the zombie army's defense line at any moment, so he needed to win quickly. He took a ring from his storage space. First, I must find a way to limit her movements. Lin Yuan gripped the ring. Small lightning bolts continuously emanated from it. The system screen displayed information, paralysis ring equipped, paralysis silver ring, type accessory. Effects, HP plus 100, magic power plus 100, agility plus 15, spirit plus 15, additional skill paralysis toxin. Paralysis toxin once equipped. There is a 5% chance to paralyze the enemy for 3 seconds when attacking. Lin Yuan flew towards the vengeful soul with his sword. Once he got close to her, Lin Yuan immediately activated the additional skill paralysis toxin. The vengeful soul was caught off guard and was hit by Lin Yuan's paralysis toxin. At that moment, The system displayed a notification, target hit. Paralysis toxin activated. He leaped up again, attacking with his sword. It's not over yet. She couldn't cast magic in time, only shielding herself and accepting the blow. The vengeful soul was blasted into the shattered wall. The vines were also chopped into pieces. Taking advantage of the momentum, Lin Yuan crouched down and landed, kicking the debris and dirt below towards her. The vengeful soul quickly jumped down, fortunately avoiding the blow. He praised her clutch luck. Lin Yuan drew a conclusion in his mind. Sure enough, after being hit by the soul-cursed talisman once, her speed has slowed down. He summoned the Death Wolf Undead and pointed to the sky, commanding it, Evil Wolf Howl. The Death Wolf Undead raised its head high and howled, activating the Evil Wolf Howl skill. The vengeful soul was hit by the move. The system reminded him, target stunned. Lin Yuan began to gather power into his sword. Although the stun time is only 5 seconds. That's enough, he thought. He swung his sword like lightning, as if dancing. He continuously launched rapid attacks. How many of my moves can you take? She helplessly tried to defend against the attacks. The system screen continuously showed the HP deduction. 280. The vengeful soul was furious. Veins popped all over her face. The system kept announcing HP deductions. 280. Even a worm will wriggle if you step on it. She leaned back, deciding to unleash her final blow. Ah! The system sensed this danger and immediately warned Lin Yuan. Boss activated zombie explosion. In an instant, a massive explosion occurred. Purple lightning radiated throughout the space. The undead he had summoned were all struck down by the heavenly thunder. Smoke and dust filled the entire chamber. A moment later, when the vengeful soul's magic stopped, Lin Yuan stood in the center, surrounded by the dog-headed undead, without a single scratch. He used his sword to plant himself firmly in the rubble. It's zombie explosion. She directly detonated the zombie NPCs. She detonated the entire tomb beside her. Lin Yuan now only had the elite Necro-Scorpion, the dog-headed leader undead, and the Death Wolf undead. He looked at her with pity, calculating his zombie legion. The remaining number was only 3. This is truly a devastating loss. The vengeful soul dropped to her knees. Lin Yuan was still standing firm. His eyes sharpened and his voice was serious. It's time to finish you off. Lin Yuan summoned a large number of skull heads and rushed forward to attack with his sword. She disappeared. The skull heads flew over and pierced the vengeful soul's abdomen. She widened her eyes, seeing the powerful magic. She screamed in agony. No, the system continuously displayed warnings. Boss is in a dying state. HP 300, boss is in a dying state. HP 200, boss is in a dying state. HP 100, boss is in a dying state. HP 30, congratulations, you have killed the vengeful soul. Received 800 experience points. Lin Yuan gently set his foot down on the ground. Standing alone amidst the rubble, he said doubtfully, "It's over." Small dots of light gathered in one place, catching Lin Yuan's attention. The soul of Qin Cheng's wife leaned forward and said sincerely, "Thank you, brave human." Then her soul began to dissipate. Before leaving, she flashed a slight smile. Lin Yuan raised his hand and gathered the light source into his palm. A gold ring with a purple gemstone appeared. The system screen displayed its information, Ring of Affection. Quest item. Cannot be discarded. Cannot be sold. Note. This ring is the engagement ring Qin Cheng gave to his wife and a symbol of their love. His face darkened as he looked at the ring. He was extremely disappointed in his heart. He thought, the reward dropped from defeating the monster is just this one ring. Suddenly a red book with a demon symbol on its cover appeared. An aura of menace emanated from it and a sound of jingling rang out. Lin Yuan stared at the book, wondering, what is this? Holding the book in his hand, Lin Yuan silently sighed in his heart. I didn't expect the zombie explosion skill that the vengeful soul just used to actually be a unique skill of the necromancer. The system immediately sounded a notification. Golden zombie explosion. Learning requirement restricted to necromancer. Looking at the book, he pondered and asked himself, is it because the seal is an asset of the Lord of Darkness? Afterward, streams of light emanated from the book and enveloped Lin Yuan. The system announced, skill book automatically stored in the player's memory. The book in Lin Yuan's hand disappeared, turning into a pillar of light that merged into his body. The system's announcement sounded again. Golden zombie explosion, level 1. Effect detonates 1 zombie, causing fire damage, equal to 60% of its HP value, to surrounding enemies. Consumes 100 magic power, cooldown 10 seconds, proficiency 100. Hearing the system's voice, Lin Yuan couldn't help but smile faintly. Although this skill would consume his zombie count, its damage and attack range effectiveness were very good. It was a pleasant surprise. Returning to the familiar Black Sands town, Lin Yuan held out the ring to Qin Cheng. He looked at him in surprise. This is the engagement ring that I gave her that day. Taking the ring into his hand, he couldn't help but recall the moments with his loved one. The sealed vengeful souls had no consciousness. Only when released could they recover their memories and drop the item that they cherished most when they were alive. His voice trembled slightly. Qin asked, "My wife, when she passed away, was no longer in such pain, right?" Lin Yuan's hand was still extended. He replied, "That's right." Holding the ring, his hand shaking as he recalled his wife's image, he couldn't help but cry. "That's wonderful, then." He bowed slightly with gratitude and said, "I never expected that the necromancer whom I hate the most would ultimately help me resolve my regret. Even so, I will engrave this favor in my heart." Then a wooden box appeared in Qin Cheng's hand. He opened the box. Inside was a crown radiating dark energy. "Now it is time to fulfill my promise." The system's announcement sounded again dark. Crown, special equipment, headpiece type. Effect 1. After equipping, crime value. Cannot be seen. Effect 2. Conceals dark aura. Cannot be sensed. Note: necromancer exclusive equipment. Cannot be sold. Cannot be destroyed. Holding the pitch-black crown in his hand, he couldn't help but think, the dark crown, although it doesn't come with bonus stats. The ability to hide crime value and dark aura is exactly what I need most right now. Thinking back to the monsters he had hunted, having this will resolve the trouble with the Night Order's surveillance, and I can act within the capital city, without any restrictions. At this point, the system posed a question. "Player, do you choose to equip the dark crown? Yes or no?" Lin Yuan immediately replied. "Yes." Immediately, streams of blue-black energy enveloped him. The crown was then automatically worn on Lin Yuan's head. Am I finally one step closer to the truth? Is it one step further? Stepping outside, walking through the town, where guilds were recruiting members in the Feng Shui mountain range. There were countless guilds, large and small. However, the guilds that truly deserved to be called powerhouses were on the list that the system had provided him. No. 1 Fury Guild. No. 2. Mirror Flower Water Moon Guild. No. 3 Wolf Star Spirit Guild. No. 4 Holy Song Guild. No. 5 Eternal Guild. No. 10 Black Tree Guild. He wondered, there are only 10 guilds. Could that person be hiding among them? Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes in thought. Currently, I'm just a newcomer who just joined the Feng Shui mountain range. It's really not easy to approach these big guilds. Just a few seconds later, Lin Yuan had made Wang Yun's face swell up. He held his face with blood splattering out. Lin Yuan also chastised his opponent. "I don't care whose dog you are. If you like to bark and bite, you deserve to be slaughtered." Wang Yan was flattened on the floor, but still tried to argue. "Are you kidding me? A dungeon needs a minimum of 6 people. You took down 2 of them. How are we supposed to enter the dungeon?" Lin Yuan coldly declared, "I will arrange for the missing people myself. You just shut up and wait." He already had a plan in his mind. It just so happens that the Ash Valley dungeon drops the combat technique skill. I'll need this skill sooner or later. I can invite former Sun to facilitate further contact with Leng Yue. He immediately sent a team invitation to former Sun. Yanxian's eyes widened as she whispered to her friend, "Little brother, you're better than I thought. And super cool, too." Lin Yuan frowned and replied, "Is that so, just average?" Wang Yan hadn't finished shouting, "Trashy poor people like you, who can you even find? Most likely they're just deadbeats who can't even beat the minor monsters at the dungeon entrance. Still can't win, though." The girl next to him said in surprise, "Young Master Yan, look, isn't that old Dao from the Super God Trinity?" As soon as former Sun appeared, he made a declaration. "When the bell of fate rings, you and I are destined to be immersed in a sea of ambition, with no turning back. From this moment on, former Sun officially joins the team. Transmission successful." Wang Yan's eyes were wide with admiration. "It's former Sun the Elder, main priest of Mirror Flower Water Moon Guild, the second-ranked guild in West Desert. Brother former Sun, you want to lead us into the dungeon? Thank you so much." Xian was surprised. "Former Sun? Why is he here? A big shot like this wouldn't just join a random team." Lin Dan looked bewildered. "I'm not sure either." However, former Sun's image as a big shot quickly vanished when he saw Lin Yuan. He ran over and exclaimed, "Bestie, you finally remembered me. I knew it, you'd definitely take me into the dungeon. The moment I received your team invitation, I rushed over here immediately. The 2 of us forming a super team is pretty cool, Lin Yuan." Lin Yuan quickly silenced former Sun's mouth. His face clearly showed his disgust. Wang Yan's jaw dropped, unable to believe his eyes. "What? Former Sun the Elder is asking that guy to lead him into the dungeon. How could this be? Isn't he just a mediocre player?" The girl was dumbfounded. "Brother Yan, did the Elder join the wrong team? Let me go talk to the Elder." Former Sun stepped up to explain to those people. "Mediocre player, I specially came here for my buddy. He's the ultimate big shot among big shots. Top player, in short. Haven't you guys ever—" Lin Yuan quickly cut him off and requested, "All right, let's hurry and enter the dungeon." That Wang Yan pointed an accusatory finger. "I see." Lindan, so your brother also hired a player. But for a hero difficulty dungeon like Ash Valley, it's a dungeon that even the top-ranked Fury Guild has failed 7 times to clear. How can a priest from the second-ranked guild like him manage it? Lin Yuan turned his head back in annoyance and reminded him, "Shut your trap and watch carefully how I clear the stage." System is updating the situation. Team 5 is entering Ash Valley. Hero difficulty. A surge of battle frenzy is swirling around Lin Yuan's body. Teleport status is ready. Inside, monsters are already waiting. It is a common ash residue slime. Level 18. HP 4700. ATK 580. Def 75. Skill, Blazing Flame Spray. Blazing Flame Spray. Launches fire to attack, dealing additional burning effect lasting 10 seconds. The truth is, the monster attributes here are too strong. Lindan was increasingly worried. "Brother, will you really be okay? If only my level was a little higher." Wang Yan followed behind, but his mouth kept judging. "He's looking for a priest. Doesn't he want to take out the monsters slowly? I won't let him achieve that goal. Go. Lure the surrounding monsters here." His little sister eagerly nodded. "Okay, I'll listen to young Master Yan. Let's see how he handles this now." The ash residue slimes were moaning, waiting. Smoke was billowing up. A roar echoed. Lin Yuan stared in that direction. A group of ash residue slimes gradually appeared, which frightened Xian Xian. Why is it that in just a moment, so many monsters appeared, like this? Lindan also doubted everything. "I don't remember it being like this in the videos." They didn't wait and immediately charged towards them. Wang Yan leaned over and sneered. "Looks like your luck isn't so great, huh?" Former Sun was excited and entered battle mode. "This situation truly excites people, my friends. Your fighting spirit has also been awakened. This battle will elevate both you and me." He calmly summoned the Thunder Scorpion. Scorpio Star. As soon as it appeared, it took down the ash residue slimes. Scorpio Thunderstar. Zombie uses the Crystal Thunder Blast skill. Lin Yuan didn't wait for everyone to react, and darted forward like lightning. "Everyone protect yourselves well." He swung his sword a few times, and several of them fell to the ground. Lin Yuan glared cautiously, observing everything. She, on the other side, also started picking up her sword to fight. Lindan suggested, "Hide behind me, I'll deal with it." Shen Shen quickly told him to be careful. Before she could act, Lin Yuan had already rushed over to deal with the ash residue slime. "Stop!" Lindan was stunned and exclaimed. "Turns out he's so awesome in the game. So strong." He slowly turned around and gently reached out to pat her head. Lin Yuan earnestly reassured her, "Don't worry, Lindan. With me here, I absolutely won't let you fall into danger." She felt embarrassed, so she lowered her head and pressed her lips tightly together. Although Lin Yuan didn't receive a reply, he was still very happy. While she was blushing and swatting his hand away, Shen Shen beside her was already shining with admiration. This feeling of safety having a big brother is so nice. Wang Yan, who was left out, suddenly spoke up proudly. "I finally see it. Ash Valley isn't that difficult after all. One person can suppress it. With my silver tier equipment, how can I be inferior to them?" Mei Ling next to him immediately agreed. "That's right. Young Master Yan's equipment is something they could never afford." Wang Yan turned back, wanting to show off. "You fools, watch closely." As he spoke, he dashed straight towards the ash residue slimes. This is young Master Yan's true power. However, before Wang Yan could show off, he was slapped silly and fell flat on the ground. He even cried out dramatically. "Damn it, this monster is too strong, way too strong. It hurts so much." Lin Yuan, seeing Wang Yan like that, coldly tossed a remark. "If you want to die, wait until I clear the stage first." With that, he slowly activated his ability. "I originally wanted to get a gold tier equipment for little Dan, but for now, silver will have to do." Lin Yuan took out a few pieces of equipment, but didn't use them, instead handing them directly to Lin Dan. "These pieces of equipment are suitable for you. Take them and use them." Those pieces of equipment were respectively Carefree Battle Armor, Silver Tier Equipment Type, Effect Constitution +50, Critical Damage +15, Attached Skill, Carefree Soul, Carefree Soul. When dealing critical damage, 8% of defense power will be converted into a shield of equivalent value. As soon as Mei Ling saw these items, her eyes immediately lit up like car headlights. So cool, so cool. One piece of silver tier equipment can buy a lot of luxury goods that would be several million, yet he didn't even bat an eye. Meanwhile, Wang Yan was still struggling. He reminded her, "That's enough. Is there any need to be so low class?" However, Lin Dan didn't accept them, choosing instead to rely on her own efforts. "Brother, you should keep it for yourself for defense. I'll figure out a way to get equipment myself." Lin Yuan saw this scene and could only smile helplessly. Just as before, still so stubborn. He didn't say anything more, and advanced to work with former Sun to defeat the ash residue slimes. They worked very well together. She and Xian Xian also rushed forward to fight them. Wang Yan and Mei Ling on the other side didn't want to be outdone either. An ash residue slime whipped its tail hard against Lindan's sword. She frowned and reassured herself. I can do this. Seeing this, it immediately roared with excitement. Immediately after, a series of abilities were poured onto that ash residue slime. The mechanical system displayed HP 24-4700. Lindan looked at Lin Yuan in surprise. It must be him. Thinking this, she regained her focus and continued fighting. Lindan secretly made up her mind. It was exactly the same as before, always treating her like a child. I don't want him to interfere with my business. He noticed her attitude and sighed softly. Is it that hard to give her some equipment? The two siblings competed to defeat the massive swarm of ash residue slimes. Xian stood on the side and couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle. One person secretly gives loot and provides support, while the other knows the truth but is still stubborn. The chemistry between this brother and sister is truly amazing. Watching them tease each other is more entertaining than killing monsters. Meanwhile, in the back, she and Wang Yan, along with Mai Lin, were being chased half to death. After a period of frantic fighting, the group finally had a moment of peace. Former son stopped leaning on his staff and sighed decisively. The boss is right inside finally. He turned back to discuss with his best buddy Lin Yuan. Let's head back first, okay? Leaving the dungeon now won't incur a penalty. But if we fight the boss once we're wiped out, the whole team will lose a level and damage 7 pieces of equipment. The risk is too high. He couldn't help but frown and affirm, you're right. Suddenly, the weak and cowardly Wang Yan yelled out, huh? I'm dying of laughter. You're so fierce against small mobs, but chicken out when you see the boss, huh? Xian ignored him and turned to Lin Dan. Little Dan, actually, your brother leading this far is already extremely impressive. Hearing that, she couldn't help but ponder. I caused my brother more trouble. If I could be a little stronger, would things not have turned out this way? Lin Yuan quickly regained his composure and led the team. Former son said, exactly, the death penalty is too severe. As he spoke, he used his ability. So everyone doesn't need to attack. Lin Yuan curved his lips. I'll open the summoning gate. I can go alone. Seeing this, he was terrified. Summoned beast. What on earth is this guy? He smirked contemptuously. You guys have teamed up with best friend, but still don't know his true strength. Whether it's soloing a world boss or soloing the Blood Crow Guild. Among all the players I know, he is the strongest. Inside the cave now, the ash residue slime king was resting peacefully with its eyes closed. Suddenly, an ability orb flew towards it. The ash residue slime king immediately sensed it and opened its eyes wide. Even so, it couldn't dodge in time and took the full force of the attack. The ash residue slime king was enraged and immediately rushed out of the cave, roaring incessantly. The mechanical system displayed the information. Ash residue slime king, king tier level, 21. HP, 10,000, attack 1, 200, defense, 300. Skills raging flame spray, flame guard shield bite. Lin Yuan was unfazed and slowly walked towards it. The Xian group watching from behind was also terrified. On 200 attack power, just a brush with it will lead to instant death, right? Due to her stubborn personality, Lindan secretly decided to go forward and assist. Everything is because of me. How can I let him fall into danger? She shouted, let me draw its aggro for you. But before she could do anything, Lindan was bound by a magic circle. Former son activated the skill, Holy Light Imprisonment. He casually walked over and reminded her, watch from here. You rushing forward will only cause him more trouble. These words made her freeze. What did you say? Former son calmly suggested, let's all enjoy best friend's elegant maneuvers. Lin Yuan stood calmly in front of the big mouth that was constantly accumulating energy. The ash residue slime king activated its skill. As soon as it spat out raging flame spray, he had already leaped high into the air. A voice of astonishment from behind exclaimed, perfectly controlling the boss's skill range. The summoned exotic beasts also seized the opportunity and rushed forward. By the time the ash residue slime king realized it, they were already on its body. The summoned exotic beasts began snapping at the ash residue slime king's flesh, each taking a bite. The situation instantly became more chaotic than ever. A voice of admiration rose up, calculating the cooldown time, and every one of the boss's skills perfectly. Former son enthusiastically continued to praise. It's as if he knows all the information about the monster in advance. This battle is truly a work of art. Lindan was trapped, so she could only obediently observe the battle. Is this my brother's true strength? Eiling on this side was also mesmerized. Lindan's brother is incredible. Go for it, kill that big lizard. Her words made Wang Yan so angry that his face turned dark. Shut up, you! He gritted his teeth, clenching his sword, and continuously calculated in his mind. At this rate, they really will clear the dungeon. Won't I lose face in class then? That's right. As long as I successfully sneak attack and cause him to make a mistake, one blow from the boss can kill him. Lin Yuan on this side was still exerting his full strength to fight the monster. The system displayed the information Ash Residue Slime King activates the skill bite. HP 315 10,000. He immediately wanted to seize this opportunity. It used the bite skill. The cooldown is 8 seconds. A good chance. Wang Yan suddenly rushed forward, intending to sneak attack. Still want to solo the boss in your next life. He was now right behind him, and Lin Yuan had also spotted Wang Yan. He glanced over, pursed his lips, and silently cursed. Idiot! Thinking this, Lin Yuan gracefully spun and dodged. Looks like you're tired of living. This action shocked him speechless. What he couldn't have dodged that... Lin Yuan swung his leg up, preparing to launch a kick, then disappear with it. He kicked Wang Yan hard in the side, giving him no time to react. Wang Yan was kicked down onto the ground. Above him was the Ash Residue Slime King ferociously baring its fangs. Without another word, Lin Yuan used the skill activation. He activated the magic explosion skill. An explosion immediately occurred, affecting both Wang Yan and the Ash Residue Slime King. The mechanical system displayed a congratulatory, server-wide announcement. Congratulations to players Anonymous, former Sun Xianxian Tonga Dandan, and Chasing Yan Xiao for successfully clearing the hero difficulty dungeon, Ash Valley, for the first time. Xianxian was so happy that she beamed. I can't believe we actually cleared it. Little Dan, your brother is super cool, so amazing later. Can we ask him to lead us into the dungeon again? Lin Dan was stunned. She stammered a reply. He's very busy. We'll see if there's a chance later. Former Sun also couldn't help but be excited. He enthusiastically yelled, as expected of best friend, I'll let you show off first this time. Next time I'll show you the peak of the priest class. Smiling was in the back, wiggling nonstop. Big God, brother, can I add you as a friend? Hearing her former son glared angrily. Shut up immediately, I knew it. He yelled, while continuously spinning his staff and using his ability. You and that malicious sneak attacker who attacked best friend are birds of a feather. Go to hell. The game system displayed once again. The pursuit of Yan Xiao has been killed. Use dark summoning magic on the corpse of the Ash Residue Slime King. He replied without hesitation, yes. Lin Yuan looked around and secretly decided to take this big guy away first. Thinking this, he spoke, since the pests have been eliminated, let's share the equipment. Xianxian heard this and shyly refused. You were the one who attacked the entire way. How can we ask for more equipment? Just clearing the dungeon is enough for us. Lin Yuan gently explained. I only need skill books and skill scrolls. The rest is up to you guys to sort out. In his hands were 3 items, tactical operating, skill book, and skill scroll. The remaining items obtained included Ash Residue, Greaves Silver, equipment type. Effect, Constitution plus 30, movement speed plus 20, spirit plus 10. Accompanying skill, Raging Flame Walk. Skill effect, increase resistance to fire damage by 10%. Scorching Fire. Bracelet Bronze. Equipment type. Effect, Constitution plus 10, Strength plus 15, Critical, Damage plus 5, Scorching Fire, Longsword Bronze, Weapon type, Effect, Attack Power plus 15, Strength plus 5, Constitution plus 5, Agile Long Flower Bronze, Equipment type, Effect, Movement Speed plus 10, Constitution plus 10, Spirit plus 5. Former Sun quickly chose the Ash Residue Greaves. Just in time. Our guild leader is collecting 10 pairs of leg guards. This is a timely help. Suddenly, an idea popped into his head. How about this? I'll buy all this equipment and split the money among everyone according to their contribution. Lin Yuan politely replied, you just handle it however you see fit. I don't need any. Lin Dan had no objections and Xianxian just smiled sweetly. We're rich. With everything settled, he decided to leave. This way Wang Yan won't cause you any more trouble. If you encounter any difficulties next time, tell me directly. I'm going to do some quests now. Seeing this, she urgently called out, wait, brother! Lin Yuan turned back in confusion. What's wrong? Need equipment? Lin Dan's heart had long been filled with questions. Since entering the dungeon, he had displayed incredible maneuvers. She had never seen summoned beasts surge out, endlessly like that. Could it be that he is also a chosen one, with a hidden class? Thinking of this, she cautiously inquired, since playing this game, have you felt any changes in your body? Lin Yuan frowned silent. Have I been noticed? But Xiao Dan has already come into contact with people from the Order organization. I still can't expose the secret of the necromancer. This is also to protect her. He turned around and lied without blinking. No, not at all. Why do you ask? Did you have any changes? Lin Dan felt awkward upon hearing this. She awkwardly turned and left. No. Oh, right. I still have a quest to hand over. I'll go first. Lin Yuan slightly lifted the corner of his mouth, looking at Lin Dan with helplessness. She's all grown up, but her acting is still this bad. But the fact that she can talk to me this time means she has acknowledged this older brother, right? Suddenly, former Sun called out, best friend. He dragged a team over. waving his hand non-stop. Great, you haven't left yet. Xiao Yue had just decided to open the Ash Valley, dungeon on death difficulty. I insisted we must invite best friend to join. That's the only way to ensure there are no mistakes. Lin Yuan frowned deep in thought. I didn't expect to be in contact with Leng Yue already. I'll take this opportunity to investigate whether the first disciple is hidden in the Mirror Flower Water Moon Guild. After thinking, he slowly spoke. Sure, I was just planning to try the next death difficulty. Former son enthusiastically put his arm around Lin Yuan's shoulder, as expected of best friend. Come, let me introduce you. These are all core members of our guild. He introduced them, the leader of the Super God Trinity, and also the guild leader of Mirror Flower Water Moon, the cool beauty elder Leng Yue. She also nodded in greeting. Hello, I've heard a lot about you. Welcome to our core team. Former son saw that he didn't introduce himself, so he had to step in. This is Jing Yin, a master responsible for casting magic. His class is also very rare. The class is also very rare. Who is the mage of the Super God Trinity? He showed him absolutely no respect. All right, former son. I haven't acknowledged him as a teammate yet. Carelessly bringing a random person into the team is not a wise move. Jing Yin clearly showed his displeasure. The death difficulty has a very high chance of failure. A casual player like him won't be able to cooperate with us. He'll only be a nuisance. I don't want to take the risk. Do you understand me? Former son was furious when he heard this, and stood up to defend Lin Yuan. Jingyin, what are you saying? It was best friend who led me just now. He not only didn't listen, but also curled his lip in mockery. I've met many people who brag like this. Don't say that we're ganging up on you. I'll give you a chance. Jingyin presented the condition to him. As long as you can take down half of the boss's HP, I will give you the golden equipment on me. But if you hinder us and cause us to fail, you must compensate us for all losses. At this point, he ordered him politely. Did you hear me clearly? It's still not too late to scram now. Lin Yuan was provoked when he heard this. He calmly replied, free golden equipment, of course I'm in. Then I ask all of you to supervise, in case someone reneges on the deal at the end. They confronted each other openly like this. Leng Yu finally had to step in and mediate. All right, Jing Yin, former son's friend joining, was already agreed upon beforehand. If you had an opinion, you should have mentioned it then. This matter is decided. We'll proceed according to the original plan. Everyone, let's cooperate to clear the dungeon. Being reprimanded, he angrily questioned Leng Yue in a low voice. You're helping an outsider. The death penalty in the dungeon is severe. If you don't reconsider... Leng Yu, on the contrary, didn't care at all. She decisively turned and left. I don't like repeating what I've already decided. Let's enter the dungeon for the second time. Jing Yin didn't argue back, only making a silent resolution. Leng Yue, I will let you know that a stray dog is completely untrustworthy. I am the teammate you can't live without. His eyes were increasingly filled with hatred. The scene shifted inside. The system panel appeared. Ash Valley Ooze, grade normal, level 18, HP 4700, ATK 580, Def 75, skill flame spurt. A column of light suddenly shot down onto the ground. The Ash Valley Ooze immediately looked towards it in alarm. Leng Yu's group and Lin Yuan had just entered when they were surrounded. Former son felt horrified. He groaned and complained. The density of monsters in the death difficulty dungeon is too exaggerated. We were surrounded. As soon as we entered, she quickly regained her composure and ordered, melee classes. There are too many monsters to hold off. We must find an opportunity to break through the encirclement. Everyone immediately take your positions. Each person do their part. Hold steady, I'll draw the aggro, you guys. Look for a chance to charge out. Okay, Xiao Yue. Jing Yin stood behind. He had long wanted to eliminate this pest. He was annoyed by the sight of this persistent guy. He really wanted to launch those lightning balls right at his head. An Ash Valley Ooze suddenly rushed towards them. Former son was startled by this sight. What's going on? He was now terrified. Oh no, I missed the rear flank. Leng Yue and her teammates had no choice but to rush forward. She didn't forget to remind him, what are you thinking? Jing Yin, snap out of it, it's over here. He also quickly shouted, oh no, there are monsters behind us too. We don't have enough frontline positions. The whole team's situation instantly fell into chaos. I can't worry about it anymore. I'll use the giant earth bear cub. That beast is just a drop in the bucket. It's going to get killed by the monsters. That's the battle pet she exchanged for her silver equipment. At this moment, Lin Yuan slowly took action. Leave this area to me. He immediately summoned countless undead beasts to attack the mutated beasts. Lin Yuan's summoning, with its overwhelming power, forced the Ash Valley Oozes to recoil. They furiously charged forward, constantly attacking from all sides. Of course, he didn't just stand by and watch, but rushed to fight alongside them. This wave saved Leng Yue's team from a defeat. Look, they really held them off. Great, my battle pet doesn't have to be sacrificed anymore. Jing Yin, standing behind and having his thunder stolen, gritted his teeth. You made me look bad in front of Leng Yue. "You're not getting out of this dungeon, you noob." Just as he was about to speak, Leng Yue, she had already rushed to shield Jing Yin. "Everyone hold your positions and don't get distracted anymore." The game system displayed a new wave of monsters appearing. The group immediately regained their focus on the fight. Former Sun closed his eyes, trying to concentrate on casting his ability. Lin Yuan was continuously attacking the Ash Valley oozes. He was forced to quickly catch up with the team's pace. Leng Yu secretly observed his fighting style. He can analyze and neutralize dangers in the blink of an eye. This reaction speed and dexterity are an extremely rare talent. When this dungeon is over, I'll try inviting him to join the guild. Jing Yin on this side could only stand blankly, on the spot. He secretly decided to play dirty. Now Leng Yue's impression of me must have worsened. That won't do. I have to find a way to make him look bad. Thinking, this Jing Yin used the excuse of support to approach Lin Yuan. "I'll reinforce you, be careful." Of friendly fire. He couldn't help but frown and curse inwardly. What an idiot. But this is also an opportunity. I'll use this chance to get closer to Leng Yue, to make her lower her guard, and then dig information out of her. Lin Yuan struggled to duck down, dodging his intentional attacks. But because the Ash Valley oozes were in front, he was forced into a passive position. Damn it. Suddenly a hand grabbed Lin Yuan's arm. "Leng Yue." She pulled him away from that spot and suggested cooperating. "I'll deal with the ones on the right. You handle the ones on the left. Got it." Lin Yuan quickly replied, "Got it." Immediately after, she turned, released him, and charged forward. As soon as Lin Yuan landed, he and Leng Yue successfully took down 2 Ash Valley oozes. She and he stood facing opposite directions to attack and deal with the monsters. The two of them simultaneously rushed forward and broke through the encirclement. Their teammates behind were dazzled by this sight. That truly is a joint skill. It's giving me the feels. The guild leader and that handsome guy have such amazing chemistry, so awesome. After finishing up, Lin Yuan subtly curved his lips and chatted. "That's the first time I've seen a skill like that. Is that a skill learned after changing classes?" Leng Yue humbly replied, "It's nothing special. I was lucky to learn it from a skill book." He took the opportunity to suggest the second-ranked guild truly has hidden talents. "Do you have any other experts with special skills? I'd like to exchange some techniques with them." Leng Yue also spoke frankly. "Then you can join Jinghua Shui Yue and find out for yourself." However, Lin Yuan flatly refused. "No thanks. I'm more used to playing the game solo." His expression made her freeze. Was that familiar smile an illusion? It was exactly the same. Jing Yin, who was left behind, was so angry he was grinding his teeth. What did that bastard say to Leng Yue? Why does Leng Yue have that expression? Suddenly, former Sun rushed over anxiously. "Report I've picked up. The dropped equipment. When it's over, everyone can share it. Shall you next? Should we proceed with the boss fight as originally planned?" She calmly just uttered, But he took that as an excuse and stepped forward to request, "Wait, I want to apologize to this friend." Everyone saw it just now. His strength far exceeds our imagination. With his ability, he can absolutely play a better role. Jing Yin's eyes became sinister. "I suggest, why not let him help draw the boss's aggro?" Next, Lin Yuan analyzed the situation. "If I go to draw aggro, I won't have a chance to attack the boss, let alone deplete half its HP. Do you want to welch on the deal? Are you really willing to give up gold-tier equipment?" Jing Yin replied. "Do you think you can withstand a few hits from the boss?" "Pipe down. You're overthinking it, my friend. As long as you can complete the task, I can still give you a gold-tier equipment." Leng Yue interjected, "I don't agree. Changing the strategy in the middle of a battle introduces too many uncertainties." He interrupted her. "Don't say that, Leng Yue. I can tell you think highly of him, too. How about we let him decide for himself?" Lin Yuan thought to himself, "I want to interact with the second guild and Leng Yue. This Jing Yin is a problem. First, I'll make him stop temporarily and deal with him later." He agreed to their suggestion. "Okay, I accept." The group moved to Ash Valley. Former Sun has an invitation. "Valley, let me be the one to reveal the full extent of your power." Jing Yin sneered, "This idiot must not know the boss's AoE attack skill. That specifically counters his summoned beasts. There's a show coming up." He gathered strength in his hand and thought, "The boss in the death difficulty dungeon is indeed tricky, but based on my experience from my previous life, I already know its mechanics inside out." The electric ball shot towards the target. The fierce beast was hit unexpectedly. The system displayed its information. Ash Valley, Ooze King Tier level, 25 HP 15,000, Attack 1,500, Defense 500. Skills, Blazing Flame Shot, Omni Slash, Impact Charge, Tail Whip Flame Shield. The team members were astonished. The boss in the death difficulty dungeon is level 25. The current players are barely level 15. The gap is huge. Don't just stand there, everyone. Jing Yin was secretly delighted, thinking, hurry up and attack. That kid is definitely going to regret it. Lin Yuan approached the boss without hesitation. He instructed, The method remains the same: start with a ground attack. The strategy had not changed at all. The whole team followed suit. Right before their eyes was the gigantic figure of the fierce beast. Quickly seized the opportunity. Jingyin didn't help. He stood in a corner, smirking. This scene is too wonderful. They look like scared little mice. The team's figures were incredibly small against the mighty opponent. Leng Yu urged Jingyin, quickly use the crowd control skill. He cursed, damn it, too late. The barrage of fire scattered the group. Someone couldn't help but yell at Jingyin. What exactly are you doing? She questioned, why didn't you use the electric spell to paralyze the tail? Wasn't that the plan we set up for you? Do you know how great of an opportunity you just wasted? He stammered, Leng Yue, I'm sorry, The two remaining members were desperate. We're all wiped out. Healing takes time. How can we face the boss with just one person? There's no chance left. The death difficulty dungeon, even if we quit midway, will result in heavy losses. Now we're truly between a rock and a hard place. Leng Yu sternly reminded them, since it's come to this. I only hope everyone learns a lesson. It's not the new teammate who made a mistake, but us who have always had good chemistry are only slowing him down. I'll let him know we're giving up the dungeon. The guild will bear all the losses. The team members were surprised. Wait, guild leader, look. It looks like he's not affected. He's still fighting the monster alone. He understood, it seems like for the time being, they can't participate in the fight anymore. I should just fight alone. The Ash Valley Uza King's weakness is its back. All I need to do is use electric damage to paralyze its tail, and then I can unleash all my moves. Seeing the boss charge towards him, Lin Yuan disdainfully swung his sword too slow. He summoned the Thunder Wolf and commanded it to break the tail. The system announced, Starlight Thunder Wolf initiates the skill Thunder Shock. A surge of power spread across the boss's body. Paralysis effect. Lin Yuan commanded further, great. The boss's back is safe, charge. His summoned beasts ferociously raced towards the target. Leng Yu was shocked. He still has a lightning-type summoned beast, and he knows how to deal with the boss. Jingyin was especially embarrassed, thinking, how did he know that? Doesn't that mean I'm not even as good as a summoned beast? Former son regained his fighting spirit. Awesome! He's actually confident fighting the boss. Let's hurry and heal up and go help him. Meanwhile, he noticed, wait, he's just putting on a show after all. His summoned beasts won't last long. The boss's impact damage alone is enough to crush them. The summoned beast's HP bar was almost empty. Its body swayed, unable to stand firm. Lin Yuan activated the skill Dark Curse. The summoned beast's HP bar filled up again, and its power surged back. Jingyin was stunned. No, impossible. How can he still heal his summoned beast like that? Doesn't that mean he can kill the boss alone? He shouted with great intensity. Everyone get ready. The boss is at the kill threshold. Charge together. The system announced, Ash Valley Ooze King activates the skill Omnislash. Leng Yu kindly warned, be careful. This is the boss's strongest area of effect skill before it dies. Jingyin nervously thought, no way. I can't let him win. I want my equipment. I want Leng Yue. Both he and the monster can disappear for all I care. So he rushed forward to attack. Get out of the way, all of you. Let me interrupt the boss. The system activated, initiating skill Thunder Resistance Ring. Lightning spread from the center in a circle. Leng Yu was nearly hit by the lightning. They quickly dodged behind, shouting, what? Lin Yuan calmly jumped high. I figured this idiot would stab me in the back. Her face revealed her panic at the unexpected situation. Leng Yue was sent flying backward. Seeing this, he thought, what a pain. Then Lin Yuan immediately flew towards her to save her. Leng Yu was safe in his arms. Lin Yuan reminded her, don't be afraid, hold on tight to me. The system prompted activating Skill Corpse Explosion. The area beneath the two of them suddenly exploded. The server-wide announcement displayed, congratulations to Players Anonymous, former son Leng Yue, Jingyin Daoku and Manxiong, for successfully completing the death difficulty dungeon Ash Valley for the first time. Leng Yue blushed in embarrassment. Honestly, I didn't expect you to be so young, yet so experienced. You didn't panic at all. Lin Yuan humbly replied, how could that be? It was just luck. She extended an invitation. Even if you don't join the guild, I'd still like to get to know a friend like you for future higher difficulty dungeons. Lin Yuan readily agreed. Sure. The notification panel updated. Leng Yue sent a friend request. Friend request accepted. You are now friends with Leng Yue. Former son could sense it. This is the first time I've seen Xiao Yue so flustered. She awkwardly cleared her throat. Put me down, Jingyin was ticked off, thinking. How did this happen? I've never even touched her hair. The system updated. Player Anonymous has a contribution level of 87% in the Ash Valley dungeon at death difficulty. He spoke up. My contribution is 87%, according to the bet. The gold tier equipment should belong to me, right? Jingyin avoided the issue. The gold tier boss equipment has been dropped. Let's check out the loot first and then we'll share it. Lin Yuan refused. No need. Just give me the gold tier equipment first. He hesitated. I'll give it to you. Don't be impatient. As soon as I find replacement equipment, I'll give it to you immediately. Lin Yuan interrupted. It looks like you want to welch. Leng Yu stepped in to mediate. Actually, Jing Yin's equipment might not even suit you. How about this? You get priority in choosing the loot this time, and at the same time I will personally pay for equipment that suits you. What do you think? Lin Yuan accepted. That works. Let's do as you say. But actually, compared to the equipment, I'd prefer to exchange techniques with an expert who has special skills. She sealed the deal. An expert? All right, we really owe you this time. I'll go back and ask the others in the guild if they agree. Lin Yuan walked towards the boss. Almost forgot there's also you. A notification prompt appeared using dark summoning on the corpse of Ash Valley Ooze, King Zombie. Doghead Miner 3 has been killed in the sewer. Upon receiving this message, he exclaimed in surprise, "What? The undead was killed." There are no players leveling up near the hidden dungeon. Furthermore, 3 undead zombies are enough to scare them away. Given this situation, could it be that Snake Controller has appeared? Lin Yuan muttered to himself, I must seize this opportunity. The clue to finding the first believer is on him. Seeing him run towards the teleportation gate, former son shouted from behind, Buddy, you haven't taken the equipment yet. Lin Yuan checked the entrance. Although there was nothing unusual, he still decided to take the secret path just to be safe. He went to check the condition of the fierce beasts' corpses. He concluded that there were no signs of a fight around here. The undead looks like it was strangled to death with a rope. It seems the opponent is proficient in silent assassination. Lin Yuan noticed some small wounds on its body. These are snake bites. The snake bites in the hidden dungeon wouldn't be this large. With the power of the netherworld serpent, it wouldn't leave a complete corpse. So it must be the snake controller's work. Suddenly a dangerous presence rushed up from behind. He turned his head. The stealth had worn off. Behind him was a bone-eating fiend serpent. A level 15 leader. HP 4500. ATK 300, Def 130. Skills. Bone-eating venom. Death gaze. Bone and flesh fusion. Lin Yuan quickly dodged its surprise attack. His body retreated sharply, maintaining a safe distance from the fiend serpent. The power in Lin Yuan's hands condensed. He lunged towards the fiend serpent. The level of these snakes is not low, and the effect of their skills is still unclear. Caution is paramount. This fiend serpent couldn't escape this attack. But then another one appeared from behind. Lin Yuan was startled. Another one. He swiftly jammed his sword into the fiend serpent's mouth before it was too late. Lin Yuan was trying hard to hold them off. He ordered the death giant wolf. Giant wolf blocked them. Lin Yuan carefully analyzed the situation. This whole thing is a mess. That guy is always hiding in the dark, manipulating the snakes. I have to catch him. His eyes suddenly looked in another direction as if he realized something. Lin Yuan looked towards the slithering snake. Found you. He used his fastest speed and darted away. Lin Yuan raised his fist smugly. You have nowhere left to hide. Gloom gauntlet equipped. Lin Yuan's punch was enveloped in a blue flame, heading straight for the target. But when Lin Yuan punched the iron bars, nothing happened. He then paused for a moment. That's not right. Lin Yuan observed and analyzed carefully. This door has a trace I left before. This is the location of the netherworld serpent. He's trying to lure me into a trap. The death giant wolf behind him deliberately signaled at this exact moment. Lin Yuan also realized the snake spirits were behind him. Let's see who can't help but strike first. He quickly acted, activating the stealth skill. In an instant, Lin Yuan disappeared, disorienting the snake spirits. The person who had just been in front of them had now vanished into thin air. A voice echoed from the darkness. He actually didn't fall for it. When you suddenly appear among the snakes, I absolutely won't let a second person know the secret of the sewer. This is my territory. He scanned around and saw movement on the water surface, as if he was about to notice the abnormality. Without hesitation, he immediately acted. A loophole. Become food for my snakes. He raised a snake head and unleashed a torrent of dark magic, destroying everything around him. At this moment, Lin Yuan suddenly appeared from behind. Where are you aiming your attack? He was startled by Lin Yuan. What? Lin Yuan didn't hesitate and swung his hand, slashing a line, but he managed to avoid it in time. He gritted his teeth, annoyed. You dare trick me? He slammed his staff into the ground. The snake spirits also rushed in to attack, full of anger. You're seeking death, Lin Yuan secretly assessed. It seems he's not good at close combat. He's been keeping his distance this whole time. I just need to use the undead to hold these snakes back, and I'll have a chance to win. Thinking this, he charged straight towards the challenger. You're not the only one who can summon. Let them take their time playing. He stubbornly refused to believe his eyes. It's another undead zombie? Why is this happening? Impossible. Lin Yuan attacked and taunted at the same time. Could it be that besides controlling these snakes, you have no other skills? He angrily yelled, Shut up! A dead man like you doesn't need to know much. Lin Yuan didn't back down and retorted bluntly, Chill out. Without those snakes, you couldn't even withstand one blow. You're truly an embarrassment to the first believer. He couldn't help but be surprised. How do you know about the Great Lord? Suddenly other snakes surged up from the ground. He laughed smugly, full of glee. Surprised, aren't you? I have more snakes. Let me catch you and interrogate you slowly. Lin Yuan was not in a hurry. He still analyzed the situation carefully. No wonder the initial ambush was so vague. His snakes also know how to utilize the terrain. Indeed, during this time, he has already become a subordinate of the first believer. I must find a way to capture him. In just a moment, Lin Yuan had sliced through the bodies of the snakes. He lost patience and decided to deliver the final blow. It ends here, you piece of trash. Lin Yuan remained calm. He cleverly used this opportunity to lure him closer. But the wave of dark magic was so strong that it knocked him down. Lin Yuan was surprised, because he was now bound by the snakes. Damage taken. His magic also comes with a control effect. His actions were clearly slower. He smugly walked closer and boasted. When I saw the zombie, I thought I was mistaken. I didn't expect it to really be the undead hunter. It's just a shame that your skills seem to be incomplete. Lin Yuan was tightly wrapped by two snakes, but he showed no sign of fear. Undead hunter, what are you talking about? Although he looked calm on the outside, inwardly he was very worried about being discovered. How did he know about this profession? He even knows the skills of the undead hunter clearly. He ignored the question and laughed loudly. It seemed he was confident in his advantage. Tell me willingly where you learned about the boss. We have plenty of time today. Lin Yuan sneered and returned the exact same phrase. Later, I'll make you spill everything you know. Behind him appeared a terrifying three-headed snake. How dare you turn my snakes into undead? From when he was still standing in the same spot, his whole body bound by two monsters. My undead is endless. Your snakes are being wounded. Give up struggling. He couldn't accept it. He still tried his best to fight back. Dream on, I absolutely won't be captured by trash like you. Lin Yuan didn't hesitate, and immediately broke free from the encirclement. He began to summon the power of corpse explosion magic. He hadn't run far, when the netherworld serpent caught up. In the next second, it wrapped its entire body tightly around him. Lin Yuan shouted loudly, commanding, "Go catch him! Use the bind skill." He then slowly stepped closer. You ran pretty fast, but at least I've determined the snake controller's area of activity. Moreover, in this period, the snake controller does not yet possess the formidable power he will have when the evil god descends, if I can learn the unbinding art. These snakes are merely undead materials, delivered right to my doorstep. From within the rubble, something unexpectedly shone, catching his attention. Lin Yuan picked it up and carefully observed it. This is a pocket watch. It doesn't have a property interface. It seems it's not a piece of equipment. Could it be some kind of token? If he's hiding in the Jinghua Shuiyue Guild, now is the best time to verify this with Leng Yue. He hadn't had time to teleport yet. The sound of the message system rang out. The recipient was Leng Yue. Is it convenient for me to step out for a moment? I want to talk about Ashfall Valley. That night when the entire kingdom was lit up, Leng Yue walked to the empty seat. Sorry I'm a little late. She waved her hand. A small ring appeared on the table. This is the promised gold-tier equipment. See if it suits you. It was the extremely rare gold-tier stillness finger ring. Lin Yuan looked at the ring on the table and pondered. Mana recovery effect. Since I acquired the corpse explosion spell, my mana consumption has been quite high. Leng Yu is truly thoughtful. Leng Yu flicked her hand again. A series of various items appeared on the table. And the drops from Ashfall Valley. It was previously agreed that you would choose first. Lin Yuan calmly picked up each item and inspected it carefully. It suits me very well, even exceeding my expectations. As for the drops, I only need the 10 skill scrolls. Lin Yuan rested his hand on the table, his tone slightly playful. I thought you were an extremely strange person. I didn't expect you to also come to a place like a tavern. Lin Yuan returned to a serious demeanor, looking straight at the person across from him. Today I was leveling up in the sewer and encountered a master with a guild emblem on them. The emblem closely resembled Jinghua Shuiyue's. I'd like to exchange techniques with him. I wonder if that would be convenient. Leng Yui also turned serious. In the sewer, let me check within the guild. He took out the pocket watch he had picked up earlier. This is something he carelessly dropped. Do you have any recollection of this? In the guild. Does anyone wear this kind of pocket watch? She held the watch in her hand, trying to remember. A pocket watch, let me look. It doesn't seem to be equipment, does it? To be honest, this is the first time I've seen this kind of jewelry. Lin Yuan was not disappointed. I see. In that case, please help me check on the sewer matter. This is extremely important to me. Leng Yi happily accepted. All right, I'll keep an eye out in the guild. He continued to ask, speaking of which, if you just take this gold-tier equipment, will the people in your guild not mind? She tilted her head and looked away. Xing Yin is pretty steamed about it, but this time it was his fault in the first place. Besides, you look a lot like my younger brother. Sometimes even I have trouble distinguishing you. If he were still alive, he would probably be your age. Lin Yuan finally understood the reason behind it. No wonder her reactions were so weird a few times. He could only comfort her. Please accept my condolences. Leng Yue pushed the watch back. Everything is in the past now. Right if you're willing to trust me. Next try to prepare some anti-lightning potions. They'll be needed soon. He secretly pondered. It seems that within the Order organization, they already know about the upcoming Lightning Attribute Special Dungeon. It's a shame that the method for brewing the strongest anti-lightning potion is in my hands. The system notification sounded simultaneously. 100 swamp reeds have been submitted. The quest Emo's confession has been completed. The two stood up preparing to leave the tavern. I'll consider it. I'll be leaving now. Leng Yu stepped forward and suggested, let's go together. The two left the tavern together, unaware that Xing Yin had seen everything from a hidden corner. He was shaking with anger. That jerk is dating Leng Yue. Why do I have to kill him? Suddenly, Leng Yue and Lin Yuan were standing behind him. Since when, Xing Yin? What a coincidence you're also coming to the tavern. Xing Yin strongly defended himself. I just happened to be passing by. Then he raised his voice in a warning. Leng Yue, why are you talking to this kind of person? You'd better stay away from him, Lin Yuan replied with annoyance. I was the one who called her here. It was to discuss some issues related to the guild. You don't need to overthink it. Xing Yin, his eyes murderous, shot back. Didn't you say you wouldn't join a guild? So why are you looking for our guild leader to talk about this matter? Do you have some other hidden motive? Lin Yuan stared intently at him, thinking to himself, what a persistent pain in the neck. After thinking, he skillfully replied, of course. Guild leader Leng Yue's swordsmanship is excellent. I also want to ask for some guidance. Is that not allowed? Xing Yin strongly refuted. In my opinion, you have other intentions, don't you? Leng Yue, you should be careful. Avoid trouble from this kind of person. At this moment, Leng Yue finally spoke up. Thank you for your kindness, but who I drink with doesn't need your approval, right? Xing Yin started to feel awkward. No, Leng Yue, I didn't mean that. She coldly walked past him. That's enough. I went to all the trouble to come here just to hold on to the equipment for you, and you disappoint me so much. Xing Yin now desperately tried to explain, Leng Yue, you misunderstand? He watched Leng Yue's back as she left with Lin Yuan, and he grew even more enraged. Everything is because of that jerk. As long as I eliminate him, Leng Yu will only look at me like before. Xing Yin's mind was now completely foggy, and he was losing his way. Eliminate him. The scene shifts to a room. The space was strangely quiet. Xing Yin slowly walked in from outside. He entered with a gloomy demeanor. Upon arriving, Xing Yin immediately requested, you are here indeed. Help me take care of someone. The masked man casually replied, what, let me finish this drink first. But Xing Yin frantically offered a condition. After you're done, I'll give you double the reward. He had already sent a photo to the other party. You must kill him, and the more brutally the better. Finally, the other person agreed. You're willing to spend that much money, huh? Then I accept. Before leaving, Xing Yin didn't forget to add, remember, choose a crowded place. He gave a sinister grin. Slowly torture him in front of the crowd. Afterward, the masked man also sat down to check Lin Yun's information. He stared intently at the man. This person. I feel like I've seen him before. At this moment, in a town near the desert, Darkway was holding the treasure in his hand, examining it closely. I've never seen this kind of watch before. It looks like just a normal piece of jewelry, but you could try your luck at the Hitwi Night Order. See what happens, provided you can get in, Lin Yuan thought helplessly. I didn't expect even a knowledgeable NPC like Dark to be clueless. All right, thank you, old man Dark. Darkway sighed with a bit of regret. No problem, it's a pity I've already retired. Without a valid reason. It's very difficult to meet the Night Order leader. Just then a girl walked in. Uncle Dark, how have you been lately? I brought you some yummy food. Seeing her, Darkway welcomed her warmly. Edith, I'm much better. Thank you for coming to visit this old man again. Her appearance made Lin Yuan curious. Edith, seizing the opportunity, Darkway offered a suggestion. If you truly want to go to the Hitwi Night Order to inquire, then you can ask Edith for help. She's the daughter of Night Order leader Sid. She quickly denied it. No, I'm not his daughter anymore. It's been a long time. Now I'm just a self-reliant tailor. Lin Yuan finally spoke up. It sounds like there might be some misunderstanding between you two. Perhaps I can help in some way. Darkway began to persuade Edith. The Night Order leader must regret it deeply by now. Why do you two father and daughter have to quarrel to this extent? Just take it as an old uncle's advice. Edith subsequently softened. All right, young man, please follow me. I thought I wouldn't have the chance to give this gift to him. Unexpectedly, Lin Yuan seemed to have realized a few things. It seems you were just missing an opportunity. As Edith opened the gift box, she admitted, perhaps so. Handing the gift to Lin Yuan, Edith instructed, this is a ceremonial robe that took me a year to sew. I hope you can deliver it to my father, and then tell me his answer. Lin Yuan accepted the gift and confidently affirmed, please rest assured, I will certainly deliver it quickly. You have received the hidden quest Dusty Family Bond. Quest name, Dusty Family Bond. Condition, activated. Heal Dark and gain his favor. Hitwe Knight. Order reputation greater than 0. Quest content. Deliver the ceremonial robe personally made by Edith to her father Sid. Quest rank, Gold. Quest duration, 12 hours. The scene shifts to the Hitwe Knight order camp. Outside, the guards were strict. They quickly blocked Lin Yuan when they saw him stop. Who is it? He calmly answered their question. Please don't worry. I was entrusted by Miss Edith to come here to deliver an item to the Night Order leader. One of the guards said he would relay the message to Miss Edith. Wait here. I'll go inform the Night Order leader. Lin Yuan watched them and carefully considered. The Hitwe Night Order was considered the strongest fighting force besides the Imperial Advisor in the ancient West Mo Kingdom. Building a good relationship with them could be very beneficial. A moment later, the guard returned. Sorry to keep you waiting, follow me. At the same time, another soldier was leading a strange creature, a lion's head but with wings. Lin Yuan pondered. To get a mount. That is characteristic of the Hitwe Night Order, like the winged lion. I'll need to increase my reputation before I can buy one. After walking a short distance, they stopped in front of a tent, the soldier instructed. The Night Order leader is in the tent ahead. You can go in by yourself. Lin Yuan sincerely replied, thank you. As he stepped in, he was still filled with many thoughts. Night Order leader Sid's strength is formidable, equivalent to a level 60 Lord-level monster. I absolutely cannot reveal the secret, that I am an undead hunter. Inside, a man was already waiting. Lin Yuan was cautious. Night Order leader Sid, I apologize for disturbing you. Sid turned around and immediately asked about Edith. Tell me, is Edith living well right now? Lin Yuan placed the box on the table. Miss Edith misses you very much. I accepted her commission to bring this item to you. This is the ceremonial robe she spent a year sewing for you. She hopes you can understand her feelings. Sid took it. A year? This child must have put a lot of heart into it. Why won't she come and see me? It seems she still enjoys tailoring after all these years. Look at this meticulous stitching, truly a work of art. But that year I was too stubborn, insisting that my daughter couldn't pursue a humble profession like tailoring. I even ended up forcing her to leave. They haven't seen each other for 15 years. Sid carefully stroked the robe. Lin Yuan thought to himself, Sid, who can wield great power, also has this gentle side. I need to find an opportunity to ask about the watch. Then he spoke up, Lord Sid, Miss Edith does not blame you. Sid replied, tell her, I no longer care about so-called glory. I just need her to come back to my side. He agreed. Understood. But I have one thing to trouble you with. Do you know the origin of this watch? Sid stated, a watch. I can be sure. I have never seen this design before. As soon as the matter was settled, he said, you should quickly go and give Edith my reply. Lin Yuan replied, understood. Suddenly he called out to him, wait a moment. What is your identity? Lin Yuan worried. Did he figure something out? Sid sighed. I was too presumptuous. Since my daughter vouches for you, I shouldn't be suspicious. Thank you for everything you've done for Edith. If anyone bullies her, you can use the name of the Hitwe Night Order to deal with them at any time. Lin Yuan was startled. Understood. I will protect Miss Edith's safety. A system notification appeared. Acknowledged by Sid. Hitwe Night Order reputation plus 1,000. Hitwe Night Order reputation has reached friendly. Obtained the title Night Order member. Honor from the Hitwe Night Order. He thought, I didn't expect him to directly give me the Hitwe Night Order badge. After all, this item cannot be obtained through any other channel, except being personally issued by Sid. Having this, I'll be able to move freely in West Mo. With this, I will be able to run rampant in West Mo. My current Hitwe Night Order reputation is 1,500. The reputation store has opened. Can't miss this opportunity. After all, some things are only available here. The shopkeeper cheerfully greeted, hello, young knight. Do you want to buy anything? Lin Yuan replied. I want to buy a winged lion. Then he thought to himself, I already obtained the combat technique earlier. As long as I activate the mount as well, it will be equivalent to a mobile fortress. The enthusiastic shopkeeper introduced, the winged lion is expensive. There are only a few in the entire Fenghuang Desert. It costs 300 gold coins. Not letting the shopkeeper finish, Lin Yuan immediately finalized, no problem. The system notified spent 300 gold coins. Mount Bloody Lion Beast has been activated. Edith was overjoyed. My father really said that, oh my God, I thought he had forgotten me long ago, always immersed in his Night Order. Lin Yuan replied, don't say that, Miss Edith. The Night Order leader still wants you to come back to his side. She refused, it's enough that he has those intentions. The system notified Hidden Quest. Dusty Family Bond has been completed. Edith took out a small box. This is a thank you gift for you. Please accept it. Please tell my father that being able to sew beautiful clothes for everyone is enough to make me happy. She wants to stay here and continue working. System panel displays the received skill statistics. Lin Yuan gold tier equipment earrings. Can grant immunity to magic and control effects. With this I can almost completely counter that serpent controller. Then he said, "Thank you, I'll leave now." Inside the tent, Sid's voice echoed. It seems Edith really likes her current life. Then I can rest assured. Lin Yuan calculated to himself. If there are no clues about the watch, I might as well directly ask him for information on snakes. Then he spoke up. Night Order leader, do you have any information related to snakes? He replied, the snake species after the expulsion of the serpent. People's civilization. All the snakes in the Fanghuang desert were long ago swept clean by them. However, what about the snake in the dream realm? His face darkened. Lin Yuan wondered, is there anything special about that snake? Sid explained, it's said to be a gigantic snake. But the things in this dream realm are vague and illusory, so we can't take action. You are now an honorary member of the Hitway Night Order. If you are interested in snakes, then I will assign this mission to you. Lin Yuan agreed. Understood. I'll go right away. Then he thought, could it be the Serpent King? Why is it appearing in someone else's dream realm? Could this matter be related to the Serpent Controller? System notified new mission received. Lin Yuan stood in front of a large mansion. A man opened the door and walked out, grabbing a woman and throwing her out, then shouting, "Trash like you? How dare you defy the Count?" Biaudo arrogantly ordered bums beat him up. Following Biaudo's order, those men immediately took action. Following Biaudo's command, those men immediately took action. Such a wretched person. You're asking for a beating. It's your honor that the Count favors you. You commoner. Lin Yuan intervened to stop them. It seems this is the Count's residence. It really is an eye-opener. One of the men pointed at his face and shouted, "Where did this commoner crawl out from? How dare you interfere with the Count's business?" Biaudo scoffed, "Tisk, tisk! Want to play the hero and save the beauty? Then stay here together, attack." The girl faintly said, "You should leave quickly. Confronting the Count won't end well." Lin Yuan waved his hand and those men were all sent flying. "The person I'm looking for is here. Where is the Count?" Biaudo stammered, Do you know whose people you're messing with?" "This place is the territory of Count Carlo." Carlo walked over. "Where did this commoner come from daring to lay a hand on my people? Immediately notify the Hitway Night Order and have this person thrown into my dungeon." Lin Yuan presented the badge. "I am an envoy sent by the Hitway Night Order to deal with your nightmare." They were surprised. "You are a knight." Carlo's demeanor immediately changed. "Hang these useless people up for me and starve them for 3 days and 3 nights. Biaudo replied, "Yes." He then babbled again. "Truly blind idiots. They can't even tell the difference between a knight and a commoner. You've finally arrived. If you can solve my problem, I will have Sid recognize your contribution." He replied, "I hope so." Inside the manor, there were many large bookshelves. There were many servants, each busy with their own tasks. Sitting in the main seat, Carlo spoke. "In my dreams, there is always a gigantic snake chasing me." He yelled. Even experienced priests couldn't find the cause. "It's ridiculous. A count like me has to endure this torment. I'm looking for someone to eradicate that damned snake. See if you can solve it." Lin Yuan thought, as expected, it's the Serpent King. Then he replied, "Count, I need a little time." He said, "I hope you can ensure success. This matter is good for both me and you." Suddenly, a maid accidentally stumbled on the rug, causing water to splash directly onto Carlo. "Ouch!" He yelled furiously, "Ah, you wretched woman, you damned lowlife. I'll teach you a lesson." A slap came down. The maid cried in fear, "Woo-woo, please don't!" He was in a fit of rage. "You can't even manage a small, simple task. Truly born wretched." He raised his foot high. Lin Yuan quickly lifted the girl away. He was surprised. He changed the subject. "Count, we are still discussing the commission. What you are doing seems unreasonable, doesn't it?" Carlo laughed heartily. "Nonsense! But I'm also doing this for their own good. If they can't even handle a tiny matter like this, how can they survive later? When these kids had nowhere to go, only I was kind enough to take them in. They are very grateful, you know." "Tell him, Anna, isn't that right?" The maid faltered. "Yes, I am very grateful to the Count for taking me in." Carlo was pleased with the answer. "Step down. Unlike someone of naturally high birth like myself, these poor wretches from the slums aren't even worth a slice of black bread. But the lowly also have their uses. Pleading with me is the meaning of their existence. Don't you agree, knight?" Lin Yuan remained silent, only thinking, "He's calling me a busybody, huh?" Carlo ordered the butler to set the table and arrange a separate seat for this knight, without a title, and boasted inwardly, "If you weren't working for me, I doubt, in your whole life, you'd ever taste the fine cuisine of the Count's household." "Ha ha ha," Biaudo reported. "Count, I have followed your instructions. Diligently prepare the venison gifted by Count Granzone. Please inspect it." He commended, "Very good, but perhaps this knight isn't accustomed to such exquisite dishes. Just bring him the fish soup." Lin Yuan quietly restrained himself. "The mission is paramount. I'll deal with this, Count, after the mission is done." Then he replied, "That's fine." Anna brought the soup. "Here you go, Sir Knight." Carlo chewed noisily. "Knight, have you thought of a solution yet? Don't waste too much time." Lin Yuan sipped his soup. "I hope to observe in your room tonight, just for a bit." He slammed his wine glass down on the dining table and shouted, "What kind of joke is this? Count Carlo's room is a place you can just enter. Figure it out yourself. I only need the result." He scoffed inwardly. Truly an arrogant and stupid fool. Lin Yuan, in his invisible form, slowly approached the door. He thought, based on his attitude earlier today, there must be some secret in his room. To complete this mission, I still need to use some special methods. The system appeared. Invisibility spell activated. Suddenly there was a shriek inside. "Ah!" Lin Yuan was startled. "Something's happening." A weak girl, struck directly in the face by a large hand. Carlo spoke. "So ungrateful serving Count Carlo? Am I harming you?" Biaudo added, "Exactly. So many people want to serve the Count, and they don't even have the chance." The girl trembled and said unjustly, "Please forgive me." Carlo leaned in, smiling. "Did you think a knight could protect you? That idiot! He does whatever I tell him to, doesn't he?" Biaudo laughed mockingly. "What knight? As long as the Count speaks, he's nothing more than a servant." Lin Yuan clenched his fist. So these maids were all forced into servitude by him. Carlo angrily threw the girl down, causing her great pain. "I, Count Carlo, not only have power and influence in Zima Kingdom, but even in other countries I hold the rank of Count. In your whole life, you will never escape my control." Biaudo bowed and flattered. A wise person like the Count naturally wouldn't put all his eggs in one basket. He laughed confidently. Of course, the system appeared before Lin Yuan. Incorrect. The Count's title was bestowed by the King of Sima. How could he receive such treatment in another country? Unless, the system announced, hidden condition activated, Count Carlo's nightmare quest, updated to capture the traitor. Quest level gold. Quest objective: imprison the traitor Count Carlo and find evidence of his treason. Quest time limit 48 hours. Lin Yuan thought to himself, "It's exactly as I suspected. Count Carlo is a traitor. First I'll contact the Hits Knights Guild and go from there." The system announced, "Used item. Arrest request sent to the Hits Knights Guild." Carlo squinted at this moment, pondering something. Suddenly his eyes became a little wrathful. Carlo's voice was stern. "That damned serpent is making it impossible for me to sleep at night. Don't you dare be peaceful either." The door suddenly swung open hastily. Lin Yuan spoke. "Count, I think I heard a shriek of agony. First I'll stall for time, until the Knights Guild arrives." Carlo was surprised. "You?" Carlo scoffed. "This damned knight is disrespectful to me again and again." "How dare you?" Biaudo chimed in. "Do you know that trespassing into the Count's residence is a serious crime?" Lin Yuan looked down and said, "Leave. I need to discuss some things with the Count." Carlo's face darkened. "Huh, you interrupt my fun and then want to leave. A petty knight thinks he's the center of the universe. Even your knight's badge can't hide the stench of poverty radiating from you." Biaudo said loudly, "My lord, should we give him a little punishment?" Carlo angrily pointed. "Hang him up for me. I want to show him what the final fate of those with low-born blood will be." Biaudo smiled sinisterly and slowly approached. "Rest assured, my lord." The guards turned their heads in surprise. "Guards, there's an assassin after the Count." They quickly grabbed their weapons and rushed inside. The girl looked up and said, "Run away, don't lose your life because of me." Lin Yuan replied calmly, "They are not enough to take my life." The guards began to charge. "Charge an assassin, kill him." Lin Yuan quickly held his weapon ready. "You go first." The girl quickly grasped his hand. "Okay." The guards retreated with a flash of green light before their eyes. "What?" The castle gate was still intact in the night. Suddenly an explosion instantly appeared. The girl knelt down, gasping continuously next to Lin Yuan. The guards were still chasing him on the other side. "Rush forward, don't let him escape." Lin Yuan's eyes were cold. "There are too many maids and servants here. It's not convenient to use corpse bombardment and necromancy spells." A maid standing by observed, "That's him. Is he really trying to assassinate the Count?" Another maid sternly interrupted, "Shh, don't talk nonsense." The maids were all together, witnessing the scene before them. Lin Yuan easily and quickly subdued each guard. "Help me." The guards all lay unconscious at Lin Yuan's feet. "Next, I just need to monitor the Count and the butler until the Knights Guild arrives." Suddenly, a glowing chain appeared and wrapped around his ankle. Lin Yuan spread his foot. "This is a control skill. Perfect timing to test the equipped skill of Dark Soul." The system announced, "Skill activated. Spell immunity. Control effect has been removed." Biaudo was holding a magic scepter. "You knights are all like this. Apart from a little strength, you have no brains." Lin Yuan's ankle was tightly bound next to the Count. "Carlo, how could there not be an expert here?" "Torment him for me, oh no." He still fell into the butler's hands. Who said the butler was an expert? He's a rank 5 wizard from the Royal Mage Guild. Biaudo quickly rushed forward. This dagger is capable of injecting electric current into your bloodstream. The sensation won't be pleasant. Keep it for yourself. Lin Yuan quickly grabbed Biaodo's wrist. His body froze and he said, "You aren't controlled." Biaodo painfully collapsed, with blood flowing from his chest. Carlo's eyes widened in fear as he faced Lin Yuan. He tremblingly pointed a finger. "I called you here to fulfill a mission. Are you trying to rebel?" he said coldly. "Compared to a mission, I think your act of treason is more serious, isn't it?" Carlo stammered, "What? How did you know?" Biaodo struggled to stand up. "If you found out, then die." Lin Yuan quickly dodged the blow. "It's a shame I can't kill you. The mission requires me to capture you." Biaodo was shocked. What a knight knows magic. Lin Yuan's dark eyes moved in front of him. His fist struck down, creating a powerful flash of light. Biaodo's body was knocked away by that powerful light. He was attacked, causing his body to fall to the ground. Carlo hastily ran up the stairs. "You bastard! I will definitely find Zit to punish you and have you executed." He was surprised to see Lin Yuan's foot already standing before his eyes. "How did you get here?" His face was cold as he said, "What? Didn't you want to execute me?" Carlo hastily explained, "That's not it at all. I was going to tell Zit to recognize your merits. No, I want to ask the king to award you a medal." Lin Yuan's palm began to glow with blue fire. "By capturing you, the king will also award me a medal." Carlo fearfully stopped. The blue fire struck Carlo. "When you harmed innocent people, did you ever think of stopping?" He tried to say, "I was wrong, okay? I will release those peasants." Lin Yuan coldly replied, "Too late." His hand angrily grabbed Carlo's collar and pulled him up. Lin Yuan's face was dark. "Think about your confession first." Carlo stammered, "Don't. I'll give you whatever you want. I'll give you everything. Just let me go." Lin Yuan clenched his fist and struck him in the chest. "Say goodbye to your noble status." Carlo's body, in a flash, flew far away in a cloud of dust. Hughes suddenly spoke up. "I hope I'm not too late, Carlo. Is the Count unharmed?" "Where is the culprit you mentioned?" Lin Yuan replied. "It's a pity. Guild leader, the criminal we need to arrest is the Count. Carlo, he is a traitor." Hughes quickly stepped down and walked toward Lin Yuan. He continued, "A traitor, my heavens. You need to make things clear. Attacking a count without evidence is a capital offense." Carlo yelled, "You all know this is a capital offense. Why did you send a lunatic here? This is slander against a count." Hughes looked over and continued, "Based on your one-sided statement, you cannot arrest this count yet." Anna suddenly appeared and spoke up. "Wait, I know where the evidence is. Before I accidentally overheard the count secretly plotting about the Serpent Men civilization, and they worship in secret. Not far from here is the secret room, where the evidence is." Carlo's eyes were bloodshot. "Lies. When did I collude with the Serpent Men civilization?" He angrily lunged forward. "Peasant! I'm going to tear your mouth apart." Lin Yuan thought to himself. The mission said so that Count is definitely a real traitor. "Guild leader, please escort the Count to the prison first. I will bring the evidence immediately. The final result will soon be revealed. I will bear all the consequences alone." Hughes sighed and said, "All right. Whether it's a great contribution or a mistake, depends on the results you find. Leave 2 knights here to help search for the others. Take the Count back to the barracks." They accepted the order. "Yes, sir." Lin Yuan continued, "Lead us there, don't worry." Anna shyly replied, "Uh-huh. You are not like the others. I trust you." The Earl's secret passage is connected to this place. Lin Yuan walked behind, pondering the sewer. Why does it look like where a snake man would go? However, why did she come here? And at the same time heard the meow sound. Anna pointed to the door. "This is the secret place where they meet in private." Lin Yuan nodded. Leave the next step to me." Observing the door, there were no special traces. "Be vigilant. I'm about to open the door." It was strangely quiet inside. Seems like there's no one. Giant snakes suddenly flew out, retreating backward. "What the heck?" Lin Yuan gently used his hand to sever the snake's body. "Don't be afraid, they're just a few snakes." The knights sighed with relief. "Thankfully, we have you. I didn't expect there to be snakes here. It definitely has a problem." Lin Yuan turned his head to look. I have a feeling she wasn't surprised at all, thinking about it if we were silenced. Then the charges against the Earl would also have no leads. Could she be a snake man, disguised as a human, secretly collaborating with the Earl? When she saw the Earl about to be exposed, she chose to cut her losses and escape. The snake-luring medicine is effective, making the snake man feel agitated. Real or fake, we'll know by testing it. This is snake repellent. It can drive away the swarm of snakes around here. That way we don't have to worry about snake attacks anymore. Land smoke billowed all over Anna's body. I'm sorry, I also didn't know that there was that thing inside. But the evidence must be in here. Lin Yuan said nothing, just stared at Anna. The blue flame in his palm. His hand, maybe I'm overthinking it. It's fine, this is not your fault. They started moving deeper inside. Found the evidence. The knight suddenly spoke up. Oh my god, this is the snake man's totem. The king already gave the order. Destroy all items related to the snakemen. And yet the Earl hid so many of these. This is the Earl's crest. He really colluded with the snakemen. This is a capital offense. Suddenly Anna's face darkened. Standing behind her, she smiled and said, "I beg you, knights." "You must make him pay the price," Kallo angrily shouted. "It's been a whole night." "Your evidence? How dare you slander the Earl's honor? Wait until I get out. I will definitely deal with you bunch of wastes." Hills suddenly opened the door and said, "We've found the evidence. Interrogate him for me." The knight acknowledged the order, understood. Kallo was flustered. "What? No way, I have no connection with the snake men at all." The knight angrily yelled, "Shut up! Confess your crimes immediately." "A despicable traitor like you," Hills said in a deep voice. "It's truly shocking. Who would have thought Kallo was a traitor? But you have also made a great contribution. I have reported to the king. He will soon bestow a reward upon you." Lin Yuan smiled and replied, "Thank you, Commander. This is what I should do." Inside, only the sound of shouting was heard. "Stop it immediately. I am Earl Kallo. The Earl has nothing to do with me. I am just a butler." Hills spoke seriously. Civilization. The snake men definitely possess a lot of intelligence about the West. Marquisdom. Next, I will lead people to thoroughly investigate the maids of the Earl's house. I'm afraid I'll still have to trouble you to finish dealing with them, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Just in time. There's still one thing in the Earl's house I can't miss. Okay, I will arrange for them properly. The knight solemnly announced, "Commander, they want to confess." Hughes glanced and said, "Oh, prepare to take notes." Beato laughed loudly and said, "I'll go first." Lord Earl secretly worked with. Kallo angrily pushed him down. He yelled, "Shut up! It's not your turn to talk." "I plead guilty. It is true that I had some contact with other forces. It was only a tiny bit of contact, but I voluntarily confessed." "You must appeal to the king for me." Hill's face darkened. "We have fought for the country for so many years. And you, biting the hand that feeds you. You are truly a despicable person." System notification. The mission to arrest the traitor has been completed. Reputation for the valiant knight order, plus 1,000. Lin Yuan thought to himself. The mission is complete. Then where is the giant serpent? I must have missed some detail. He has paid for his crime. In that case, I will go arrange things for those girls now. Hughes nodded and continued. "Go. I will now make Kallo spill all the secrets." He still gazed at him as he left and tightly shut the door. He quickly plunged a knife straight into the table. He angrily roared, "Tell the truth! Who are the Snakeman's inside men?" Kallo fearfully replied. "Snake Man. The person who contacted me was an insider from the southern region kingdom. Right now at Earl Kallo's castle, Lin Yuan rummaged through everything. In the previous life, someone posted on the forum about the Earl's house. Kallo has a shield gifted by the king. The attributes are excellent. It also has a special skill. It must be here." Suddenly his eyes froze intently, looking down. The box inside was empty. Was it taken? Someone else knows about this equipment. The knight began to report to Lin Yuan, "Sir, all the maids have been found. Only one person is missing." His voice was serious. "Who is it?" The knight replied, "It's the girl named Anna." Lin Yuan recalled the earlier events. Could it be that she was revenged by the snakemen, or was my initial guess correct? No matter what, I must find her. She's a person. She can't just vanish into thin air. The most suspicious place is the secret passage from the Earl's residence, leading down to this sewer. Lin Yuan quickly moved to the room with a hole in the floor. He slowly walked inside. From the beginning, I felt that something was off. Thinking back, if the Earl was colluding with the snake men, why would he voluntarily mention dreaming of snakes? Suddenly, Lin Yuan stopped and looked behind him. "You are really slow." Anna hurriedly spoke up. "What are you doing? You're not the one who has to hide in the Earl's residence, so of course you can arrive whenever you want." He laughed and said, "That Earl Kallo is finished right." The system showed invisibility spell has been activated. Lin Yuan was surprised. He is the one controlling the snakes. Why did Anna meet him alone? Isn't Anna an NPC? He continued, "Indeed, you live up to your name, Anna. A born actress. Huh. That foolish Earl probably never imagined, even in death, that the secret meeting place was prepared by your own hand." She smiled confidently. Of course, they couldn't have expected it. But there's one knight who's very unusual. I don't know why. He started suspecting me of being involved with the snakemen. He even used snake-luring medicine to test me. For the fighting parts, I'll have to rely on you to step up. He widened his eyes and continued, "Oh, no way. Those fools have always been dancing in the palm of your hand." "What does he look like?" Anna presented a piece of paper with Lin Yuan's image on it. "He looks like this. I still have to continue carrying out the snakemen's mission to weaken the nobles of the Western Desert Kingdom." "Oh, right. How is your snake swarm recovering?" He took the paper and intently looked at it. He angrily gritted his teeth. "It's this scumbag. If it weren't for him, my adorable little snake wouldn't have had to leave me. He stole my hidden dungeon." Lin Yuan pondered. "So Anna is a snake man spy. who was planted to set traps and eliminate the nobles of the Western Desert. But if the Earl was wrongly accused, why did the system say I completed the mission? Whatever, I'll just find an opportunity to take them out first, Anna continued. So you've also run into that guy. Isn't he just a knight? Who knows a little bit of fist magic? You can't even handle a petty matter like this. He angrily raised his fist. What the heck do you know? His power is much greater than what you see. He can summon the undead. If it weren't for those undead guarding the hidden dungeon, I wouldn't be having such a headache. Anna said in confusion. Undead? Could it be that his class is... He interrupted her. That's right. That's why I need you to lend me the Underworld Serpent. His eyes suddenly glowed red. I want him dead and ripped to shreds. Anna was startled and agitated. Absolutely not. The Underworld Serpent already has another mission. Once the Underworld Serpent is exposed, within the sensing range of the Western Desert Imperial Advisor, it could very well be destroyed by him. That would be an irreplaceable loss for our Snake Man civilization. He smirked and continued, but I can't wait another second to get rid of him. You must give it to me. Anna's eyes widened. She said in a low voice, I won't let you mess things up, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Normally, NPCs wouldn't be overly involved with players. Is the Snake Controller using Anna to farm reputation for the Snake Men faction? I can't let him have his way. I can't let him have his way. He positioned himself ready to charge. I can't let him succeed. Suddenly, a large explosion appeared ahead. Lin Yuan stopped, his eyes wide in astonishment as he looked forward. A giant snake appeared behind Anna. The Underworld Serpent slowly moved closer to him. Anna smirked and said, The Underworld Serpent can sense my emotions. If you really want to make a move, I'm not sure I can stop it. He began to feel scared. You two are truly devoted master and servant. Anna's hand touched the Underworld Serpent's skin. It's all for that plan. He turned around and said loudly, All right, fine. I will find a way to deal with him myself. As for you, keep doing your mission. Don't forget, your boss told you to cooperate with me. Anna replied, All right. Let me rest for a bit. Serving those old geezers was disgusting. This whole thing was just to get a so-so shield, and I had to put up with those fat pigs until I was about to puke. It was a total bust. He finally gave up and walked away. Have it your way. A small snake emerged from Lin Yuan's palm. My invisibility spell is useless. I can't let the Underworld Serpent act rashly. I can only let the little snake follow the Snake Controller and wait for him to go far before making a move. The little snake began to crawl stealthily behind them. As Anna and the giant Underworld Serpent passed through the hole, just wait slowly but surely. Soon, very soon, you'll see the light of day again. Lin Yuan stood above. He looked down. As for the Earl's matter, I'll ask the Night Order about it when I get out. The matter of the first follower is more important. I have to capture the Snake Controller first. Breaking out of his thoughts, Lin Yuan quickly jumped down. He continued to ponder. With the Dark Soul Path skill, this time I can definitely ambush him for real. System notification. Paralysis sensation activated. He exerted his power on the little snake. This aura, it's him again. His eyes looked ahead. I'm being followed. Luckily, I was prepared this time. I have to deal with this scumbag sooner or later. In a flash, Lin Yuan appeared in front of the little snake that was teleporting. A glimmer of blue appeared beneath his feet. Another teleportation scroll. He's using this expensive one-time use artifact without hesitation. It seems the first follower is much richer than I thought. I need to quickly build up my funds too. It's time to stock up on potent electrical resistance potions. Once the Thunder-type dungeon opens, this stuff will definitely become a hot commodity. I still have to keep grinding the hidden dungeon snake demon's nest. Right now at Kalo's castle, these homeless girls have suffered enough. Just let them stay. The maids were all sobbing. I can teach you girls how to sew. It's better than going back to being servants anyway. This is the reason we came here. Thank you, Miss Edith. Lin Yuan turned and left, and didn't forget to wave goodbye to them. Then we will take our leave. Oh right, has Kalo's confession been drafted yet? The knight spoke, It has been handed over to the captain, sir. I can't believe he was secretly colluding with the Nangui Empire. What a disgrace. Nangui is our sworn enemy. Lin Yuan thought, so it's the Nangui Empire. In the world of immortality, Nangui and Shimo are always enemies. I hope he gets what's coming to him. Suddenly a strange man in black was hiding behind the bushes, observing them with a crow on his shoulder. Sir, the target has left. The Night Order can take action at any moment. The crow quickly flew into the sky. Understood. At this time in the evening twilight, Lin Yuan strolled around the town. He walked and thought. The formula for the potent electrical resistance potion in my hand is one of a kind. To concoct this kind of potion, a high-level alchemist is needed. But most of them are members of large guilds. The formula artifact is consumed after one use. It would be a hassle if they learned it and then double-crossed me. It looks like finding a freelance alchemist to sign a contract with is the safest bet. but someone of that high level is hard to find. I'll just post a bounty quest and see who fits the bill. Suddenly, Lin Yuan stopped and looked up at the bulletin board. He looked at the paper tightly pasted on the top. It's Qing Yan. In his past life memories, she was one of the top 10 alchemists in Shimo, but her main profession was a ranger, capable of long-range attacks. Moreover, she had never joined any guild. The system displays bounty quest accepted, automatically adding the quest taker as a friend. A message appears on the system board. Someone actually dared to take my quest. Didn't you notice? The Wild Flame Guild folks deliberately covering my quest board. First time hearing about that. When do we start the mission? At this moment, Mei Chao was brewing a potion. Looks like you're pretty fired up, huh? All right, I'll send you the coordinates. See you later. The system displays coordinates of the high-level freelance alchemist. There aren't many people like that. I hope she's someone I can cooperate with long-term. Lin Yuan finally appeared in a desolate place. Mei Chao waved and said, "Hi, you're the one who accepted my quest, right? Just you alone. The rock golem is an elite monster. Can you handle it by yourself?" Lin Yuan's expression was cold. It's that drunk girl from the tavern that day. She's Luo Qingyan. Mei Chao approached and continued, "Well, I didn't expect the little bro to be such a handsome guy. This time the mission is all on you, okay? You have to be careful. Later I'll provide you with arrow support from behind." From behind, his voice replied coldly, "No need." This person doesn't seem trustworthy at all. If there are no other suitable candidates, I guess I have to choose her. Mei Chao continued from behind. Those rock golems are all hiding in this pile of rocks. They are experts at ambushing people. They continued to walk slowly forward. Suddenly, Lin Yuan stopped and looked back. Mei Chao said. "But you can relax. If the mission fails, I won't blame you." The system displays Elite Rock, Golem level 15 HP, 3600 ATK 300 DF 410, Skill Firm Body, Strong Defense, Body. Lin Yuan and Mei Chao quickly jumped into the air. Mei Chao prepared to draw her bow and arrow. "Watch me, I told you I'd protect you." Sure enough, compared to alchemy, combat is really tough. Unexpectedly, many rock golems appeared and rushed forward. Lin Yuan quickly appeared. "Hide well, I'll take care of them." A green light appeared in his palm. Granite. Their characteristic is that the rock golems have very high defense. Then let's take advantage of their characteristic. Let's fight fire with fire. Mei Chao's eyes widened in surprise. Why does he look so familiar? This handsome cold face with decisive moves. I remember now. Isn't he the one who helped me deal with those thugs at the pub? Huh? He's actually going to take on all these monsters by himself. I bet he's going to chew me out again. Don't be scared, little brother. I'm bringing you a healing potion. At this moment, Lin Yuan unexpectedly flew down from above, preparing to attack. Unexpectedly, the dog-headed leader monsters leaped out. They lost control and furiously attacked the rock golem intensely. The golden stones lay peacefully on the ground. Lin Yuan's hand slowly picked up a stone. His face was serious. "This is the granite golem core. You need it right." System notification. Luo Qingyan's bounty quest has been completed. Mei Chao said in surprise. "That's it. Or did I stay up all night making potions and now I'm seeing things?" Lin Yuan's voice calmly replied. "They're just a few elite monsters. Nothing major." Mei Chao continued. "Speaking of which, the last time you took me back to my apartment, that was you too, wasn't it, little brother? I owe you another big favor this time, but you're so strong. Why did you accept my quest? You could easily do quests with much higher rewards." Lin Yuan slowly replied, "To be frank with you, I want to find a high-level alchemist to sign a potion-making contract, but I don't trust anyone in the guild. Only you meet my criteria. This is a major opportunity. Are you interested?" Mei Chao replied with a smile. "All right, I've already confirmed your character, little brother," that night. "So want to go grab a drink and discuss your plan?" Lin Yuan continued. "We'll talk about the specific plan later. Let's sign the contract first." The system board appeared before Mei Chao's eyes. "I'm not too keen on these contracts, but if it's you, little brother, it's not a problem. I'll sign it." Lin Yuan's gaze was serious. Better safe than sorry. "It also means I have one more person to carry the team." The notification board popped up. "Contract successfully signed. Player Luo Qingyan has agreed to an employer-employee relationship with player Lin Yuan ID hidden." She smiled and continued. "Now I'm your employee. What do you need my help with?" He reached into his robe. "I have a formula." Suddenly, Lin Yuan paused. "Wait a minute, this feeling is like something I saw in my previous life. Where have I seen this?" The appearance of these granite golems followed a pattern. A giant monster appeared right behind Lin Yuan. A cow standing below looked at him. "Riding a monster. It's gone." Lin Yuan's face grew thoughtful. "I see. It turns out the angle of the photo on the forum in my previous life was from here." His eyes looked down at the scattered stones. "This is the entrance to a hidden dungeon." Lin Yuan and Mei Chao entered a cave together. Mei Chao spoke up. "I can't believe there's a hidden dungeon in this stone forest. But there are only two of us. Is that okay? Lin Yuan thought to himself. In my previous life, the forum only had one picture of the entrance to this dungeon. There was no other information. Hidden dungeons are risky, but the rewards are extremely generous. Even without information, I still have to go in. If I remember correctly, you're the one who insisted on following me. Meikao gave an awkward smile and said, just curious. Don't worry, I won't compete for any loot that drops. I just want to follow along and broaden my horizons. He continued coldly, since you're here, you must follow my orders. Let's go. The entrance is right in front of us. His feet finally showed signs of stopping. Lin Yuan's gaze was serious as he looked down. This is the underground ruin of the Aztec civilization, an ancient tomb in the setting of the immortal world. The Aztec civilization was one that worshipped death. They pursued the liberation of the soul, a state of immortality. They possessed extremely powerful corpse-making techniques, but this civilization declined centuries ago. Mei Chao's voice was slightly fearful. I have a bad feeling about this. Both of them looked up at the miner, Doghead opening the lid. Suddenly, Lin Yuan turned around. The sound of buzzing mosquitoes. Wait a minute. A green light suddenly appeared, rushing towards them. Lin Yuan's body quickly dodged the attack. Too fast! The green light then shifted its target to Mei Chao. The fast-moving light struck her body directly. Ordinary Vengeful Spirit level 17. HP 4500, ATK 530, DF 415. Skill Hatred Bind, Endless Pursuit. 5 skills. Malice Entanglement, Endless Pursuit. Countless monsters appeared surrounding all three of them. Meikao was severely injured. Her body couldn't move anymore. Lin Yuan immediately stood in front of Mei Chao. Doghead, get her out of the dungeon now. The Doghead leader immediately grabbed Mei Chao and ran. She quickly took out a few vials of potion. Mei Chao immediately threw them towards Lin Yuan. These potions can temporarily increase your stats. Lin Yuan immediately charged forward. System broadcast. Used agility enhancement potion on teammate. Lin Yuan ID hidden agility increased by 10%. Used attack enhancement potion on teammate. Lin Yuan ID hidden. Damage increased by 10%. Used defense enhancement potion. Defense on teammate Lin Yuan. ID hidden defense increased by 10%. Lin Yuan immediately attacked a swarm of vengeful spirits. That monster is extremely good at sneak attacks. Let's clear out this bunch first, then focus on it later. With just a few simple movements, he took down a large number of monsters. Lin Yuan continued to charge forward, with terrifying speed. With his keen senses, he glanced up, and realized something was closing in. In a flash, Lin Yuan spun around and swung his sword, blocking an attack. Unexpectedly, this guy is smarter than I thought. He even knows how to seize an opportunity. A large beetle was flung back by Lin Yuan's attack. He was surprised. So it's just a beetle. 0 defense, but it didn't take any damage. It must have some special defensive mechanism. The system announced once again, Aztec Empire Divine Scarab Special Monster. Level unknown, HP 100,000, ATK 1,000. DF 0. Skill, Immortal Execution. Lin Yuan chased after the beetle. The incredible speed and powerful target damage can completely compensate for his weakness. I absolutely won't let you escape. Lin Yuan yelled, Thunder Scorpion! He immediately summoned a giant scorpion to block the Divine Scarab's path. With its agility, it easily escaped the monster Lin Yuan had just summoned. Lin Yuan didn't give up. Don't even think about running. He summoned another monster to attack the Divine Scarab. As soon as its speed slowed down, Lin Yuan jumped high and aimed straight for its abdomen, plunging the sword down. The tip of the sword finally reached the softest part of the beetle's body. No matter how cunning it is, it's still only... Lin Yuan growled and stabbed down hard, causing a long crack to form at the spot where the Divine Scarab was stabbed. Lin Yuan put all his strength into it, causing the surrounding earth and stones to shatter and fly everywhere, creating a huge shockwave. Tight, Lin Yuan gasped, although he only chipped away a bit of its HP each time, but it has no escape route. Death is only a matter of time. In front of him were the shattered ruins of the recent battle. The system displayed its HP dropping to 0. Lin Yuan held out his hand. Well done. Fight for me now. From the corpse of the Divine Scarab, a streak of blue light emerged. Its spirit appeared. Lin Yuan was surprised. Oh, it even has a spirit. This is a major bonus. Where do you want to lead me? The Divine Scarab's spirit flew up, soaring towards the coffin. Lin Yuan hurriedly followed. That coffin? Can you open it? The Divine Scarab rested on the coffin lid. A fierce light burst from the coffin. Faced with the unexpected power, Lin Yuan sighed with emotion. No wonder there was no information about this hidden dungeon on the forum in my previous life. It turns out this step requires the Divine Scarab to cooperate actively. System notification. Congratulations, player, you have obtained the Book of Curses. You can pay a price to choose the skill you want to learn. A strange book appeared from the coffin, containing a great power. The system listed the options. Damage amplification level 1. Curse a group of enemies, increasing the damage they take by 50%. Price max HP reduced by 200 points. Vision impairment level 1. Curse a group of enemies, reducing their visibility range. Price vision reduced by 50 points. Weakness level 1. Curse a single enemy, reducing the damage they inflict. Price attack reduced by 100 points. Attack reversal level 1. Curse a group of enemies, causing the damage they inflict to be reflected back at themselves. Price strength reduced by 10 points. Fear level 1. Curse a single enemy, making them flee in terror. Price spirit reduced by 5 points. Lin Yuan looked at the system. It truly is a civilization that worships death. All the skills are debuffs. In terms of effectiveness, none of them are easily dispelled. Lin Yuan stopped at the damage amplification skill. He decided the damage amplification has the most practical combat power. I'll choose it. Losing 200 max HP is not a big deal for me. The Divine Scarab compensates for my weakness in assassination and finishing moves, while the Curse spell is better suited for group combat. Plus, the control effect removal skill of the Dark Soul Orb. I can target key targets and combat more accurately. System displays details. Damage amplification level 1. Effect. Curse a group of enemies, increasing the damage they take. Damage increase plus 50%. Cost 40 energy. Cooldown 8 seconds. Cannot be upgraded with proficiency. Requires finding the next book of curses to unlock. Lin Yuan looked down at the blackguard vengeful spirits he had killed earlier. The race of these monsters is undead. They cannot be resurrected, but they are not important. He walked and thought. The paralyzing effect of the Divine Scarab combined with its high-speed stealth ability. Next time I encounter the snake controller, he won't escape so easily. System notification: Aztec Empire Undead Scarab Special Monster. Level unknown. HP 100,000. ATK 1,000. Def Joe. Skill Immortal Execution. Undead Body. Skill Effect. Spirit Skill Effectiveness. Immortal. All damage dealt to the Divine Scarab is converted into a single execution attack that deals damage equal to 200% of the attack to the enemy. 50% chance to trigger a paralyzing effect that lasts 60 seconds. Undead Body. Immune to fear, poison, blindness, pain, and bleeding effects. Lin Yuan walked out proudly. Now time to go back and prepare the store. I need to start stockpiling alchemy potions. Suddenly, Mei Chao's scream rang out. Mei Chao, covered in injuries, was violently thrown toward Lin Yuan. He looked up and asked, "Who is that?" Far away on the cliffs, a group of people were looking down at Lin Yuan's position and Mei Chao. A man who appeared to be the leader sneered, "Hey kid, did you take that girl's quest? Don't you know? She's been blacklisted by our guild Raging Inferno, or something. Looks like you have a death wish." Mei Chao sat up and warned Lin Yuan, "Kid, find a chance to leave later. They're after me. These noobs kept trying to take my quests, only to get bodied by the monsters. Now they have the audacity to extort me." The leader roared, "You damn hag! If it weren't for helping you fight those stone golems, my brothers wouldn't have lost all their levels. You have to pay for this debt. If you don't fork over 30 gold coins, neither of you will leave here alive today." While he was ranting, he suddenly froze, his face contorted. A surge of black energy enveloped him. He looked around and saw his teammates also being attacked by the mysterious black energy. What's going on? A frightened healer cried out, "No, this is a curse spell. This is a cursing spell. A curse has descended." Lin Yuan massaged his neck. "Neither of you will leave here alive today, huh?" He thought to himself, "This is a perfect chance to test the new skill combo with the Divine Scarab. Let's see." Mei Chao behind him was sweating with worry. System notification. Damage amplification skill activated. The healer over there was still struggling with the curse spell. The leader was furious. "You useless bum. You can't even dispel a simple curse spell, you should know." The healer strained. "No, boss? I've never seen this kind of curse before." At the same time, the system notification rang out. Dispel attempt failed 7 times. Cannot be dispelled. While he was still trying to dispel the curse spell, the leader refused to admit defeat. "Watch your mouth. Don't think sneak attacking us makes you hot stuff." He was still arrogant. "It's just a common curse spell. There are 4 of us. Dealing with you is a piece of cake." Suddenly, the mage was hit by a massive force. Everyone was stunned. When did he make his move? The healer was knocked away and hit a rock, unable to move. Lin Yuan waved his hand, releasing a surge of power, using the curse spell to increase damage, then having the Divine Scarab with its extreme mobility focus on eliminating the enemy healer. This way my fighting style will be much more flexible. The leader of the Raging Inferno Guild was still unyielding. "Attack, hurry up! He must be waiting for his cooldown. Take this chance to kill him quickly." He summoned a whirlwind. This guy keeps using summoned beasts to fight. He must be a long-range fighter. The 2 other men charged forward as ordered. "Understood." Lin Yuan only curled his lips slightly. He drew a sword from his hand. This made the members of the raging Inferno Guild panic. What he drew a sword to. Lin Yuan lightly swung his sword. Too bad you guessed everything wrong. His attack sent them flying far away. The released divine scarab attacked continuously. What? What the heck is this thing? How should I know? Attacking it only deals 1 point of damage. The leader took a heavy blow. He cried out in pain. Lin Yuan walked over proudly, looking down with disdain. The leader still couldn't believe it. No way. How could you easily defeat my whole team like that? Who are you? What level are you? He continued shamelessly. I never expected that hag could find a helper like you. How about you join my Raging Inferno Guild? How much did that hag pay you? I'll pay double, no 5 times as much. Lin Yuan noticed something. Someone is still hiding here, huh? Without hesitation, Lin Yuan summoned the fierce beast and charged. Shut up and die. The leader didn't have time to react. System notification, savage technique skill activated. He let out a scream. A moment later in this forest, the tree branches swayed violently. 3 figures completely covered were running away. One man suddenly stopped breathing heavily. Is it just a coincidence? Or have we been exposed for a long time? Lin Yuan suddenly appeared. Sure enough, there are still 3 little rats here. One man shouted, "Be careful, scatter quickly." Lin Yuan unleashed a powerful blow onto the ground, overwhelming them. He carefully examined them. No, that's not right. The skill of this group and the Raging Inferno Guild is worlds apart. Could it be another faction? All 3 panicked and stepped back. Suddenly, the 3 of them decided to attack. One man with a crossbow ordered, "Since we're exposed, let's just go for it. Use that move." The other 2 also acted accordingly. Roger. Lin Yuan was light as a feather, dodging the incoming arrows. A whip lashed straight at Lin Yuan's leg. He quickly braced his hands on the ground. His body bounced into the air, completely evading their attack. Lin Yuan provoked, "Got any cool moves? Show them all to me." A man with an axe angrily jumped towards Lin Yuan. "You arrogant fool, die." He simply swung his sword to parry. Should he choose the dark conception equipment or not? Lin Yuan immediately answered. On the way, he constantly looked around. Looks like I have to find an opportunity first. He suddenly felt someone was following him. Lin Yuan immediately changed direction and entered a small alley. As soon as that person stepped in, he had completely vanished. Suddenly, a sharp blade was placed against his neck from behind. Lin Yuan's dangerous voice echoed from behind. "Who is it?" he asked, his voice slightly trembling. It turned out to be Du Ming. He rushed forward happily. "Yuan Shen, it really is you." In his shock, he reflexively dodged to the side, causing Du Ming to fall to the ground. Lin Yuan asked, a little exasperated, "It's you." Du Ming sat on the ground. He rubbed his leg, looking pathetic. "Yuan Shen, you still remember me?" Lin Yuan immediately became alert, his eyes sharp. "You know my name?" Du Ming quickly stood up and said proudly, "Back then when I was scrolling through that guild's live stream, the one named Blood something, I recognized you immediately." He recalled reading hundreds of comments on the screen. "I struggled a lot, sifting through tens of thousands of comments to find your trace, Yuan Shen." Du Ming rubbed his nose, his voice self-satisfied. "After that, I spent another 2 million to upgrade the latest face recognition system from the corporation. To confirm it was you, hurry up and praise me." Lin Yuan asked helplessly, 2 million? Just to find me? He rubbed his head, looking a little confused. Is that a lot our Han Corporation spends several million just to check the system on a daily basis? Lin Yuan frowned slightly, thinking to himself. Han Corporation, the $100 billion giant that dominates the global high-tech market. This guy has a background like that. What else does he know? Should I end him right here? Du Ming's eyes were bright like stars. He raised both hands full of excitement. Yuan Shen, team up with me. Tomorrow there'll be an S-rank hunt in the Bloodscale Cave. As he was running, his foot slipped off the ground as he tripped over a rock. I heard someone discovered the nest of the black lizard skinned. Just need... Du Ming lost his balance and fell flat on his face awkwardly. Lin Yuan's eyes remained cold. He turned his back and walked away. Go, don't follow me. Why bother arguing with this idiot? After a moment of confusion, he sat cross-legged and laughed out loud. Yeah, I guess. A deity-level expert like you can solo. Clear the elite squad of the Blood Crow Guild as easily as slicing a melon. Why would you need to team up? Seeing Lin Yuan remain indifferent, Du Ming rubbed his head and sighed, complaining, this hunt. 3 teams from the Black Tree Guild will come to attack and test the newcomers. If you perform exceptionally, there might still be a chance. He silently opened the system panel to check. 0720 Guild, 820 Guild, 920 Guild, 1000 Black Tree Guild. He stood up, his face clearly feigning distress. Looks like I can only go try my luck alone. While Du Ming was still bewildered, Lin Yuan's voice suddenly rang in his ear. Specific time. Hearing this, his face beamed with joy as he turned back. Lin Yuan, impatient, turned back and said coldly, I'm asking for the exact departure time for the hunting operation. When is it? When he heard that, he He crawled on his knees, intending to hug Lin Yuan's leg. 8 a.m. tomorrow, Yuan Shin, did you agree? Feeling annoyed, he quickly covered Du Ming's mouth, who was calling him Lin Yuan. It's fine. He glanced over and saw Du Ming was flushed and struggling to breathe. But before we set off, we need to prepare a little. Du Ming widened his eyes, looking full of surprise. In another place, a skull floated in the air, dangling as if observing its surroundings. The skull was mounted on a tree, amidst a cloud of smoke and dust. This is the base camp of the vulture thieves, all right. A massive explosion rang out, shaking the surrounding space. On the ground, the vultures lay sprawled. In the middle, Lin Yuan coldly observed the Lord. It must be right ahead. He lowered his head and sighed heavily. The system immediately checked and broadcast a notification. Vulture Zombie Thugs Level 12, HP 1600, ATK 250, DF 70. Skills, Curved Dagger Undead Body. They surrounded Lin Yuan, while he stood still. He got his hands ready. Let's all attack at once. When Lin Yuan turned around, the vultures stood still, eerily silent. Right after that, they all lifted their heads and let out a resounding screech. Immediately, their eyes turned bloodshot, emitting chilling caw-caw sounds. He threw his cloak hood back, his hand sweeping forward forcefully. Go! And so the vulture, zombies, and they clashed in a furious melee. The vulture flew up, throwing a dagger from its talons straight towards Lin Yuan, activating the curved dagger skill. Lin Yuan's eyes were cold as he followed the incoming dagger. It struck the ground directly. Rocks and dirt flew everywhere. The vulture's eyes widened in suspicion. It looked around but didn't see any trace of him. Lin Yuan suddenly appeared behind it. He delivered a lethal slash. In just a moment, he slashed wildly, slaughtering every vulture in sight. Your lives are mine. You have successfully eliminated the target. Vulture Thieves X3. You have successfully eliminated the target. Vulture Thieves X6. You have successfully eliminated the target. Vulture Thieves X10. It fell flat on the ground right behind Lin Yuan. His eyes focused on the front, a look of suspicion in them. On the high chair, the vulture thief was nowhere to be seen. Disappeared. Suddenly, it appeared from behind, rushing to attack Lin Yuan. Vulture Thieves Lord, Level 19, HP 6 200 ATK, 820 DF 220. Skills, Curved Dagger Stealth Sneak Attack. Activating Sneak Attack skill. He stood still. His hand moved slightly, starting to activate a skill. Activating the Corpse Explosion skill. The vulture zombies rushed in from all directions, surrounding him. Die. Lin Yuan's eyes suddenly flashed with a brilliant blue light from the sky. A fierce explosion erupted, shaking everything. When the smoke and dust cleared, it was intact, only coughing slightly. Lin Yuan sprang up into the air, rushing quickly. He dashed towards the vulture, his hand emitting a powerful aura. Lin Yuan's eyes blazed, exuding a terrifying coldness. This blow, the phantom fist, had taken effect. He swung his silver hand, punching straight forward. A powerful punch flew straight towards it. It made the vulture's eyes roll up in pain. Send you to hell! The punch flung it to the ground. Smoke and dust billowed, forming a straight line. When he touched the ground, Lin Yuan maintained his posture. You have killed the vulture. Thief Lord, it's over. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 13. With a quick action, he opened the system panel and the notification popped up. Golden Dark Curse Level 3. Effect. Deals 20% max HP damage to the target, or restores 20% max HP to a zombie. Mana cost 60. Cooldown 6 seconds. Proficiency 2300. Golden Corpse Burst Technique Level 2. Effect explodes a zombie, dealing fire damage to nearby enemies, equal to 80% of its max HP. Mana cost 100. Cooldown 10 seconds. Proficiency to 100. Golden Dark Curse Level 3. Effect. Deals 20% max HP damage to the target, or restores 20% max HP to a zombie. Mana cost 60. Cooldown 6 seconds. Proficiency 2300. Golden Corpse Burst Technique Level 2. Effect explodes a zombie, dealing fire damage to nearby enemies, equal to 80% of its max HP. Mana cost 100. Cooldown 10 seconds. Proficiency to 100. A system notification appeared, asking him to confirm the use of the skill scroll to level up this skill. Lin Yuan reached out and accepted. Yes. After completing the operation, he stood still, deep in thought. The effect is pretty good. I used a skill scroll to level up the Dark Curse just once, and now it's directly level 3. It even simultaneously leveled up Corpse Burst Technique. His face became a little thoughtful. As for the Zombie Legion, it's enough for now. He received 130 vulture zombies. The system continued to announce, Vulture Thief Leader Zombie Level 15. HP 3. 500. ATK 500. Deaths 100. Skills Throwing Sickle Stealth Undead Body. Zombie Undead Body. Vulture Thief Lord Level 19. HP 6 200. ATK 820. DF 220. Skills Throwing Sickle Extreme Poison Hand. Extreme Poison Hand. Attacks deal an additional 20 poison damage. Skills. Throwing Sickle Stealth Backstab Undead Body. Extreme Poison Hand. Extreme Poison Hand. Attacks deal an additional 20 poison damage. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up, exuding a powerful aura. After the Thief Lord, Vulture was reborn as a zombie. It actually gained an extra skill. He suddenly recalled the battle with the giant wolf earlier. When the giant wolf died and was resurrected, it also gained new skills. Immortal's Fury Evil Wolf Roar. Deals 400% damage to surrounding enemies and stuns them. Giant Beast Sight. Owner's Max HP Death's Claw. Owner's Attack Power. Immortal's Rage. Critical hit chance plus 20%. Lin Yuan continued to analyze and speculate on every possibility. Could it be that resurrecting a Lord-level monster, in addition to its normal skills, will also give it an extra skill that seems very interesting? While he was thinking, the system announced, "The hunting operation you are participating in will officially start in 2 hours." Hearing this, he merely smirked. Lin Yuan excitedly flicked his tattered cloak. Time to go. The scene shifted to the forest. Deep inside was the Bloodwood Cave. He frowned, shielding his eyes from something blindingly bright. He was looking at Du Ming, who was twisting and turning in front of him. "With that shiny gold outfit, are you cosplaying a gold-plated knight statue?" He continued to prance around confidently. "Yuan-shen, I spent 50 gold coins, specifically, to have a master blacksmith forge this super armor. Don't worry, I definitely won't be a liability today." Just as he finished speaking, Du Ming's belt couldn't take it and snapped. He was still rambling on, not noticing that his pants had slipped down. Suddenly, Du Ming stopped, feeling that something was wrong. He immediately fell silent. Lin Yuan pointed, trying to hold back a laugh, and teased, "This is the first time I've seen a segmented armor like this. Very unique." He pulled up his pants while walking, justifying the blacksmith said this is the newest model. Just then the helmet on Du Ming's head fell down, blocking his vision. He struggled to open it, but couldn't. Wait, I can't see the road. Yuan-shen, help me." Du Ming stumbled around, tripped over someone's foot, and cried out dramatically. His head slammed into something very hard. This caused the clasp on Du Ming's helmet to finally open. He regained his vision and was stunned. He looked up and saw a figure twice his size, with a fierce face, staring intently at him. Zhao Kui forced a smile, which only made him look scarier. "Are you all right, kid?" The system announced. "Blackwood Guild Team 3 Captain, Zhao Kui Class Warrior Level 15. Du Ming froze, sweating profusely, his heart pounding. Why is this guy clearly smiling? But I feel like I've been bitten by a poisonous snake. Is it an illusion?" Suddenly, a hand from behind grabbed his collar. Impatiently, Lin Yuan sternly reminded him, "Hurry up and stop laughing, and take off that idiotic gear." Du Ming rubbed his head and laughed foolishly. "Right." Zhao Kui glanced at him, his fierce expression unchanged, and let out a soft, In his heart, Lin Yuan was calm and unafraid, looking Zhao Kui directly in the eye. This made Zhao Kui clench his teeth, his anger flaring up. "This brat dares to look me straight in the eye like that. He really is an annoying one." Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind. "Hey, you two!" Huang Yu appeared, leading a group of people, shouting loudly. "Which one of you is Du Ming?" He held a resume in his hand, his gaze sweeping over Lin Yuan's group. Huang Yu's eyes were fixed on the paper. Immediately after, he pointed directly at Du Ming. "Is that you, the one dressed weirdly?" When the words ended, Huang Yu's entire group smirked and laughed in unison. What kind of aesthetic is this? Look at his dazzling gold outfit. Is he cosplaying something over the top? Du Ming calmly stepped forward, pushing Lin Yuan's hand away, and smiled without any anger. It's me, the strangely dressed person. You three must be the big shots from the Blackwood Guild, right?" "Oh, that's right. This is my friend." Before he could finish his sentence, a sword tip flashed out, pointing directly at him. Huang Yu sneered, his eyes full of contempt. "All right, we're not interested in the name of some rookie. Remember this? You bringing someone along isn't because of the double registration fee, but because our captain is especially merciful." Lin Yuan lowered his eyes, maintaining absolute silence. Zhao Kui stepped up and stood to the side, speaking up. "What are you doing? You need to be friendly to our new friend." Huang Yu sneered. "I was just joking, Captain." Huang Yu smoothly retracted the sword and put it back in its sheath. He tossed his head, clearly issuing a warning. "Don't get arrogant just because our captain is easygoing. You should be grateful and cherish this opportunity. Understand?" Du Ming nodded obsequiously. Yes, we will definitely try our best." Yancheng, standing behind, clapped loudly. "Everyone stand straight. I will officially begin the roll call now." He stood awkwardly behind, fidgeting nervously. "I'm so hyped. I never thought I'd actually get to team up with members of a major guild." He remained silent. "These are the players participating in the S-Class hunt." In front, Huang Yu frowned. "The gear is definitely fine, right? It won't break down halfway through, will it?" Thinking this, Lin Yuan closed his eyes in contemplation. They all looked like rookies who had just entered the main city area. He stepped forward and entered the cave. Done. Now that everyone is here and assembled, we shouldn't delay any further. Let's set off. Zhao stopped his eyes cold. Everyone don't worry. When faced with the Blackwood Guild, even the god of death has to step aside. Everything will be safe. Hearing this, everyone simultaneously followed behind, shouting loudly as he walked in front. Duming saw him holding the red door and grinning like an idiot. Duming turned back and shouted, Yuan Shen, keep up! I heard there are even glowing slimes in this cave. Huang Yu saw this and was speechless. Oh my god, is this guy here for a picnic? Lin Yuan calmly walked forward, not replying at all. As he got closer, Lin Yuan couldn't hide his excitement. I can smell an exhilarating scent. In a flash, the whole group entered the Bloodwood Cave. A moment later, they had to stop in front of several entrances. How did we get to a fork so quickly? That being said, the entire way, we haven't encountered a single Blood Eater, Lacerator yet. The Blood Eater Lacerators are nocturnal. It's highly likely they are currently resting deep inside the cave. One of them raised his hand and spoke with doubt. Captain Zhao, which path do you think we should take? Zhao Kui didn't show any impatience and smirked. I think it's best if we split up and act. As soon as he finished, they all started murmuring in disagreement. Split up and act, but isn't that a bit dangerous? Yeah, what if we run into a level 16 elite? Wu Hai stepped in between them, in a gentle tone to mediate. Quiet, everyone, quiet. Actually, our captain, to ensure the safety of this operation, led us to scout ahead already. When everyone met us today, we had just finished scouting, and were resting to prepare for the gathering. He frowned unhappily, not believing the words he had just heard. What Captain Zhao already scouted ahead. His sharp eyes stood guard in front of the cave entrance, and he nodded. That's right, after our scouting this morning. Among these three paths, the middle path has a very distinct pheromone of the Blood Eater Lacerators. The risk of a surprise attack is extremely high. As for the other two paths, they are actually very safe. Zhao Kui spoke continuously, rambling on. The more dangerous a place is, the higher the chance of finding valuable discoveries. To ensure both efficiency and everyone's safety, I've decided that our Blackwood Guild will take the middle path. The rest of you take the two side paths. His eyes gleamed with a cunning glint. A scheming smile quickly crossed his face. What do you all think? They still obediently believed Zhao Kui's words. A major guild really is something else. Their every action is so meticulous. You are the captain of Blackwood Guild's Team 3, the highest level senior among us. Conversely, Lin Yuan pointed towards the other side. We'll take the left path. Hearing his words, Zhao Kui sneered. Of course, that's no problem. So does anyone want to go with them? The group still looked at Du Ming and Lin Yuan with some apprehension. Those two, Wu Hai spoke vaguely. One of them gives off a weird vibe and doesn't look very reliable. The other one, he looked Lin Yuan up and down, sizing him up, is just a poker-faced weirdo. Look at him. He even hides his level in class. Maybe it's because his level is too low, so he's afraid of losing face. But I think it looks cool. Then you go with them. Zhao Kui heard their whispers and couldn't help, but mock again. Seems like you two have some bad luck. Too bad. Although I am the leader of this operation, I can't force everyone. He ignored the words, glanced behind him. Let's go. He stared intently at the backs of the two as they entered the cave. A scornful smile spread across Zhao Kui's lips. Two clueless fools. Inside the cave, sharp rock spikes hung precariously from the ceiling. Drops of water quietly seeped down, falling softly, pooling into a small puddle on the ground. The two cautiously took step after step, advancing deeper into the cave, walking behind. Du Ming held his sword and shielded his eyes, showing a hint of fear. Yuan Shin, the temperature is dropping too fast. It feels so weird, plus, fear made his face pale. I feel like I'm being watched. The feeling is getting stronger and stronger. Lin Yuan's voice was cold, emphasizing each word softly. You finally noticed, huh? There really is something in this place. Hearing that, Du Ming felt a surge of panic. What? But Captain Zhao said he had already scouted this path, and that it was very safe. Lin Yuan curled his lip with a mocking smile. You actually believe him if he's bringing a group of rookies on an S-Class hunt. He clearly wants to use live bait to test the path. He looked at Lin Yuan with eyes full of suspicion. Yuan Shen, then why didn't you just now? Lin Yuan glanced up at the wall, noticing the tiny flickering water bubble. Why didn't you expose him? He clenched his fist slightly, squeezing the water bubble. He suddenly tugged the object off the wall and threw it forward. Because I also want to see how many of them I can bait out. From the darkness at the cave entrance, a strange sound echoed. Red eyes glowed in the darkness. Something interesting. From the darkness, the lizards crawled out one by one. Iron-eating lizard elite level. Level 16. Health 3. 300. Attack 440. Defense 100. Skill iron tail sweep. Break the non-corroding wall. Suddenly, a pillar of light shot down from above. In a flash, a fire vortex erupted, violently swirling and incinerating. The flames surged straight towards them, burning everything in their path. In another direction, Huang Yu darted forward like lightning, launching an attack at it. Before the lizard could counterattack, he immediately swung his sword and slashed. "You fools! Witness my power." After finishing, Huang Yu turned back, with a confident smile towards Zhao Kui. "Captain, those decoys over there are drawing the monsters and dividing the combat power. Now it's much easier for us." They actually believed those lies about scouting the path again. He powerfully swung his spear straight at the lizard. "Wait until most of them are dead, and the 2 iron-eating lizards in the 2 caves will only have a little health left." The hit sent it flying forcefully into the wall. "Then we strike and reap the rewards. 2 birds with 1 stone. From behind, they rushed forward en masse, aiming straight for Zhao Kui, without any fear. He clenched his fist. A confident smile appeared on his lips. "Hey, who are you damn fools yelling at? Let's take them all on." In a flash, Zhao Kui unleashed his power, knocking down all 3 of them. He stood still, his face twisted with interest. Useless trash. Only fit to stay at the bottom of the food chain. On the other side, Duming stammered nervously, Yuan Shen Yu? It turned around, preparing to swing its tail to attack. Activate skill Iron Tail. Sweep. Iron Tail Sweep. Sweeps horizontally using its metallic tail. Horizontal sweep. Deals 60% damage when hitting the target. Lin Yuan ordered the zombies and skeletons to rush out and counterattack. Activate skill Boomerang Knife Throw. Boomerang Knife Throw. Throws a boomerang knife towards a target with a maximum range of 10 milli, which can be recalled. Deals 60% damage. Activate skill Cloak. Cloak. Puts oneself in a semi-cloaked state, reducing the probability of being detected by the target. Activate skill Backstab. 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 Attacks from behind, dealing 80% damage to the target. The 2 sides clashed, fighting fiercely, neither willing to back down. "Since when did you acquire so many zombies?" He opened his eyes wide, unable to believe what was happening. "They're even more formidable than in the previous battle at the desert quagmire." "That's seriously dope." Lin Yuan glanced at him and replied indifferently, "I did mention I'd prepare a bit on the way, didn't I?" Hearing that, Duming couldn't help but be stunned. "What?" In less than a day, Wenshin has captured so many powerful monsters. Just as he was speaking, a system notification popped up. "You have successfully eliminated 55 iron-eating lizard elites." Lin Yuan walked over. "Done. Not bad efficiency." Looking at this scene, his eyes behind Lin Yuan were glistening with tears. So admirable. "If only I could be as strong as Yuan Shen." Suddenly there was a slight tremor in the cave, making Duming unsteady on his feet. "Is this an earthquake?" He was about to turn and inform Lin Yuan, but was surprised. "Yuan?" He only saw Lin Yuan raising his hand, absorbing the life force of the lizard. "Yuan Shen is busy. Let me confirm the situation first. I can't bother him with everything. I have to exert myself too." Duming held his shield and turned towards the opposite direction. "It seems to be coming from this way." He felt the ground shaking, beneath his feet moving closer. Duming opened his eyes wide, looking at the ground beneath his feet. The tremor seems to have stopped. Before he could relax, a tongue shot up from the ground. He stumbled to the ground, his face terrified. Calmly standing up, Duming only had time to notice the tongue menacingly, wriggling in front of his eyes. His eyes widened, flashing with astonishment and tension. What the heck is that?" Suddenly the tongue shot straight towards Duming, carrying dangerous power. Struck by it, he tumbled to the ground, screaming in pain. In an instant, the tongue leaped up and curled around, immediately tightly wrapping around Duming, keeping him in its control. Muffled cries for help. It forcefully coiled around Duming, dragging him straight into the ground. Duming's eyes reflected sheer terror and despair. I'm toast!" Then a flash of light slashed over, tearing through the space with terrifying speed. In just an instant, the tongue was severed in 2. "You beast hiding underground! Munching on dirt, you dare pull tricks in front of me!" Blood splattered everywhere, staining the ground red. Lin Yuan walked over, grabbing the collar of the shaking man. Lin Yuan pulled Duming away like a gust of wind, ignoring his continued fear, and moved to another corner. Duming leaned against the wall, coughing incessantly. His face was pale. "Yuan Shen, that thing is definitely a giant. Before it comes out, we should quickly..." Before he could calm down, the ground suddenly cracked open and shook violently. Overwhelmed by panic, Duming screamed loudly, his trembling voice echoing in the cave. "Danger!" But it was too late. From beneath the ground, a gigantic monster suddenly emerged, roaring to the heavens. Shutilia Shiling Iron-Eating Scale Lizard. Boss Class Level 20. Health 6300. Attack 850. Defense 280. Skills Iron. Tail Sweep Indestructible Wall Bushubi Lui. Ground Vein Stealth Dimai Qianxing Poison Sand Radiation Du Sha Fu She. When he read this information, his face instantly turned pale. His body trembled continuously. The mission information only said the cave was the blood-scale cave Shui Lin Dong, is home to the iron-eating scale lizard. Elite class, but this one is clearly a boss class. Although Du Ming was terrified, he gritted his teeth and stood in front of Lin Yuan. Yuan Shen, if it weren't for me, you wouldn't have run into a monster this terrifying. Here, let me stop it. You retreat quickly. Lin Yuan was not afraid, just curling his lip into a smile. A terrifying monster, huh? In that moment, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Looks like you have the qualifications to become my prey. Du Ming was dumbfounded. What? It crawled on 4 legs, a growl echoing in the cave as it advanced step by step. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan drew his sword and charged straight towards the iron-eating scale lizard Shu Tai Li Shi. Then let's see, take it down, Du Ming worriedly said Yuan Shen. Lin Yuan's voice lowered as he gave the order. The zombies and skeletons immediately rushed out. Skeleton leader, throw boomerang knife. As soon as the order was given, they launched their weapons to attack. But it quickly used its tail to block their attack. The boss activated the skill Iron Tail Sweep Tai Wei Zhaoji. The skeleton's weapon clashed against its tail with a clang. Lin Yuan seized the opportunity to leap onto the head of the iron-eating scale lizard Shu Tai Li Shi. He took advantage of this very moment. In a flash, he focused all his spirit energy activating the skill. He fired the soul-binding seal Hun Ju An. Immediately, a shocking explosion erupted. Lin Yuan slowly landed on the ground and observed. But when the smoke and dust cleared, it was completely unharmed. The tough hide of the iron-eating scale lizard Shu Tai Li Shi only had minor scratches. He furrowed his brow in doubt. With such power, it only caused a small area of scorch marks. It roared angrily, opening its mouth wide. The sound echoed, causing the entire cave to shake. From its mouth, the iron-eating scale lizard Shu Tai Li Shi spewed out a poisonous attack. The boss activated the skill Poison Sand Radiation Du Sha Fu Shi. Poison Sand Radiation attacks with high-pressure poison. Once hit, it will cause prolonged poison damage. Deals 3 to 10% health damage per second, lasting for 5 seconds. The poison from the monster's mouth spread out in wisps of green smoke, clinging to the air. Du Ming stood on the side, anxiously shouting, Yuan Shen, be careful. An attack struck directly onto the ground. The iron-eating scale lizard Shu Tai Li Shi stared intently at Lin Yuan as he retreated. Looking closely at the ground, the spot where it had attacked was already corroded. It was a high-concentration corrosive attack. Lin Yuan frowned slightly, assessing the situation. A bit more difficult than I imagined. The tail of the iron-eating scale lizard Shu Tai Li Shi lashed out, intending to attack while Lin Yuan was off guard. But he quickly jumped up, dodging its attack. Even so, it makes things even more exciting. Lin Yuan's face darkened, and he immediately summoned his zombie. Come out, stupid boss. A skeleton rogue Dao Zegu Lu immediately appeared. As soon as it appeared, it immediately plunged the knife in its hand into the tail of the iron-eating scale lizard Shu Tai Li Shi. Du Ming stood to the side, his face stunned. The zombie monster that Yuan Shen summoned. Is that his new subordinate as well? His eyes lit up with admiration. That's truly dope. The skeleton rogue Dao Zegu Lu quickly advanced behind the iron-eating scale lizard Shu Tai Li Shi. It raised its 2 knives, and then the system activated the skill Backstab by Sea. It plunged its knife straight down onto the tail of the iron-eating scale lizard Shu Tai Li Shi. The boss activated the skill Indestructible Wall Bu Shi Bi Lei. Indestructible Wall increases defense by 150%, lasting for 10 seconds. Almost immediately, the tail of the iron-eating scale lizard Shu Tai Li Shi struck. Seeing this situation, Lin Yuan quickly spoke up to warn his zombie. Be careful! But it reacted too slowly, and was sent flying into the wall by the tail of the iron-eating scale lizard Shu Tai Li Shi. Du Ming exclaimed, his face terrified. That reaction speed is so fast. Does this guy have eyes in the back of his head? Lin Yuan heard his words and gave a slight nod. He then turned back to the fight. I also unconsciously thought, does it also have eyes on its back? He immediately reconsidered the actions and reactions of the iron-eating scale lizard Shu Tai Li Shi just now. Lizard creatures have simple eye structures, relying mainly on changes in light to sense their surroundings. Once the enemy stands still and doesn't move, they will be very difficult to detect. Then Lin Yuan thought about the characteristics of the lizard species. However, their dynamic vision is extremely excellent. Their hearing and membrane sensing can catch even very small movements of the enemy. Some lizard species even have infrared sensing organs, used to detect the body temperature of the enemy. Therefore, a lizard's sensitivity to the trajectory of the enemy's movement far surpasses that of humans. As if understanding, Lin Yuan smiled slightly. It seems like to deal with this guy, I have to make it walk right into my trap. Having figured it out, he immediately threw fireballs at the iron-eating, scale lizard Shutai Li Shi continuously. Not only that, Lin Yuan also shouted provocatively, "Come at me, let's see, if your scales are harder or my fireball is hotter." Without a doubt, it quickly lunged towards Lin Yuan. He retreated while continuously throwing fireballs at it. Afterward, Lin Yuan focused on luring the iron-eating scale lizard Shutai Li Shi to the back. Good. Keep this one hyped up, so it focuses all its attention on me. Du Ming stood on the side, hastily warning Yuan Shen it's dangerous. He explained in a rush, the defense of the boss-class iron-eating scale lizard Shutai Li Shi is too strong. These fireballs absolutely cannot cause damage to it. Yuan Shen, what you're doing is too risky. Suddenly he realized something was wrong. Wait a minute. Yuan Shen is running towards... Looking closely, Lin Yuan was clearly running toward the iron-eating lizard Chitai Shi monsters on the other side. Iron-eating lizards, Chitai Shi. Quickly, Lin Yuan reached the iron-eating lizard Chitai Shi monsters. Seeing the time was right, he immediately turned around. Now, Lin Yuan then dodged to the side, leaving the iron-eating scale lizard Shutai Li Shi bewildered. It lost its balance and in the blink of an eye plunged into the middle of the iron-eating lizard's Chitai Shi crowd. It was quickly torn apart by them. Seeing the plan succeed, Lin Yuan couldn't help but utter a sarcastic remark. "You big stupid head, you don't even know how to break." It roared continuously, the sounds of pain mixed with anger. Turning around, Lin Yuan prepared to use his skill. "Enjoy the exploding feast, you dummy." A system sound rang out again. Skill-activated corpse explosion Art Shu Bao Shu. Immediately, the iron-eating lizard's Chitai Shi exploded, dealing tons of damage to the iron-eating scale lizard Shutai Li Shi. Seeing that it had lost a good amount of health, Lin Yuan sneered, "Armor breached." Its eyes fixed on him standing in front. It furiously roared and charged. Lin Yuan quickly retreated and commanded the skeleton rogue Daoze Gulu. Skeleton rogue Gulu to the left. The two men landed on both sides, causing the iron-eating scale lizard Shutai Li Shi to become disoriented. The lizard had another weakness. Lizard eyes cannot lock onto enemies on both sides simultaneously. The skeleton rogue. Daoze Gulu immediately drew a crossbow and aimed straight at the iron-eating scale lizard Shutai Li Shi. It opened its mouth wide, taking a breath to unleash a powerful attack. Lin Yuan jumped up and attacked from above. "This blow will send you to hell." It was hit in its weak spot and cried out in agony. The iron-eating scale lizard Shutai Li Shi has been defeated. System notifications rang out continuously. Critical hit. Level up, level up, level up. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 14. He remained silent, standing tall on the corpse of the iron-eating scale lizard Shutai Li Shi. Smoke and dust filled the surroundings. 5 minutes later, Lin Yuan turned the corpses into his zombies. At the same time, a system notification rang out. Health restored to 85%. Another notification rang out. Shadow Gold and Jin level 3. Effect deals 20% damage to the target's HP or restores 20% HP of the iron-eating lizard Chitai Shi, consuming 60 mana. Cooldown 6 seconds. Proficiency 200, 300. Seeing this notification, Lin Yuan was deep in thought. It seems if I use the skill scroll one more time, I can directly raise Shadow Curse and Jin to level 4. Looking at the iron-eating scale lizard Shutai Li Shi in front of him, he thought although corpse explosion Art Shu Bao Shu consumed quite a few iron-eating lizards Chitai Shi, it was worth it to acquire this one. The system displayed its information. Iron-eating scale lizard Shutai Li Shi, boss rank iron-eating lizard Chitai Shi, level V20, health 6 300, attack 850, defense upper 80, skills Iron Tail attack Tai Wei Gongji, impenetrable barrier Rao Lambu Qin, deep earth pierce Jianxing Di My poison sand spray Penchu Dusha undead bodied Ziling Juti. Looking at it, Lin Yuan made a decision. From now on, you'll be my meat shield. At this moment, Du Ming's urgent voice rang out again. Yuan Shen. He was clutching an armful of equipment and rushed towards him with shining eyes. This is the first time I've seen so much loot. Shall we count it now? Lin Yuan looked behind him. What's the hurry? It's a mess back there. There are still a few old rats that need to be dealt with. Amidst the charred corpses of the iron-eating lizards, Chitai Shi, Xiao Kui held his weapon, a sinister smile on his face. These fools aren't even worth mentioning. The warrior immediately spoke up to flatter him. It's all thanks to the captain's command. With you here, even a boss-class monster would have to kneel. Shiwu, standing beside him, reminded the captain. Based on the sound just now, I think the fight between the two sides must be coming to an end soon. If we go over now, it's the perfect time to collect the loot. He kicked the corpse at his feet. Following that, Xiao Kui led the other two forward. Let's go collect the bodies. Suddenly, an unexpected attack left them no time to react. They quickly separated, dodging the falling rocks. Xiao Kui furiously roared. Who the heck dares to sneak attack the Black Tree Guild? As the misty smoke and dust gradually cleared, a figure slowly appeared before their eyes. Lin Yuan tightly gripped the sword hilt, his gaze cold as ice. Didn't you want to collect the bodies? How about I personally collect yours for you? Qiwu's eyes widened in shock, stuttering and unable to speak, pointing straight at Lin Yuan's face. No way. The two of you were clearly devoured by those iron lizards Chitai Shi. How are you still alive? Du Ming shouted angrily, cursing directly at him without reserve. You still have the audacity to say that it wastes my respect? I thought the Black Tree Guild was a major guild, operating openly and honorably. I can't believe you would use players as a lure to conquer a dungeon. Huang Yu rushed without thinking, and immediately charged to stand in front of Zhao Kui. So what? To be able to become a stepping stone for our Black Tree Guild is already an honor for small fry like you. Meanwhile, his face turned ashen, his lips tightly sealed, looking extremely grim. No way these two are still alive and came out. Could it be that when they went into the cave, there weren't many iron lizards Chitai Shi inside, and all the monsters were concentrated around those unlucky fellows? He was so angry he stomped his feet on the spot, cursing endlessly. You guys are absolutely trashy. In his heart, Zhao Kui couldn't help but laugh, a look of mockery in his eyes. That guy is getting more and more irritating to look at. Might as well just deal with him right now. He slowly took a step forward, his voice resonating low and deep. Although I don't know what kind of incredible luck you guys stumbled upon to be able to walk out alive, but now, in a flash, Zhao Kui unexpectedly made his move, his movement so fast that others couldn't react in time. Your lucky time is over. His azure trident Qingqi swung down violently, right where the two of them had been standing. They instantly leaned back, dodging the strike and retreating, without any hesitation. Lin Yuan gripped the sword hilt tightly and charged straight ahead. Just with you, he clenched the iron chain of the azure trident Qingqi, ready to swing out a fatal blow. The clang of metal striking metal echoed, affecting the surroundings. He quickly retreated, one hand bracing against the ground to maintain balance. The corner of Zhao Kui's mouth curled up, a look of disdain in his smile. Is that what this little punk wants to play with? As Lin Yuan swung his sword, black skulls emerged from the void. He rushed forward and shattered each one with a flick of his finger. Zhao Kui stood before the thick smoke, his eyes fixed on the front. For a moment he froze, clearly startled. Damn it, you can't run away. He swung his sword straight forward. Zhao Kui reacted in time, raising his shield to block the fierce blow. Did you think I was completely defenseless, you idiot? He sneered, looking straight into Lin Yuan's eyes. The truth proves that whoever relies on luck to survive. Right after he finished speaking, Zhao Kui's figure suddenly vanished into thin air. Had better sleep with one eye open? He said nothing, just stood there observing his surroundings. With a slight sound, he swung his weapon in a surprise attack from behind. After all, for a good-for-nothing, Lin Yuan slightly tilted his head, his steel-like gaze piercing through the darkness. Without hesitation, he unleashed his magic. A surging stream of power rushed out, crashing down. His small life can be played with at any time. A earth-shattering explosion erupted, sending rocks and dirt flying around. Du Ming stood aside, startled and worried. Yuan Shen Xiewu and Huang Yu are blocking in front of you. I despise this. Leave this rookie to me. Hey, you didn't warm up enough just now. Now it's my turn, isn't it? On this side, Zhao Kui saw Lin Yuan lying immobile under a rock, his clothes torn to shreds. I don't have much time to play this game with you. He laughed maniacally, swinging his fist, intending to send Lin Yuan on his way. Just obediently die. But Zhao Kui froze his eyes wide in disbelief. Well, what? His fist was blocked by Lin Yuan's bare hand. You're the team leader of the Black Tree Guild's third squad, aren't you? Now Zhao Kui was truly terrified in his heart. This guy, how could he? Lin Yuan still had his head bowed, but a cold smile spread on his lips. His eyes glowed red and magic gathered around him. I think I already know the level of the guild, ranked 10th in the main city area. What exactly is your capability? Lin Yuan gripped his wrist tightly, the strength making Zhao Kui tremble violently. He strained his body and pulled hard, but the force held Zhao Kui as if he were locked in an iron prison. His steel-like gaze glowed red, his muscles tensed as he exerted force. Before he could react, Lin Yuan grabbed him and slammed him down to the ground like throwing a sandbag. Zhao Kui was flung far away, creating a straight line on the ground. He stopped grinding his teeth and coughing violently. I truly underestimated a jerk like you. Zhao Kui was furious, grabbing the trident and continuing to charge forward to attack. Don't just stand there stunned, charge together. Xiewu and Huang Yu obeyed the command and spoke in unison. Understood. All three charged together, rushing towards Lin Yuan. Die! He was fearless, just stood there staring, a slight smile curving his lips. A disorganized bunch is indeed a disorganized bunch. He didn't need to perform any complex moves. As soon as the attacks came down, Lin Yuan's figure disappeared without a trace. High above, two undead vultures appeared, spreading their wings to attack them. They were ambushed in an instant. They panicked, unable to react in time. What? His eyes were wide, clearly showing anger and panic. In front of Zhao Kui, the skulls rushed forward as if to tear him apart. The strike made Zhao Kui groan in pain. He was thrown back, tumbling down to the ground in front of the other two. Just as Zhao Kui lifted his head, Lin Yuan's feet appeared before his eyes. He was startled, his voice trembling as he spoke. Wait, stop, please, damn it. If you really kill me, the Black Tree Guild is no pushover. Think it through carefully. Lin Yuan stared, his powerful gaze fixed on Zhao Kui. Then he glanced down at his feet. He only saw Xu Ming, his eyes shaped like hearts, clinging to his leg. God, Yuan, you really never give up. You had me so worried just now. Lin Yuan looked disgusted, kicking his leg to send him flying to the side. Go stand aside. Lin Yuan's expression changed. He raised his sword high and coldly declared, as far as I know, your Black Tree Guild is not only arrogant to outsiders, but also extremely ruthless to its internal members. If you die, drop a rank, and lose equipment causing loss to the guild, they will come to settle scores with you too, right? Have you thought about how to explain it to them? He was slightly panicked and broke out in a cold sweat, trying to negotiate. Consider this a failure for me. Tell me, what will it take for you to agree to spare my life? Lin Yuan lowered his sword, pondered, and then spoke. Then make me a list of all the high-ranking management players in your guild. Give it to me. Clearly state their class, rank, and specialties. At that moment, thunder rumbled around him. In the previous life, the skills used by the first follower were never seen or heard of before. No one knew what it was, nor how to counter it. He surely possessed an extremely rare hidden class. In fact, no one had known about it from beginning to end. Hearing this, Zhao Kui stammered, a list. What do you want that for? Lin Yuan didn't bother listening to him, but directly used his sword to pierce through Zhao Kui's hand. Looking at the blood pouring out from his hand, he coldly crouched down. Are you going to write it or not? Zhao Kui's face turned pale. I'm writing it right now. A moment later, the list was neatly placed in Lin Yuan's hand. It seems like the high-level players of the Black Tree Guild are all here. Although there are a few slightly specialized classes, none of them match the characteristics of the first follower. He held his injured hand behind him and asked tentatively, can I leave now, boss? He turned around, his words slightly ambiguous. Can I let you all go? Hearing the end, Zhao Kui quickly spoke. Thank you, boss. Thank you. Before they could react, Lin Yuan shot out magic piercing through them. But you have harmed so many innocent players. It's time for you to give them an explanation. The treasures of the three of them appeared one after another. Moon Blessing Magic Trident. Weapon type Silver Grade Effect. Attack power plus 45. Critical hit plus 30. Physical attack plus 30. Attached skill Focused Burst. Focused Burst increases attack speed by 20% on the first attack. And the Bronze Dance Floor Sword. Weapon type. Effect attack power plus 30. Hit plus 20. The Bronze Blue Light Magic Robe. Weapon type effect. Magic damage plus 20. Spirit plus 20. He glanced sideways with a hint of confusion. He only saw Xu Ming sneakily, holding a chest of some kind. God Yuan, look, they also found a treasure chest. It hasn't been checked yet. He brought it in front of Lin Yuan. I'll choose first. The rest is all yours. Seeing him open it, Xu Ming quickly shook his head. No way, master. Lin Yuan sighed and retracted his hand. Xu Ming immediately gave an ingratiating smile. I want to buy them. I can't just take advantage of God Yuan. Lin Yuan didn't want to waste more words with Xu Ming. As you wish. Lin Yuan examined the items in the chest and shook his head. Nothing here suits me, you take everything. He happily nodded. Okay, God Yuan, I will transfer the money to you immediately. Received 54 gold coins. The two finally left the dungeon in broad daylight. Outside the Bloodscale Cave. As expected, it's still silver-grade equipment. Right now, getting gold-grade equipment is not easy. Xu Ming reached out intending to say something, but stammered, unable to form words. God Yuan, there's something I don't know if I should say. He asked doubtfully, what is it? As he spoke, his body involuntarily trembled. I heard that the people from the Black Tree Guild are petty. If they can't get revenge online, they'll seek revenge in real life. How about I let my bodyguard go with you? Lin Yuan didn't show any reaction after hearing this. He just waved his hand and left. Thank you for the reminder. They are just a bunch of bugs. I have my own plans. Returning to the present, as soon as he took off his gaming helmet, voice echoed from outside. Yun, come out and get ready for dinner. Lin Yuan stood up, left his chair, and replied, coming right up. He walked toward the door. Just as he touched the doorknob to open it, the door opened, revealing a tall figure wearing a similar device as his, standing right in front of him. He stood there towering. Mr. Lin picked up the helmet, tilted his head, and asked his son Yuan, look, is this the gaming helmet you need? Is this helmet broken? And Yuan looked over a little surprised. It can be activated so it's not broken. But Dad, why did you suddenly buy a gaming helmet? He waved his hand, his voice somewhat flustered. No, why would I buy this? This is what your mother found when she was cleaning Xiaodan's room. In that instant, a strange feeling stirred in his heart. A vague memory from his previous life flashed by. It was around this time that Lin Dan awakened. His hidden class. Mrs. Lin walked out of the kitchen smiling as she said, "All right, you two don't stand there anymore. Hurry up and eat." She glanced at her husband and let out a soft sigh. Your dad doesn't understand these new things. He keeps thinking about finding common ground with you all day. He was trying to start the machine all afternoon, and he still couldn't figure it out. Mr. Lin gave an embarrassed laugh and replied, "That's not it, Yuan. Don't listen to your mother. I was just worried your mother might damage Xiaodan's stuff while cleaning, so I just checked it a bit." He lowered his head slightly, his eyes deep. If I let my parents interact with the immortal worlds, I can utilize the resources from the game to take care of them. By the time the anomaly descends, they will also be able to protect themselves. Lin Yuan smiled slightly, his eyes firm. This game is not hard. Tomorrow I'll buy 2 more gaming helmets. Mom, you should try it too. Mrs. Lin frowned, her tone a little serious. Don't spend money recklessly. He smiled gently. It's okay, Mom, don't worry about it. By the way, hasn't Xiaodan come back yet? She looked at the clock and replied softly, It's Friday, so Xiaodan is probably out with friends. I'll call her later. You eat first, Lin Yuan. Suddenly spoke up, I'll call her. He took out his phone and dialed a familiar number. The phone screen showed his sister's name connecting. The operator's voice rang out, The subscriber you have called is temporarily unavailable. Lin Yuan looked at the screen, his gaze darkening. Even if Xiaodan didn't want to answer my call, she would at least reply to my messages. She wouldn't ignore me completely. Mrs. Lin looked at him and said softly, Eat your food, Yuan. Xiaodan must be eating out. We won't wait for her anymore. He shook his head slightly, his voice calm. Mom, Dad, you two eat first. I'm going out to buy something. I'm afraid the store will close if I'm too late. She immediately fussed. Oh, then the food will get cold. Seeing this, he said, Let Yuan go. As he left, Mr. Lin's soft voice rang out. I remember how before, Yuan and Xiaodan were inseparable all day. I wonder when the two of them became so distant. We should let the children talk to each other more often. We should worry less. Mrs. Lin smiled. That's right. Yuan just isn't good at expressing himself, but he is an older brother after all. He walked down the stairs with heavy steps. Darkness seemed to envelop him. In his mind, fragmented memories from his previous life rushed back. Lin Dan clutched her shoulder in pain, opening the door just as he was about to eat noodles. Startled, he worriedly asked, Xiaodan. She ignored him, clutching her shoulder and wearily walked towards her room. When she reached the door, Lin Dan suddenly suppressed her pain and said, It has nothing to do with you. Don't call the police, and don't tell Mom and Dad got it. He froze, his eyes filled with unspoken difficulty. Returning to reality, he continued to think to himself. In his previous life, after Lin Dan started playing the immortal world, she quickly awakened her hidden class. But she also carried a lot of things that didn't belong to her. Everything started when that mysterious organization appeared, bringing her those burdens. Thinking of this, he suddenly remembered the Order Organization. The Order Organization was a mysterious group, founded by 9 chosen ones. Therefore, only chosen ones were eligible to join. Lin Yuan continued to ponder. Among them was a prophet, a person who could sense the chosen ones in reality and send members to invite them to join. Imperceptibly, the power of the Order Organization had grown to an unstoppable level in the game. Not only that, their influence on the real world was also growing stronger. Although they acted mysteriously and unpredictably, they also did some good deeds, maintaining social stability, making it impossible to guess their true intentions. Here he bitterly continued to think. After Xiaodan was invited to join, she often carried out dangerous missions, but she never mentioned this to her family. Thinking of this, the image of Lin Dan covered in injuries and trying to walk appeared in his memory. Lin Yuan frowned slightly. I hope it's not them. He stepped out of the house. A spark lit up in his eyes. He thought, but even if it is them this time, I won't let Xiaodan participate so naively again. He walked briskly in the dark night. More stuff. He strode leisurely in the darkness. Suddenly, he caught sight of a familiar figure. He immediately hid in a secluded spot, his eyes following the figures talking, not far away. They were in a cafe. He slowed his breathing slightly, sensing every tiny movement in the space. Lin Yuan thought. As expected, Xiaodan has already met them. But the distance is too far. I can't hear the conversation. I still can't make a move and alert them yet. He squeezed his fist slightly and took a deep breath. It's been a long time since I used this. It feels a little unfamiliar. I need to focus my mind a bit. He activated the stealth skill. Faint light enveloped his body. The air around him gently wavered. His breath and aura completely vanished. He mused, My current stealth is level 3. The duration is 5 minutes. Lin Yuan paused, looking around. He then entered the cafe and stopped at a spot just close enough to hear the conversation. He muttered, "This distance should be enough." On this side, Xiaofan and Haisen were talking with Lin Dan. Hasen's deep, clear voice rang out. "Little sister, I've told you everything that needed to be said. As for the truth, you have to judge for yourself. Joining us is not just for the organization, but so that when the catastrophe strikes 3 years from now," he leaned forward, his eyes calm but carrying a hint of pressure, "you will be like us, bravely standing up for this world." Xiaofan curled his lips, his voice soft with a hint of teasing. "Look at you, you scared the little girl. Quickly retract that scary aura of yours." Hasen frowned slightly, his tone serious again. "I'm talking about something important. It's for her own good. The situation is already like this. After all, it involves—" Speaking up to hear, he suddenly froze, looking towards where Lin Yuan was standing. This made Lin Yuan's heart pound faster. Hasen's eyes suddenly became angry. He used his hand to lightly touch the ring on his finger, activating the dispel skill. A powerful wave of energy spread out. The system notified the stealth effect has been dispelled. Countdown 3. Hasen frowned, looking towards the direction where Lin Yuan had been standing, unable to speak. Afraid that people would notice something unusual, he looked towards the counter and said, "Owner, you have iced tea. Why didn't you say so earlier? I'll take one to go." The owner's voice rang out from the counter. "Coming right up, wait a moment." Not long after, the owner came out with 2 cups of tea and said, "Here you go." From afar, Lin Yuan stopped. His eyes slightly narrowed as he thought. He used the dispel skill from the ring equipment. Luckily, the dispel effect on stealth has a 3-second delay. At this moment, the system's voice rang out. "The stealth effect has been removed." Hasen picked up his drink and took a sip, then turned to look at Lin Dan. His voice was low and decisive. "Lin Dan, I hope you'll consider whether you want to join us. A person with a sense of justice will not stand by when disaster strikes. When you've made up your mind, call the number on this." With that, he placed a business card on the table. Lin Dan picked up the business card and slightly lowered her head. Her voice was small but firm. "Okay." After speaking, the 2 men stood up and walked away. Then Xiaofan unexpectedly turned back, his voice playfully suggestive. "Little beauty, I'll be waiting for you. You definitely have to come, okay?" From afar, Lin Yuan was activating the stealth skill to monitor the situation. Seeing the 2 men leave, he immediately stood up and chased after them. When he reached the door, he couldn't see any sign of them. He was startled and said, "They vanished." Suddenly, a cup of water was thrown towards him, which stunned him for a few seconds. From afar, Hasen's voice rang out. Something was off indeed. Suddenly, the cold sound of the system echoed in his mind. "Stealth effect is about to end. 3, 2. The space returned to silence. Only the steady thump of his heart remained in his chest. A bad premonition gradually formed in his mind. Everything has just begun. Hasen walked slowly to the spot where the cup of water had been thrown. His gaze stopped at a faint, lingering ring of light on the ground, the remnant of the dispelled stealth skill. He subtly furrowed his brow and spoke in a deep, steady voice. "Perhaps I've been a little too sensitive lately." "It's nothing." Xiaofan stood beside him with his hands in his pockets, a slight smile playing on his lips. "Big brother, your nerves are too tense. Try to relax a bit." He finished speaking, then turned around to look. "Oh, right. Do you think that girl will join us?" Hasen stood up and was silent for a moment, then slowly replied, "According to the prophecy, she will come sooner or later." Xiaofan shrugged. His eyes lit up with amusement. "That's true. Up until now, the prophet's predictions have never been wrong." He chuckled softly. "But I'm more interested in knowing which girl I'll be soaring through the skies with." Hasen glanced at him, frowned slightly, and said, "We'll see if you can even keep your sorry butt alive in the upcoming great calamity." "It's almost here, isn't it?" Xiaofan grinned triumphantly. "There's still plenty of time." His voice was deep and cold, carrying a terrifying certainty that even made Xiaofan's smile freeze for a moment. Not far from there, Lin Yuan was standing on high ground, silently watching the figures of the 2 men walking away, fading away. "Luckily, I managed to activate the movement skill right before the stealth layer was destroyed, escaping in the nick of time." He slightly closed his eyes and thought, "These guys are harder to deal with than I thought. If I interact with them more, I'm afraid my forbidden class might be exposed." The pale blue light around him gradually faded. He looked up at the starry sky and muttered to himself, "I no longer have a place to belong in this immortal world. I must be even more cautious." It's also time to move out. Lin Dan had just arrived near her home's courtyard. Her hand was toying with the business card Hasen had given her earlier, leaving her feeling conflicted. As Lin Dan took her eyes off the card, it was also the moment she saw a familiar figure. Her voice carried a hint of surprise as she asked, Why are you here?" Lin Yuan stood there holding a bag of takeout food, his hair slightly messy from the wind. He said, "I happened to come down to buy a few things." "You haven't eaten yet, right?" Lin Dan shook her head. "I'm fine." He raised the bag of food and said softly, "It's this late, don't make Mom worry anymore. I bought some food already. When we get home later, see if there's anything you want to eat." She looked at him, a hint of confusion in her eyes. This guy clearly can barely take care of himself, so why is he suddenly... He immediately turned and walked into the house, saying, "Let's go." As he walked, he glanced back at Lindan and softly urged, "Come home." The door sprang open. His and her voices rang out, "We're home, Mom." Mrs. Lin immediately ran out, her voice anxious as she asked Lindan, "This child always forgetting the time when she's playing. Have you eaten? Do you need Mom to warm up your food?" She shook her head thoughtfully. "No need, Mom, I'm going to my room first." She watched her go, then turned to her son. "You haven't eaten either, right? Yuan, let me make something for both of you." He gently shook his head, his voice soft. "No need, Mom. Mom, go to bed early." Inside her room, Lindan let out a weary sigh. Her mood suddenly plummeted, making her unable to understand what exactly was happening lately. She lay tiredly on her bed and murmured wearily, "Ever since I started playing that game, weird and bizarre things have started happening." The scene darkened in her memory. As Lindan was fighting the aggressive monster, the girl with purple hair, the mage on her team, suddenly screamed, tearing through the air, "Xiaodan, hurry and run. Your movement speed is faster than mine. I'll hold the monster off." The blade flashed and dust and rocks flew up. In front of them was a giant monster with a pair of long scythe-like blades. The system's cold voice rang out. "Long scythe blade village level 5 HP 300. Attack 50, defense 8. Skill, chaotic scythe dance, effect. Rapid dual scythe swing deals double damage." At this moment, the monster got closer and closer. The rapid dual scythe swing caused her team's mage to fall flat on the ground. Lindan grit her teeth and yelled, "You go first. Let me hold them off." Her eyes were determined. She got ready to fight and said, "I'm the front line." How can the front line abandon the back line and run away? Just leave this place to me. But there wasn't just one monster. 10 other monsters simultaneously started moving from afar. The sound of hundreds of scythe blades cutting through the wind merged into a deafening shriek, creating a feeling that the whole world was about to be devoured. Lindan gritted her teeth, her hand gripping her sword tightly. Spiritual power erupted from her body. She charged forward, her sword sweeping horizontally. A blue light stretched into a streak, flashing one of the monsters. A loud boom echoed. She continued to turn, parrying the attack of the second monster, but their strength was too great. Each collision sent tremors through her arm. Lindan knelt down, her breath ragged. Her hand still clutched the sword. Suddenly, a monster abruptly appeared behind her. It slashed her back with a sharp scythe blade. A giant column of light swept away the dust haze. At that moment, Lindan's body suddenly glowed. Her hair flew wildly. A silver light enveloped her entire body. The system's cold voice suddenly rang out, interspersed with a heartbeat sound. "Congratulations to the player for activating a hidden class, which is now assisting your awakening." Lindan now had to prop herself up with her sword on the ground, struggling to stand steady, coughing heavily. Suddenly, she wielded the sword. Her gaze was now as sharp as a sword blade. The subsequent slashes were so fast that her movements were no longer visible. A multitude of long scythe blades screamed in agony. Their bodies exploded in a dazzling stream of sword light. Dust flew everywhere. Lindan leaned on her sword for support. Her breathing was ragged, her lips trembling. Her body had almost lost all strength. The system's voice once again rang out deep and solemn, echoing directly into her mind, Sword of Dawn. At this very moment, a massive golden pillar of light exploded, sweeping away the darkness. In the dazzling light, Lindan's eyes shone with a brilliant gem-like blue color, deep like a precious stone, reflecting the golden rays, spreading throughout the space. They swirled around her body, as if countless stars were converging, forming an immense surge of energy. The system's words still echoed in the air, Sword of Dawn. Lindan froze amidst the smoky battlefield, her hand still gripping the sword. Returning to the present, she wearily put her hand on her forehead and thought, that feeling was real. In reality, I can also feel the changes in my body. Lindan took a deep breath. Her blood vessels felt like they were being illuminated from within. If a catastrophe truly occurs, as he said, will I be able to protect everyone? Her hand raised in the air was enveloped by an ethereal blue light, as if absorbing or releasing a colossal source of energy. Can I really do it? Lindan clenched her hand into a fist. Doubt flashed through her mind, then vanished, replaced by resolve. If even this kind of power can't withstand the disaster, then what chance do others have to survive? She suddenly sat up, turned toward the cabinet, picked up the photo frame and said, whether I join them or not, I must quickly become stronger. I must protect them. At the same time, in another room, Lin Yuan was holding a photo frame, thinking the exact same thing as her. He told himself the matter of moving house shouldn't be delayed. My energy must be focused on the game. I can't always be on guard. They should be allowed to live peacefully now. The next morning, as the sun was rising, sunlight shone on the cobblestone road, marking the start of a new day. Suddenly, a woman's voice rang out, politely greeting, "Good day, sir." The neatly dressed real estate agent stood beside Lin Yuan and gently asked, "Are you here to look at houses today, sir?" He glanced around, his eyes a mix of confusion and pride, and asked the woman, "Are there any villas that have been fully furnished inside high security is required?" She thought to herself, he looks so young. Does he really have the money? The real estate agent looked at him and asked, "Sir, have you researched the prices in our area yet?" After all this area, Lin Yuan, holding a shiny black card, interrupted her. "I haven't looked into it, but I think this should be enough." She took the card and said excitedly, This is a special VIP card. It's only for customers, with a deposit balance of at least tens of millions. OMG, my sugar daddy." At this moment, the woman's voice suddenly sounded like she wanted to scream, making everyone around gasp. "Welcome home, esteemed owner. Employee 2345 is at your service." A few days later, he took Mr. Lin and Mrs. Lin to the villa he had bought. His parents looked at the contract in shock. Mrs. Lin asked, Yuan, did I hear that right? Did you just say this is our new house?" Her voice was astonished and incredulous. As he led his parents inside for a tour, Mrs. Lin was stunned and asked in disbelief, "A private swimming pool? This is exactly like on TV. It's so magnificent." Meanwhile, Mr. Lin was looking at each room. The things in front of him made him unable to believe his eyes. Sweating profusely, he stammered, "Even this bed is too big." Walking into the living room, golden sunlight streamed through the high floor-to-ceiling glass doors, reflecting off every shining piece of furniture. The spacious living room, with its soft leather sofa and coffee table in the middle, decorated with pristine white flowers, caused his parents to suddenly freeze where they stood. Mrs. Lin asked nervously, Yuan-son, how many years of mortgage are you going to have to pay? Or should we move back to the old place? His father quickly agreed, "Your mother is right. We don't want you to be under too much pressure." Lin Yuan smiled reassuringly. "There's no mortgage. I used the prize money from previous matches, plus my income from the game to pay for it entirely. Please rest assured and stay here. I'll be right next door. I usually just stay home and focus on playing the game." His words were concise yet firm, leaving his parents both surprised and proud. Mr. Lin held Mrs. Lin's hand and happily said, "I never thought that in my lifetime I would also get to live in a villa. It's all thanks to our son's blessing." She smiled with happiness and said, "In the blink of an eye, our son has grown up and can take care of everything himself." The look in his parents' eyes at that moment was unmistakable. It was pure pride, unmixed with any demands. Lin Yuan's smile bloomed. It wasn't a gloating or show-off smile, but one from the bottom of his heart. Finally, all his efforts had become meaningful. That afternoon, he was taking a stroll under the late afternoon sunset. As he turned into the alley next to the store, Lin Yuan thought to himself, "I don't need to worry about the security level of the villa. Next up is guiding Mom and Dad to try the game a bit, just in case the order organization shows up." As soon as the thought ended, he stopped as if he noticed something. A puzzling sight caught his eye. The dark silhouettes of a group of people approaching. Their demeanor was aggressive and menacing. The dim light was only enough to outline their large figures. Each one carried a crude weapon like a club or steel pipe. Suddenly, a man in the group spoke up. "Finally, I've caught you." He and his cronies looked at him with arrogance and said it wasn't easy to find you. Lin Yuan immediately recognized the hostility and the familiarity from the leader. He thought, "Is that the guild leader of Black Tree, whom I defeated?" Instantly, without waiting for orders, the cronies around him rushed forward excitedly. Their long, aggressive shadows lunged towards him. The man's voice was almost a shout. "Weren't you great at fighting? Why don't you pretend in real life, huh? Charge, smash that dog's head for me." One of the cronies, assuming he was paralyzed with fear, let out a gleeful laugh. "He's scared stiff." The crony then approached closer. Waving the steel pipe towards him, he shouted, "Daring to disrespect Master Kui is looking for death." But the crony didn't know that this was a fatal mistake. Lin Yuan still stood there with sharp eyes. He activated his stealth skill. He then looked towards the one about to attack. He curled his lip and said, "Too slow." Lin Yuan vanished before the crony's eyes. The steel pipe slammed straight down onto the cracked rocky road, the sound echoing throughout the alley. The cronies were startled, only catching sight of a flash of blue light in the air. In that instant, Lin Yuan materialized directly in front of the captain. His entire body radiated a shimmering, lightning-like blue light. His eyes were chillingly sharp and focused. His hand clenched into a fist, unleashing a devastating punch. A violent blast erupted, with swirling wind scattering everywhere. The punch landed squarely on the man's abdomen, making him roll his eyes back. Blood spurted from his mouth, and his body doubled over from the force of the impact. The blue light fiercely erupted, from Lin Yuan's body spreading out like a shockwave. The entire group of henchmen was thrown backward, collapsing to the ground, groaning. Smoke and dust filled the air. The captain's body slammed hard onto the road, cracking the ground with a heavy impact sound. Fresh blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. He thought in horror, is he a human or a ghost? Just as the captain finished his panicked thought, in his mind, a deafening heavy metallic clang rang out. Lin Yuan slammed the steel pipe down onto the cement, right next to the man's ear, causing him to jump in fright. Cold sweat broke out on the back of his neck as his eyes darted over. He saw him standing there, the gloomy atmosphere around him merging with a thick, deadly aura. A cold red gleam shone in his eyes. His deep voice rang out word by word, "It seems you don't value your life." Before the captain could react, Lin Yuan stepped heavily onto him. A muffled cry of pain escaped him. Lin Yuan looked down, muttering slightly with annoyance. These lowlifes are seriously annoying like leeches. The man lay tremblings on the ground, his body twitching, and his voice shaking with desperation pleaded, "Wait, I was wrong. Please, big bro, spare me, don't kill me. I can still be useful, I know a hidden quest." His breathing was ragged, his voice fading into the chilling silence. Lin Yuan's eyes glowed red as he stared at the man. His breathing was ragged, the voice was full of menace. "Tell me." The captain lay on the ground. Gasping for breath, he quickly spilled the information. "In the main city, you will find a blacksmith named Huojian. He always does ore delivery quests. When the favorability is high enough, he will make you a gold-tier equipment." Lin Yuan frowned in thought. In his previous life, someone did manage to get gold-tier equipment very quickly. The rumor was that it was related to an NPC. Maybe this guy isn't lying to me. He asked again, "Is that so?" "But—" He tightened his grip on the steel pipe until it deformed. Lin Yuan's eyes were icy. He looked straight at the captain, his voice carrying an unwavering threat. "I hope you won't do anything stupid, because I have many ways to deal with you, both online and offline. If you dare to touch my family." At this point, he crushed the steel pipe, causing it to shatter. His voice was low and guttural. "Then this is your consequence." The man cringed and desperately replied, I understand." The scene shifted to a tavern in the West Desert main city, immersed in the evening air. Under the bright moonlight, the entire space was filled with the strong smell of alcohol and hushed conversations. The evening here was bustling, but still had a hint of the sluggishness of those who had endured a long, tiring day. The clinking of beer mugs seemed to heat up the air in the tavern. On the table were steaming hot dishes, a plate of soft, freshly steamed white buns, tofu drizzled with fragrant spicy sauce, and a plate of golden yellow vegetables. The aroma mingled with the alcohol, creating an atmosphere that was both cozy and lively. Under the bright moon, Huojian slammed his beer mug down on the table. His eyes widened as he looked at him, his voice full of surprise and a hint of suspicion. "Wait, you said you can supply me with 100 portions of ore. You're kidding, right?" He continued, "You look very clean-cut. You can tell at a glance you're not suited for mining. If you can actually do it, then at that time, I will make a weapon for you free of charge." Lin Yuan stood silently by the table, his eyes calm as usual, only nodding slightly. He thought, looks like Zhao Kui wasn't lying. The next step was to go mining. Just as he turned to leave the table, he bumped into a drunkard, staggering to his feet. With a slurred voice, he said, "Where are you running off to? Let your big brother here have a drink with you, little sister." He grinned lewdly, staggering towards the girl who had just passed by. She flinched and stepped back, her voice annoyed. "Get away from me, I don't know you at all." The beautiful girl with the seductive figure was walking dreamily. Her voice was slightly tipsy. "Don't you dare touch me." As she spoke, she tried to avoid him. He laughed and said, "If you come with me, I promise I absolutely won't touch you." The heavy scent of alcohol wafted over, making Lin Yuan, who was standing there, involuntarily frown. Before he could react, the man turned and looked at him, shouting, "What are you looking at? Do you want me to gouge out your eyes?" As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yuan used his power and swung his hand. The drunkard was instantly sent flying far away. Lin Yuan sneered, "He really doesn't know what's good for him." The atmosphere in this tavern suddenly quieted. The beautiful girl turned around, her voice joyful. "You're so hot, little bro. Thank you, I can buy you a drink." Lin Yuan just glanced over, cutting her off. "No need," and turned to walk away, leaving her voice calling after him. Don't go so fast." The sound of hurried footsteps echoed, intermingled with this chaotic noise. Her slender high heels slipped slightly on the wooden floor. A small click sounded as her heel caught a gap in the wood. The beautiful girl's body swayed forward. Her long brown hair swung with the momentum. In that moment, Lin Yuan's eyes flashed with a fiery cold red gleam. His reaction was almost instinctive, lightning fast. He reached out his hand to catch her. Their breaths mingled in the suffocatingly close distance. Lin Yuan's firm arm held her tightly by the waist. The beautiful girl's body tilted backward. In his arms, she looked up, her cheeks flushed with alcohol. Her eyes were dreamy but held a hint of mischief. "So you like to dance, little bro?" Just as she was speaking, she suddenly rolled over and fell asleep. Lin Yuan frowned, a look of helplessness briefly crossing his face. He muttered, seriously annoying. He opened the door to the inn room, the sound of the hinge. A faint creak. In the silent space, the moonlight shone through the window frame, casting light onto the cool stone floor. Lin Yuan gently placed her down on the bed, her brown hair spread out on the pillow, her lips slightly parted, breathing evenly. Once he was done, he turned and left, closing the door silently, leaving the room bathed in the pale blue light of the night. West Desert was quiet. The scene shifted to the Viper's mine. Moisture seeped from the rock walls into the air. The light from the torches mounted on both sides was burning fiercely. In the narrow space, the sharp rhythmic swings of the dog-headed miners' picks echoed consistently. In the faint light, Lin Yuan stood in the middle of the cave. He held a stone in his hand, his sharp eyes scanning the area. He calculated silently. Currently, there are 12 dog-headed zombies inside my gate of the underworld. It's just enough for mining. I should be able to collect a lot of ore. In a short time, suddenly a loud crash echoed from deep within the darkness, throwing a dog-headed miner back. Lin Yuan was startled and had no time to react. In his line of sight, a stream of small shadows rushed toward him. Hundreds of rats, each half the size of a grown man. Hundreds of rats, each half the size of a grown man. They swarmed out of the rock crevices. Their fur was gray, their claws sharp, and their eyes were burning red. The system voice suddenly rang out. Frenzy Rat Common Level 10. Health 1, 200, Attack 70. Defense 15. Skills Tier Continuous Frenzied Attack. Target damage increased by 10%. Lin Yuan summoned the killing scorpion spirit and commanded, "Go! Wipe them all out, leave none behind." Its roar echoed, and the sound of claws tearing resounded throughout the tunnel. The frenzy rats were torn to shreds in just a few breaths. Blood splattered, and a dense metallic smell hung in the hot air. The killing scorpion spirit swiftly eliminated all of them, leaving not a single one behind before stopping. The green light of this magic array appeared. The arcane patterns glowed brightly, then slowly rotated in midair. Lin Yuan spoke softly. "Collecting more types of monsters will make my tactics more well-rounded." The demonic energy spread from the magic array, enveloping each corpse. The black-green light flared up, turning them into faint soul bodies that twisted and were sucked straight into the center of the array. Suddenly, fierce explosion sounded behind him. Fire and dust scattered throughout the tunnel entrance. The shockwave was so powerful that even the rock walls shook violently. Lin Yuan immediately leapt backward, his cloak billowing in the surging heat wave. He raised his hand to shield half his face. His eyes narrowed as he exclaimed in surprise, "What?" A giant red shadow rushed out from the darkness. Its fur stood on end, its eyes were blood red, and its sharp teeth clashed together, emitting a terrifying screech. And amidst the hazy rock dust, he briefly saw a figure standing behind the monster. That person wore a gray cloak and held a long spear. The system voice rang out. "Frenzy Rat Spirit Lord, level 16. Health 3800. Attack 300. Defense 150. Skills Pursuit. Frenzy Keen Scent." Suddenly that figure swung their spear, causing it to roar even more fiercely. Its body seemed to be driven by an invisible force, rushing towards Lin Yuan like a whirlwind. He raised his sword to defend, the azure light on the blade surging like ocean waves. His voice was deep, chillingly breathless. "Is this the mine's boss? Someone is intentionally leading monsters here." A brilliant golden light appeared intensely. The weapon was starting to show its effect. Junian Taiyang raised his hand high, and his skill was simultaneously sent straight forward. Beside them was the continuous growling of the dog-headed miners. Against this sudden attack, Lin Yuan's feet shuffled backward as he tried to stand firm. However, the impossible situation, the overwhelming power pushed him further back. A thought immediately flashed through Lin Yuan's mind. "Is that a target lock skill? No, that's not right." At the same time, the system panel displayed detailed information. Junian Taiyang has used the skill Holy Armor Technique on you. Holy Armor Technique increases target's defense by 20 points. Effect lasts for 60 seconds. Lin Yuan faced the whirlwind of light, his body remaining steady as he confirmed, "This is a priest's buff skill." Beside the tense battle, a bounty hunter glanced around muttering, "What's going on today? Why has all the iron ore disappeared? Isn't that the priest from the super god Iron Triangle? Why is he operating alone like this?" The man's eyes were full of malice. He ordered, "Hurry up and grab some clout." With that, he released a tiny meow demon fly. On this side, Junian Taiyang kept urging Lin Yuan, "I didn't mean to lure the monster here. You need to run. I'll deal with the mess I made myself." The system panel updated the detailed figures. Current online users 15. A flurry of comments popped up. "Soloing the boss, huh? The priests of the Jinghua Shuiyu Guild are all that dominant. Why is this priest as nimble as an assassin? Why is this priest as nimble as an assassin? Why is this priest as nimble as an assassin? The combat priest is here." Lin Yuan saw the level of engagement and nodded, feeling good. Well, since it's come to this, and he still has some integrity, I just bought a mansion which cost a pretty penny. A boss delivered right to my door, I'll gladly accept it. The atmosphere became more and more heated. The number of online users went from 15 to 70, then to 130. The comments grew increasingly curious. Why does this person look familiar? It's that Grand Master who once soloed a world boss. Grab a seat. Today is definitely going to be lit. The Grand Master hasn't made a move yet. Hurry up. The piercing screeching sounds simultaneously grew louder, drilling deep into the miner's brains. The dog-headed miner relentlessly chased Junian Taiyang. Its enormous feet intended to trample him, but fortunately Lin Yuan stepped in to block one strike. Junian Taiyang's eyes were bewildered, his face drenched in sweat as he stammered, "You are—" The scene gradually shifted elsewhere. Zhao Kui's eyes were fixed on something with deep thought. He muttered angrily, "Dang it! I lost to a monster. Like this, that's no shame at all." The guy next to him, Nu Yen, interjected irritably, "Online. That Grand Master guy is being spammed everywhere again. So annoying they keep hyping him up." The subordinate walking beside him agreed. "That's right. If we're talking purely about mechanics, I dare say that. No one can compare to our guild leader." Zhao Kui's eyes were full of cunning. His calculated words began, "Nu Yan, of the Kuang Nu Guild. He must have watched that live stream too. Honestly, Kuang Shen only took advantage of his guild and his class. If we consider pure mechanics, no one can compare to the Grand Master." When Nu Yan heard this high praise, his eyes widened. He asked the other person, "Say that again, let me hear it." Zhao Kui feigned surprise and continued, "You are Nu Yan, of the Kuang Nu Guild, right?" Look, I'm not the only one saying it. There are also many comments on the live stream. They're hyping him up. There are even people saying that Kuang Shen, as the guild leader of the #1 guild, Feng Shui Xiaolei should have stepped down sooner. Nu Yan was enraged. He immediately put the tip of his dagger to Zhao Kui's throat in a threat. Nu Yan stared wide-eyed and asked insistently, "Who do you think you are?" He tried to explain, "What good does it do to take your anger out on me? Everyone is saying that, but you should also understand that Kuang Shen is simply too modest. The times don't have a hero, which is why those punks gained fame." Nu Yan started to pay more attention to the current situation. "So that kid is still live streaming, right?" Zhao Kui confirmed confidently. "That's right inside the ore mine." Nu Yan became furious. He yelled, demanding that the guild be notified. "Everyone who's online, follow me." Inside the ore mine, Lin Yuan was still bravely fighting the dog-headed miner. Every slash left an endless glow. In a moment of danger, he advised Taiyang, "You can leave now. Its hate target is me now." Sure enough, just as he said, the dog-headed miner aggressively charged forward, preparing to tear Lin Yuan apart. Its footsteps were heavy, and where it stepped, the rocks shattered. The ground shifting beneath him made him stagger slightly. He hunkered down on the ground, but that posture was just to mislead the opponent. With a high-quality strike, Lin Yuan's voice rang out loudly, "Go." The unsuspecting dog-headed miner took the direct hit that he unleashed in a flash. The system panel once again updated the data. Shockingly, the number of viewers was, Wilson 297. Study every frame. I absolutely must study every single frame. The Grandmaster's mechanics are insane. The monster aggro control is so stable. He's so fast he's leaving after images. OMG. The Grandmaster truly has a very strategic playstyle. So strong. The dog-headed miner's arms began to weaken, clutching weakly at the rocks beneath the ground. It was still trying its best to keep up with Lin Yun right in front of it. But an unexpected situation occurred. Dog-headed miner zombies rushed out simultaneously. They clawed and tore at the dog-headed miner without mercy. Lin Yuan stood by and lectured the monster. "If you only care about raging and ignore the sneak attack from behind, you'll suffer a big loss. However, you don't even need to understand this lesson, because I will defeat you with an unstoppable sword strike." The dog-headed miner was howling in pain. A barrage of bites from the dog-headed zombies were stinging its body. It jumped up high, clutching its weapon tightly, preparing to attack. Just a few seconds later, that weapon was driven straight into the head of the dog-headed miner. On this side, Lin Yuan was getting ready. The haunting gauntlets were also equipped. He charged forward, declaring, "It's time to end this." A punch went deep into the opponent, aiming to end its existence. Everyone was still buzzing and chatting. Which one is the boss, after all? It's so hard to tell. Hubby hitting on me. Hubby hitting on me. I was truly impressed by the Grand Master. The system quickly sent a message to Lin Yuan. "Congratulations, you have defeated the Mole Rat, Rage Overlord. Your level has increased to level 15. You have obtained the Pursuit, Blade Gauntlet, and the Nimble Boots." Detailed information about the items was also displayed clearly. Pursuit Blade Gauntlet Silver. Type Weapon. Effect Attack Power plus 20. Attack Speed plus 5. Agility plus 25. Accompanying Skill Blade Pursuit. Blade Pursuit. After every 6 attacks, the next attack will be enhanced, increasing attack speed by 10%. Nimble Boots Silver. Type Equipment. Effect Agility plus 30. Movement speed +5. Accompanying skill swiftness. Swiftness. While not in combat. Movement speed +10. Junian Taeyang ran over his eyes, stunned. He murmured, "That move. You are the Grand Master, who single-handedly defeated the death giant wolf. Grand Master, let's add each other as friends. I'll be your support from now on. Wouldn't we be unbeatable?" He turned his back and replied to Taeyang, "You've got the wrong person." The statement confused him, making him wonder, "No way. I've watched your video so many times. Even if you turned into ash, I would still recognize you." Just as the two of them were about to leave the ore mine, a stream of fire attacked from behind in a sneak attack. It was coming very quickly. Lin Yuan realized the situation. The blade retaliated with a fierce blue light. His eyes showed anger. Just as he destroyed the low-level sneak attack, a non-stop burst of laughter rang out from the cave entrance. It made Lin Yuan and Taeyang look back in confusion. Nguyen, who had just appeared, spoke arrogantly. "Then let's turn him into ash and see if you can still recognize him." The people under Nguyen also talked a lot. "For a piece of trash, isn't this formation a bit much?" "What are you saying? He's a Grand Master. Turn on the live stream and let them see what happens when they mess with the Kwang Nu Guild. We need to make sure they remember that. Our guild leader Kwang Jing is the strongest player in the western region." Lin Yuan carefully observed the situation. A thought flashed in his mind. "The people from the Kwang Nu Guild want to defeat me to show off, huh? Looks like equipment delivered right to my door. I can't not take it." Meanwhile, the system also analyzed and confirmed malicious ambush attack. Counterattack duration 15 minutes. During this time, defeating the attackers will not result in any sin points. Just as he was deep in thought, glittering golden weapon suddenly appeared. Junian Taeyang declared war heroically. "I've been looking forward to this, the feeling of fighting shoulder to shoulder with a comrade, and I will shine in this desolate hell. In the name of this bond, I will protect the important person." Lin Yuan pondered nervously. "Who's your bestie?" "Actually, you can just stand a bit further away." Nguyen pointed and shouted, "Hey, you piece of garbage! Listen carefully. Kwang Shin is this guy." Before he could finish, Lin Yuan swiftly unleashed a move that overwhelmed him, accompanied by a provocative question. "What were you saying?" His attack didn't stop. He spun his arm. Nguyen's face was flushed red from one side to the other. Even his supposedly large body couldn't withstand it, and he spun around head first into the ground. The viewer count was rapidly increasing. The number of people in the live stream rose to 630. Everyone was excitedly chatting. "He didn't even start fighting yet and already got slapped. Nguyen is something else. He used his face to block the Grandmaster's attack. A live stream of him embarrassing himself, that's rare. Holy smokes, the Grandmaster just defeated a boss, and now he's soloing the bunch of people." Nguyen was beaten to a pulp, but still didn't forget to shout loudly, "You stray dog? Who no guild wants, how dare you attack someone? Don't tell me you think you're the Grand Master. Charge attack for me." He decisively ordered his subordinates to take him down. The subordinate charged forward and shouted, "Listen to my command. All warriors attack, mages, and priests at the back. Archers keep moving. I don't believe he can handle this alone." Lin Yuan immediately analyzed in his mind, "This group is coordinating quite well. In that case, I'll cut off their rear first." He immediately activated the stealth skill. Nguyen's subordinate shouted in anger, "That kid is hidden." Mages quickly activate the detection mode. The mage in the back heard the order and nodded, understood. However, Lin Yuan appeared too quickly. He warned the opponents, "It's too late." The sudden turn of events made the group cry out miserably. "What, he's behind us?" Nguyen, standing outside, was still talking tough and giving orders. "Don't hold anything back. He just defeated a boss. He definitely doesn't have enough HP or mana. Just charge. We have the numbers advantage. Take him out." A flood of comments were vying for the top spot. "Wow, I've never heard a group of people ganging up on one person and talking about it as if they're doing something super high and mighty." It's hard to say, though. After all, the Kwang Nu Guild is ranked #1 in the Western Desert. But what if the Grand Master flips the script? The Kwang Nu Guild won't be able to show their faces anywhere. Nguyen, standing behind, used his words to motivate his subordinates. "Take him down. Just take him down. You'll get paid by me based on damage dealt. No limit." The crowd went crazy and charged forward furiously. Fire attacks continuously struck towards Lin Yuan. However, he only needed to make a few light sword strikes to dispel the attacks. So that's what's going on. Lin Yuan looked at the current situation and immediately formed a strategy. The terrain inside of the mine tunnel is narrow. They can't maximize their numerical advantage. But if I want to deal with them all at once, it won't be difficult. Standing before the massive fireballs rushing towards him, he stood his ground as if he had everything planned. The crowd watched Lin Yuan intently. Even the online viewers were restless, commenting, "The Grand Master is only human after all. Who could withstand an ambush this intense? What a shame." A real pity. They've found his weakness. Everyone remember, the Grandmaster is just one person, while the opposing side is an entire group. Grandmaster, you can do it? Lin Yuan's feet were rapidly ascending above the massive fire attacks. The crowd looked at him and shouted, "Look quickly! That useless guy is running away." Grandmasters quickly defeat him. Nu Yan still maintained his arrogant demeanor as he ordered his subordinates, "Chase him down. Absolutely do not let him escape." He continued to mutter, unaware that Lin Yuan was setting up an ambush behind him. "This old man is going to play catch the turtle in the jar today." Just as Nu Yan finished his sentence, he looked up high and saw Lin Yuan rushing straight down. With a fatal stomp, he mercilessly pinned Nu Yan down. The guy's blood was splattered everywhere. A painful reality served him right for being so arrogant. Despite that, as he sat up, Nu Yan still tried to argue. "Sneaking around like that is a total cheap shot. What kind of skill is that?" Right after that comment, he had to shut up as Lin Yuan held a sword to his throat and threatened, "Quickly call your people over. He's right here." He even whispered to Nu Yan, "They can't come back now. However, I want to know, when you bring a whole group of members to suffer this defeat, will your Kwangshen blame you?" The guy still didn't understand the meaning of the words and responded confused, "What do you mean?" Indeed, on the other side of the cave, the zombie miner and Hound Head were advancing simultaneously towards the other group. This time, Lin Yuan was determined and activated the corpse explosion skill. His hands firmly gripped Nu Yan's head, despite the latter yelling and demanding, "What exactly do you want to do?" Lin Yuan coldly requested, "Go ask them yourself." Just a few seconds later, his sword was drawn across Nu Yan's neck. The online viewers were completely shook. Viewer count 1,000 plus, oh my god. I knew it. How could the Grandmaster make such a silly mistake? Nu Yan looks like a total idiot. Wipe out the whole squad. That was even easier than grinding mobs. I'm impressed. That execution was perfect. Immediately after Nu Yan was defeated, the spoils of war appeared. Lin Yuan quickly said, "A pleasant surprise, Harvest. I must quickly pack up all the equipment and leave. This place will be swarming with people soon." The weapon he received this time was the Corpse Blood, golden ring and effective weapon. Physical attack plus 50. Attack speed plus 20. Critical hit plus 30. Accompanying skill, Life Steal. Life Steal. 10% of the damage dealt is converted into the wearer's health points. Scene shifts to another location. An unusual silence descended. Suddenly, the voice of the blacksmith Huo Jian rang out. "I take back what I said before. You truly are a capable young man. If possible, I hope you'll come here often. I still need a lot of ore." The system immediately displayed a new update. Blacksmith's favorability plus 100. Current favorability friendly. Looking at this data, Lin Yuan pondered. The blacksmith only accepts a maximum of 100 iron ore bars per day. It seems this is a long-term quest. However, this mining hall is enough for a month. This time, too much equipment dropped from the Kwangnu Guild. Selling it all to Han Chung would cause him trouble. Selling to individual players is a bit of a hassle, but it's faster than I thought. But searching for the first believer through the guild is too passive. I should start with the existing clues first. I remember, the first believer's subordinate in the previous life had the ability to control snakes. This might be related to the clue about the serpent, civilization hiding in the sewers. The breakthrough point might be right there. His steps quickly moved forward. Everything seemed rushed. The scene inside was much darker and gloomier. After moving for a while, Lin Yuan encountered the sewer rat in the tunnel and immediately considered his options. The quest given by the sheriff is to eliminate 30 sewer rats. This quest is ordinary, but there is a hidden dungeon in the sewer, the Serpent Demon's Nest. The hidden dungeon can drop the flesh and blood seed. This is a rare item that can permanently increase attributes. However, the hidden dungeon has a limit on the number of times per week. If it's exposed, there will be fierce competition. So I must use the undead to secure the entrance first. For the hidden dungeon, I just need to find the room with snakes. That is the location of the hidden dungeon. This is also the only dungeon I know related to sewers and snakes. Lin Yuan walked for a while and finally confirmed that the target was here. An encounter filled with fury was unfolding right before his eyes. The sound of movement was also incredibly heavy. Lin Yuan was shocked inwardly. "No, that's wrong. Are the snakes in the Serpent Demon's Nest this big?" This was the level 60 underworld serpent. Its health attack, defense and skills were all unknowns. Lin Yuan was slightly panicked. His feet never stopped moving. He quickly thought in fear. Is this a product of the Serpentkin civilization? Why is its level so high? Level 60. I absolutely can't let it hit me. In this urgent situation, he decided to activate the stealth skill. Because otherwise, if he didn't activate stealth, the loss from death level drop and lost equipment would be too great. Moreover, stealth, in this dangerous situation, was actually useless. It's not good to keep running like this. Lin Yuan planned to take advantage of the terrain and see what happened. He rushed straight into a triangular hole, preventing the underworld serpent from reaching him immediately. However, before he could run 3 steps, Lin Yuan's eyes widened. He realized the underworld serpent was too massive. It smashed the entire terrain structure and lunged inside. Its enormous mouth was waiting for Lin Yuan, who was running ahead. The rocks kept collapsing. Rocks crumbled and dust filled the air, obscuring the surroundings. The underworld serpent used its massive body to smash everything that blocked it above. He ran while anxiously considering the situation. This is bad, I can't stop it. Lin Yuan ran for a while and finally reached the location of the thunder absorber. He immediately had a strategy: use the thunder absorber to lure it. Now I must fight magic with magic. I don't believe he still can't deal with you, you rascal. The thunder absorber quickly moved to confront the underworld serpent. A tense clash began to unfold. The underworld serpent was still extremely aggressive. Its mouth was constantly wide open. Even Lin Yuan was a little worried. Looking back, luckily he had utilized the triangular hole in the terrain to temporarily escape the immediate danger. Outside, the underworld serpent was still desperately trying to destroy the surface, causing rocks and dirt to scatter widely. That shaking caused Lin Yuan to lose his balance and drop to his knees. However, that was a minor detail included in his plan. His eyes were filled with confidence. The underworld serpent's eyes tried to peer down, but even if it wanted to, it couldn't enter. Everything was calculated meticulously by him. Lin Yuan's movement and confident words showed that even a monster like this could not stir up any trouble here. After all, this place was the Shimo Imperial Palace, where the State Protector Grand Master was stationed. Any monster that got close would be easily wiped out. There were no exceptions. The underworld serpent looked around outside, appearing very cautious. Lin Yuan sat down to analyze. The Serpentkin civilization and Shimo Kingdom have a deep-seated feud. The strength of the Shimo Kingdom overwhelmed the Serpentkin civilization, forcing a part of them to move underground to plot their revenge. When any monster or beast approaches the Imperial Palace, the State Protector Grand Master will eliminate them. He didn't hesitate. Although this snake is strong, it is not the State Protector's opponent. Perhaps the serpent, Demon's Nest, is near that monster. Following the tracks might yield a harvest. However, to prevent such a situation from happening again, he still needed to visit the market and try his luck to see if there was any snake-luring medicine that could attract low-level serpent monsters. This type of medicine only attracts low-level serpent monsters, so he wouldn't run into a huge one like that again. The scene clearly showed the Shimo Kingdom. Everything seemed grand and magnificent. The shop owner here was joyfully saying, "Thank you for visiting, sir. Welcome back next time." What Lin Yuan bought was the snake-luring medicine. Its effect was to emit a special scent to attract low-level snake monsters. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed. "I've searched all over Shimo City just to find your shadow. Bestie, long time no see." Lin Yuan immediately recognized the voice. It was the guy who was chased by the boss in the mine. Junie and Taeyang approached. "Let's friend each other first, bestie. Finding you in this vast map was really not easy, but I could feel our souls calling out to each other." Ignoring the enthusiasm of the other party, he asked coldly, "Is there something you need?" At the same time, a notification appeared. "Junie and Taeyang has sent you a friend request." Taeyang loudly affirmed, "Of course I need something. Hey, want to team up and raid the Canyons of Dust? If we fight side by side, won't it be faster?" Lin Yuan coldly walked away. "No, I'm busy." Taeyang didn't stop trying to persuade him. He analyzed. "Wait, bestie, don't you think the Super God Iron Triangle is awesome? Join us. Together with Leng Yue Jingyin, we can become the Super God Quadrangle. We can become each other's wings and awaken the world from its slumber." Hearing this Leng Yue in his previous life, he suddenly paused and analyzed in his head. Leng Yu is the guild master of the Jinghua Shuiyue Guild, ranked second in the collapsed Typhoon era. She is also a core member of the Order organization. It's rumored that she's one of the 9 chosen ones who founded that organization. This is an opportunity, whether it's for a clue about the Order organization or the first believer. But the hidden dungeon will reset its attempts tomorrow. If I miss it, I'll lose this week's rewards. I should secure the reward first, before contacting Leng Yue. Because of that clue, Lin Yuan immediately accepted Junie and Taeyang's friend request. Before leaving, he instructed Taeyang, "Let's open the dungeon together next time. I really have something to do right now. I'll be going." The other guy happily replied, "All right, I'll be waiting for your invitation anytime, bestie." Lin Yuan wandered inside the cave and thought. According to my experience from the previous life, there should be a snake near the entrance of the hidden dungeon. Let's try and find the tracks of the giant snake nearby. His eyes were thoughtful, observing a crack in the ground. Lin Yuan's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he saw something suspicious. A series of small snakes were moving, flicking their long tongues to sense the surroundings. He began to realize that these small snakes were the monsters in the serpent demon's nest, but it was still best to be careful. Continuous thumps pounded the ground, causing cracked stones to scatter everywhere. Lin Yuan appeared with the dog-headed beast corpse. He joyfully exclaimed, "Finally, I found it." The scene inside appeared full of illusions. A torch lit up the surroundings. The system updated, "You have entered the hidden dungeon," the serpent demon's nest. Glancing at some related data, this was a normal serpent monster. Level 10. Health 1000. Reward Flesh and Blood. Seed 500 EXP. Defense 100 Skill. Flesh and Blood Condensation. Flesh and Blood. Condensation Serpent Demon. Infant. Condenses the flesh and blood seed within the body. Health plus 500. Lin Yuan focused his gaze. At the same time, he commanded attack. Immediately after the command, the thunder absorbers appeared simultaneously, confronting the pack of small snakes below. As soon as the absorbers were ready, he loudly ordered, "Wipe them all out." Skills were gradually activated in sync. The Crystal Lightning Seed initiated the Crystal Lightning Storm skill. Two beams of purple-blue light clashed intensely. The system continuously sent notifications. Do you want to use the Flesh and Blood Seed? A special item. It increases the player's main attribute points, randomly from +1 to +5 for human classes. Using this will increase the endurance counter by 100. Lin Yuan was curious about this seed. He concluded that this was the drop item from the Hidden Dungeon Flesh and Blood Seed. Without hesitation, he used one Flesh and Blood Seed, Spirit +3. Endurance 100. Right after using the seed, Lin Yuan nodded in approval. It seems I can only eat 100 times, but the effect increase is very significant. Moreover, the supply of this rare item that grants permanent attribute boosts is limited. Therefore, on the market, it can be sold for at least 4 or 5 gold coins each. But I can sweep the hidden dungeon once a week and get 1,000 of these. In this way, even if I don't join a guild, I'll never be short of gold. With that, he decided to use more of them. The system sound rang out chaotically. You have used one Flesh and Blood Seed, Constitution +5, Endurance 200. You have used one Flesh and Blood Seed, Strength +3, Endurance 100. You have used one Flesh and Blood Seed, Spirit +4, Endurance 100. Lin Yuan's eyes were increasingly filled with energy, his determination higher than ever. Not stopping, he continued to use the Flesh and Blood Seed, X1 Spirit +3, Endurance 100. His current actual stats. Player Lin Yuan level 15. Class Undead Hunter. Forbidden Talent Dark Summoning. Gate of the Underworld 89-150. Strength 70, Constitution 101, Agility 119, Spirit 318. Experience 2, 40, 16, 739. With these impressive stats, Lin Yuan felt he had used enough. I'll keep the remaining 900 Flesh and Blood Seeds for now. I'll sell them after I rent a shop. Then I can just sweep the hidden dungeon once a week. He prepared to leave, but his eyes still glanced back, calculating the situation. Leaving behind 3 undead. Zombies is enough to scare away normal players. No one will find this place in a short time. These snakes here, compared to his memory of the snakes he controlled, were completely different. It's possible that he had some kind of monster mutation ability. A level 60 monster definitely shouldn't appear at this stage. The system suddenly updated with a call from reality. Little sister is calling you, Lin Yuan. He found it a bit strange and pondered. With Xiao Dan's personality, for her to actually reach out to me on her own, did something happen? He picked up the call and asked, Xiao Dan, did something happen? Lin Dan replied softly, No, I just wanted to ask if you've eaten yet. Lin Yuan was slightly confused and replied, I have. On the other end of the line, Lin Dan's friends spoke loudly. Class leader's brother, actually the class leader, wanted to ask if you're free right now to help him sweep a dungeon. He didn't hesitate to confirm I can, but he was also a little surprised internally. Xiao Dan is asking me to run a dungeon. Suddenly a voice of judgment interrupted. See, I told you, Lin Dan is a liar, and her brother is a braggart. Listen to this, so confident, huh? You didn't even bother to ask which dungeon, Lin Dan. Did your brother go bonkers from playing too much video game? You two must cooperate in lying a lot. Such tacit understanding. The girl next to him also annoyingly chimed in, supporting her brother. I agree, Brother Yan. Let's choose the Ash Valley dungeon. Heroic difficulty. We haven't had a chance to clear it yet. Lin Dan softly reminded Lin Yuan over the phone. Ash Valley heroic difficulty. Did you hear that clearly? Wang Yen raised his voice in mockery. Ash Valley, huh? Stop lying, Lin Dan. Your brother is a liar. And you are a liar too. Having 2 lowlifes like you, I bet your parents aren't good people either. When her parents were insulted, Lin Dan couldn't hide her anger. She shouted loudly, You! But her brother reminded her, It's all right, Xiao Dan. No need to waste words on him. I'll head to Ash Valley immediately. Lin Dan was very confused, thinking, Although my brother plays this game regularly and has earned quite a bit of money, the Ash Valley dungeon on heroic difficulty is only second to the death difficulty dungeon. Did I just cause trouble for him? Just then a voice called out, Xiaodan. She turned her head back in surprise, asking Chen Chen, how did you get here at this time? The system provided more information. Chen Changchangja joined the team 5. Chen Chen replied to Lin Dan, I heard about it. But your classmates this morning congratulated you on moving into a villa, and that idiot Wang Yun overheard it. That Wang Yun is trash. I'm here to witness it. I'll make him apologize to you, right in front of our classmates. Lin Dan was suddenly grateful to her friend. Thank you. Chen Chen, we really do need a witness. When we get the result, you all better see it clearly. Somewhere the mocking voice of Wang Yan rang out. I've met many vain girls like you. Are your parents working as housekeepers in someone's villa? By any chance, that counts as living in a villa, right? To introduce this guy accurately, he is Young Master Yan. Unrivaled pursuing Young Master Yan. Mercenary Team Magic Blade. Mercenary Team Wife Hunter joined the team. Lindan angrily retorted to Wang Yan, you were just born with a silver spoon in your mouth. What right do you have to mock others? Chen Chen saw her friend getting angry and tried to stop her. Xiaodan, don't mind him. He's not worth it. Wang Yan couldn't contain his anger and shouted, I can't take it anymore. You two go teach her a lesson, I'll pay double. His two subordinates eagerly jumped up. I've been wanting to slap her face for a long time. Young Master Yan is generous. Watch me rip her clothes. However, the situation was not as easy as they hoped. Continuous slashing attacks were launched from the side, and the weak subordinates struggled to resist, screaming miserably the whole time. Lin Yun had arrived. His arrival truly made the opponents bleed. He asked, Are you all right, Xiaodan? She softly replied, No, I'm fine. Behind them, Qian Qian continuously praised him in admiration. So fast, so cool. Wang Yan became unreasonably furious. You sneak-attacked the mercenaries I hired. Do you have any idea how much money I paid to hire them? Can you afford to compensate me? Without them, how can we clear the level? Right after his words, Lin Yuan didn't hesitate to teleport in front of the opponent, challenging him. You were the one who bullied my sister and spoke ill of my parents. Wang Yan started to be more cautious, stuttering, Do you know who I am? How dare you speak to me like that?